From a ruined skyscraper, a lone figure with a high-tech weapon surveys a devastated cityscape below. A young man looks up in sheer terror as a red-skinned demon plummets towards him from above. With a desperate scream, he turns and flees as the demon smashes into the street behind him. He runs down a desolate road, panting that he is being chased and growing exhausted. Perched high above, a cunning green-skinned goblin watches his frantic escape with predatory eyes. His path is blocked by a towering brutish orc brandishing a massive, wicked-looking blade. Frozen with fear, the young man realizes with chilling certainty that he is about to be killed. The narrative rewinds, explaining that the origin of these events began 3 days prior. He is seen at his desk, having toiled for 3 long years at an exploitative company. A colleague says goodbye as the clock on the wall shows the late hour of the evening. Finally free, he stretches his arms high, thinking that for once work ended early. He muses with a tired smile that it's still late, but feels early compared to his usual routine. In the empty parking lot, he walks to his small car, feeling the weight of his usual late nights. A faint smile appears as he remembers that he has the next day off. Driving home, he eagerly anticipates reading the web novels he has bookmarked. His small car speeds down a dark, empty road in the dead of night. He feels a wave of drowsiness, wondering if it's relief from his decision to quit his job. A sudden, violent impact shatters the quiet, the force jolting him awake. He is thrown forward, his eyes snapping open in confusion and alarm. His face is pale with shock as he wonders if he just hit something. Getting out of his car, he peers at a large, dark shape sprawled on the road. A closer look reveals the horrifying, blood-matted fur of a massive beast. He stares in shock at the immense size of the wolf-like creature. He cries out in disbelief, realizing the scale of what he has just hit. Kneeling beside the dying beast, he apologizes, admitting he had dozed off at the wheel. He looks down at the creature, his expression filled with guilt and sincere regret. He thinks that his words are meaningless now, as an apology can't change what's happened. The giant wolf's intelligent eye seems to look directly at him as it takes its last breaths. He offers one final heartfelt apology to the dying creature. The life drains from the wolf's eye as it finally goes still. He sits on the road in the glow of his headlights, letting out a long, weary sigh. A translucent, game-like box materializes in his vision, announcing he has acquired experience points. More messages appear, confirming his level has increased and a bonus will be granted. He is startled by a notification that he has acquired the skill Premonition, shouting out to see who is there. He looks around, thinking the strange announcements sound like something from a video game. He stands up, a questioning look on his face as he notices something is wrong. He realizes with a start that the massive dog's body has completely vanished from the road. His eyes are wide with shock as he wonders if he was just hallucinating the entire event. In its place, a single multifaceted gem lies on the pavement, catching the light. He cautiously bends down to pick up the strange object, wondering what it is. He holds the sparkling gem in his hand, his mind identifying it as a drop item. He dismisses his own thoughts, chiding himself for thinking in game terms and blaming overwork. Convinced he is just exhausted, he sighs, his eyes closed in resignation. He decides it's best to just head home and get some much-needed sleep. Driving away, he can barely keep his eyes open, the exhaustion finally overwhelming him. The next morning, sunlight streams into an apartment. He wakes up on the floor, groggily murmuring that he's still sleepy. A persistent noise from outside bothers him as he gets up to pull a light cord. He tugs the cord, but the light doesn't turn on, making him wonder what's wrong. He assumes a breaker must have tripped, scratching his stomach with a yawn. He checks the fuse box, but the main switch is already in the on position. He tries another switch, growing frustrated and asking what is going on. Deciding to eat first, he pulls a packaged meal from his shirt. He opens the refrigerator to get a drink, noting that it feels warm inside. He tries to turn on the television, confirming that the power's out. He then realizes with a groan that he forgot to charge his phone and laptop. Frustrated and with no other options, he decides to read one of his light novels. Finding the room too dim, he decides to open the curtains to let in some light. He pulls the curtain aside and his eyes widen in shock at what he sees. Outside, massive tree roots have torn through the street, crushing his car. A wider view reveals his apartment complex is an island in a sea of ruin and monstrous vegetation. As his eyes scan the impossible scene, he spots a hulking, green-skinned figure and identifies it as an orc. He recoils from the window, his mind frantically trying to deny the reality of the creature. He tries to rationalize it as a costume, but notes there is no zipper on its back. A horde of these orcs is now rampaging through what's left of the neighborhood. One walks directly below his window, its movements and form disturbingly real. He notices the orc's other hand is holding something dark and dripping. He instinctively claps a hand over his mouth, a silent gasp of horror escaping him. The orc holds up its trophy, the severed, mangled head of a human being. He doubles over, retching into his kitchen sink, questioning if what he saw was real. He stumbles back from the window, his body shaking from the horrific sight. He catches his breath, his mind reeling from the censorship-level gore he just witnessed. He leans on the counter, panting heavily, trying to process the brutal reality. A desperate thought cuts through his terror as he lunges for the TV remote, thinking of the news. The television screen remains black, a silent monument to the power outage. He grabs his phone, but the dead 0% battery confirms his complete isolation. Elsewhere, a different young man snaps awake, his eyes sharp with alarm. He throws open his balcony door, stepping out into the open air. He looks out at the changed world, expressing his disbelief at the unbelievable situation. Below, he sees monsters tearing apart a police car, confirming his fears. The text declares that the world he knew has irrevocably changed. The most horrifying sight is an orc crushing a person's head as monsters overflow into the world. Stumbling back into his room, he stares down at his hand, a faint, ethereal light shimmering around it. He remembers a strange announcement from the day before, thinking about the monster he encountered. A crystalline message appears, confirming the first subjugation and the granting of a bonus. He clenches his fist as words unbidden come to his mind. He speaks the command status open, and a translucent blue status screen appears before his startled eyes. He stares at the interface, muttering in disbelief about what is happening and how it resembles a game. He decides he has nothing to lose and begins to investigate the status screen. He puzzles over the abbreviations SP and JP, wondering what they could stand for. His attention is drawn to his unique skill, wondering why he already possesses it. He rubs his head, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of strange information. The words subjugation bonus flash brightly, reminding him of the dog-like monster he fought. He decides to click on all the options, starting with the prompt to select a job. A new window pops up, commanding him to choose a job from a bizarre list of options. He is baffled by the inclusion of shut-in and neat as viable professions in this new world. He considers spy, a role that triggers an unpleasant memory of his old corporate life. He forces himself to think logically, concluding that information gathering is the top priority. With his priority in mind, his expression hardens with grim determination as he makes his choice. He selects spy, and a message confirms the cost of 1 JP, leading him to deduce the meaning of the points. With his new spy job confirmed, a system message announces he has acquired 4 new skills. He immediately decides to use his job points, leveling up his new profession in quick succession. His status screen updates, showing his job is now level 4, with his stats and skills enhanced. Pleased with the results, he turns his attention to his skill points, a confident smile on his face. A long list of acquirable skills appears, and he notes how many resistances would have been useful in his old corporate life. Considering the monsters now roaming outside, he prioritizes skills that will ensure his immediate safety. A look of grim determination crosses his face as he finalizes his choices. He proudly reviews his fully updated status screen, his new build for surviving this changed world complete. To test his body enhancement skill, he effortlessly lifts a heavy wooden dresser with a single hand. He feels a tangible increase in his overall physical abilities, moving with a newfound sense of power. A close-up shows a brutish, tusked orc-like monster, a symbol of the new world's ever-present dangers. He cautiously tests his new resistances, finding that his paralyzing fear of the monsters has lessened. He realizes these skills are crucial for maintaining his mental balance in life or death situations. His hand glows with a shimmering digital light as he activates his item boxing skill. A sleek pistol materializes from thin air, and he marvels at the fantasy-like nature of his new power. A confident grin spreads across his face as he confirms that his newly acquired skills are indeed real. He decides to test the full capacity of his item box within his cluttered apartment. Numerous items, including a refrigerator and dog food, are pulled into an invisible, swirling vortex. Standing in his now empty room, he notes the impressive storage capacity and finds the process a little fun. A system prompt asks if he wants to see a list of his stored items, surprising him with the feature. A detailed inventory list appears, assuring him that he won't forget what he has stored. Taking a sip from a retrieved drink, he notes that the hot water has cooled, meaning there's no time stop function yet. He speculates that the skill's functions might improve as he continues to level it up. Clenching his fist, he concludes his skill testing for now, his mood turning serious. He stands before his apartment's sliding door, weighing the choice to venture outside or remain hidden. He resolves to go out for food, confident his new skills will prevent the worst from happening. He grips a large kitchen knife, its blade glinting in the dim light, ready for whatever lies outside. His expression is one of grim determination as he prepares to face the new, hostile world. Taking a deep, steadying breath, he cautiously begins to open his front door. He peers into the empty apartment hallway, aware of the unknown, monster-filled world that awaits. He lets out a quiet breath, steeling himself for the exploration ahead. He reassures himself, knowing his danger sense, enemy detection, and covert action skills are all active. A loud clatter echoes from downstairs, but his senses tell him his immediate floor is clear of monsters. He decides to check on his neighbors first, knocking on the adjacent door to see if they are safe. Finding the door ajar and the room empty, he wonders if his neighbor has already fled the building. He considers the possibility that his neighbors might have checked on him while he was asleep. He reflects on his solitary life, noting that he has no parents to wake him in this strange new world. Peeking into the empty apartment, he sees a single discarded slipper lying on the floor. He tries the doorknob of another apartment in the hallway, finding it locked and secure. He confirms that there is no one inside the locked apartment and moves on. He descends the stairs, marveling at how his stealthy steps skill renders his movements completely silent. Reaching the second floor, he notices another door that has been left slightly ajar. He cautiously peeks inside the open doorway, calling out softly to see if anyone is there. A palpable sense of wrongness, a heavy and unsettling aura, emanates from within the dark room. His senses are suddenly overwhelmed by a sharp, painful spike of pure, concentrated malice. In a blur of motion, he throws up his arm, his knife deflecting a surprise attack from a small creature. He shoves his sinewy assailant away with a grunt of effort, sending it flying backward. The creature is sent tumbling through the air before landing gracefully in a low predatory crouch. He gets a clear look at his attacker, a small, wiry goblin clutching a wicked-looking curved blade. The goblin bares its yellow teeth in a vicious snarl, its eyes glinting as it prepares to strike again. His expression hardens as he reflects that without his fear-resistant skill, he would have been paralyzed by terror. He faces the goblin in a tense standoff, his own knife held at the ready for the coming fight. A faint, unnerving smile appears on his face as he begins to accept his bizarre new reality. He muses aloud that the world has suddenly turned into a fantasy setting, momentarily confusing the goblin. The goblin's confusion quickly turns back to aggression, its face a taunt daring him to fight back. Seeing the creature's predatory intent, a plan clicks into place in his mind, his eyes narrowing with cunning. He declares his intention to run away, and without a moment's hesitation, bolts from the room. The goblin stands stunned for a brief moment in the doorway, caught off guard by his retreat. Its confusion quickly gives way to pure, unadulterated rage at being denied its prey. Its eye focuses with bloodlust as it lets out a screech of fury and gives chase. He sprints down the narrow hallway, glancing over his shoulder at the pursuing creature. A calculated, focused expression reveals this is not a retreat, but a carefully orchestrated trap. Reaching the end of the hall, he spins around and commands his item box to open. The charging goblin looks up in sheer terror as a washing machine materializes in the air above it. The mundane appliance slams down with immense force, crushing the goblin against the floor. He clenches his fist, a triumphant grin on his face as he declares his unconventional strategy a success. He walks slowly towards the twitching, trapped goblin, his expression turning cold and resolute. His eyes narrow with a chilling focus as he reminds the creature that it was the one to attack first. The goblin's single visible eye is wide with terror and pain as he approaches to deliver the final blow. He raises his knife and brings it down in a swift, brutal execution, a spray of black blood erupting. He stumbles back, panting heavily, the adrenaline leaving him shaky in the aftermath of the kill. A translucent blue screen flashes in his vision, confirming that he has successfully acquired experience points. He collapses to his knees as another message announces that he has leveled up from 1 to 2. He gasps for air, the full, violent reality of his new existence crashing down on him. He reflects on how physically draining it is to kill a living thing, even if it is a monster. He observes that the goblin's body and blood have vanished, leaving only a small, glowing magic stone behind. He picks up the shimmering orb, realizing it's a drop item, just like from the creature the previous night. He decides to store the blood-stained washing machine in his item box, noting that the blood remains. He checks his status, seeing that the level up has granted him 22 SP and 10 JP to spend. He spends 5 JP to upgrade his spy job to level 5, which also enhances his enemy detection skill. He analyzes his previous fight, realizing he must adjust his skill allocation to be more effective. He spends his SP upgrading his covert action, danger sense, body enhancement, and item box skills to level 3. Now on the first floor, he resumes his exploration with newfound confidence and enhanced abilities. He feels his presence has become fainter and harder to detect, a result of his upgraded covert action skill. A sudden prickling sensation from his senses alerts him to a new presence nearby. He cautiously peeks around a corner, spotting a new group of monsters gathered in the hallway. 3 goblins are chattering amongst themselves, their faces twisted into vicious, predatory expressions. He confirms there are 4 goblins in total, with 1 acting as a guard and facing his direction. He momentarily considers fleeing from the overwhelming numbers, his first instinct being to escape. His hesitation vanishes, replaced by a steely resolve as he realizes this is an opportunity to grow stronger. He knows he must defeat them to level up and become more accustomed to this dangerous new world. He steels himself, deciding he must take down the goblins right here and now, no matter the risk. He lunges from the shadows, silencing the goblin guard with a swift and brutal knife to the chest. A system notification confirms he has gained experience and that his proficiency with a skill has increased. His stress resistance levels up, soothing the lingering feelings of unease and guilt from the act of killing. The remaining 3 goblins spin around, their guttural shrieks of alarm and rage echoing in the narrow hall. He tells himself to stay calm and observe as the enraged goblins give chase down the corridor. He sprints down an empty section of the hallway, once again luring his enemies into a trap. He raises his hand, calling forth another large, mundane object from his item box. With a powerful roar, he shoves a massive refrigerator with all his enhanced strength, sending it sliding forward. With a mighty roar, the young man shoves a massive refrigerator at the charging goblins. The appliance, boosted by his enhanced physical status, slides forward with incredible force. A brutal splash of black blood marks the impact as he delivers the finishing blows. He lets out a long, shaky breath, the tension of the battle finally leaving him. Noticing the goblins are mangled but not dead, he realizes he must end it himself. His face becomes a cold mask as he mechanically executes the remaining creatures, gaining experience. Standing amidst the wreckage, he's surprised to have leveled up twice, crediting his precocious skill. His expression suddenly shifts to alarm as he feels a new, distinct presence nearby. He senses something, yet his danger and hostility detection skills remain curiously silent. A large, shadowy, wolf-like silhouette with glowing white eyes emerges from the hall, growling. He stands his ground, confirming his skills are not reacting to the approaching creature. The wolf's intense gaze makes him wonder if it's not a monster after all. His eyes widen with dawning recognition as he wonders if it's a familiar face. The menacing illusion shatters, revealing a fluffy Shiba Inu, and he calls out its name, Momo. The dog Momo lets out a joyful, resounding bark in response to his call. He breaks into a sprint, overjoyed, shouting Momo's name as he runs towards his friend. Dropping to his knees, he pulls Momo into a tight, emotional hug, asking if it's okay. His internal thoughts reveal that Momo is a stray dog he knows from the neighborhood. He affectionately squishes Momo's fluffy cheeks, finding a moment of pure, blissful comfort. He recalls secretly feeding the Shiba Inu, as his apartment complex strictly forbids pets. A memory shows him sitting with Momo, a fresh bag of dog food beside them. Holding Momo close, he thinks how healing these moments are, expressing his gratitude that the dog is alive. Momo looks up at him with wide eyes, and he realizes his companion must be hungry. Remembering he has food, he prepares to summon it using his unique skill. With a wave of his hand, a bag of dog food in a bowl materialize from his item box. Momo happily eats from the bowl as the young man watches with a gentle smile. A profound sense of peace and relief washes over him as he observes his companion. After Momo finishes the bowl, he asks if the dog would like a little more. A glowing system message appears, asking if he will accept Momo as his companion. He stares completely bewildered by the sudden, game-like announcement from an unknown source. He questions if a system like this even exists, noticing Momo looking at him expectantly. Momo barks, causing the message to repeat, and he tries to dismiss it as a mistake. A small, hopeful smile crosses his face as he considers accepting the unexpected offer. An ornate notification confirms Momo has joined his party, listing the dog as level 2. He looks at the happy, tail-wagging Momo, realizing the dog is now officially his companion. His eyes widen in shock as he sees Momo is already level 2, wondering how. He asks Momo if it could have possibly defeated a monster on its own. He momentarily dismisses the idea, thinking such an adorable dog couldn't possibly fight. An idea strikes him, and he decides to test his theory with a goblin's magic stone. He holds out the stone, asking Momo if it has ever seen anything like it before. Momo's eyes sparkle with an intense, overwhelming desire for the small magic stone. Surprised by the dog's intense reaction, he asks if it wants the stone and how it knows what it is. Momo begins to dance and bob its head excitedly back and forth in response. The dog's happy, energetic dance continues as he watches, amused by the display. Both he and Momo seem to spin in circles with pure, unadulterated excitement. He crouches down, calling Momo cute and apologizing for getting carried away in the moment. Momo suddenly stops, sniffing at something on the ground with intense focus. The dog opens its mouth wide, revealing another identical magic stone resting on its tongue. He panics, telling Momo not to eat the stone and to spit it out immediately. Momo simply licks its chops, looking completely satisfied with its unusual snack. The dog then looks at him with pleading eyes, drooling slightly as it begs for more. He summons his inventory screen, wondering if these magic stones are actually edible for the dog. He has a shocking realization. The stones aren't just rocks and could be a source of food. He decides to give the remaining 3 goblin magic stones to the happy, waiting dog. He recalls the purple magic stone from the Shadow Wolf, wondering if Momo will eat that too. He materializes the Shadow Wolf's magic stone from his inventory with a shimmer of light. Momo quivers with anticipation, drooling, as he asks if it wants the stone that badly. He offers the stone, which Momo gently takes from his hand with a soft crunch. Momo's eyes go wide with a sudden, strange energy after consuming the stone. The dog begins to spin in frantic, dizzying circles, leaving him utterly confused. The spinning stops abruptly, and Momo lets out a single reassuring bark. The dog then gently nudges his leg, as if to say everything is fine. He pats Momo's head, concluding that there's no problem and feeling relieved. The strange event reminds him to check his own status after his recent level up. He confirms that leveling up has granted him 20 skill points and 10 job points. He decides to spend his JP first, upgrading his dagger skill all the way to level 8. He then turns to his SP, seeing swordsmanship and stealth as new acquirable skills. He considers swordsmanship, thinking it will be more useful in battle than a simple dagger. He then thinks about stealth, a skill he has wanted from the very beginning. He finalizes his choices, reviewing his updated and now extensive list of skills. He notes with satisfaction that his item box skill has also leveled up. He's excited to discover he can now retrieve up to 4 different items at once. He also realizes his storage capacity has increased and plans to gather useful items. He tests the skill's new range, finding he can now retrieve items from up to 5 meters away. He tries to summon just the water from a bottle, but realizes he needs to level up more for that. His attention is then drawn to a wrecked, rusted-out car nearby. He approaches the derelict vehicle, a mischievous and ambitious idea forming in his mind. He wonders if his item box is powerful enough to store the entire abandoned car. A system notification confirms he has acquired wrecked car X1, and he feels like crying with laughter. Composing himself after his fit of amusement, he turns his attention back to his canine companion, Momo. He crouches down and asks Momo if it wants to come with him to a nearby convenience store. Momo responds with a joyful, resounding bark of enthusiastic agreement. He reflects that while going alone might be safer, he has a strong feeling he should take Momo. They set off together through the ruined city streets, a newly formed team. A narration states that his intuition would be confirmed just a few minutes later. The scene darkens ominously, hinting at the impending danger awaiting them. They round a corner to find a gruesome scene of mangled bodies being picked at by crows. He recoils, his face pale with horror, as he comments on the grotesque sight. A closer view shows crows and rats swarming over a lifeless, discarded corpse. He instinctively covers his mouth, fighting back a wave of nausea at the bloody carnage. He holds out a hand to stop Momo, warning that his hostility detection skill is reacting. His expression turns deadly serious as he scans the area for the source of the threat. A gaunt, pale zombie lurches into view, and he identifies the creature with a whisper. He decides against a noisy confrontation that might attract other, more dangerous monsters. He materializes a heavy dumbbell from his item box, deciding to use it for a silent takedown. He cautiously approaches the unsuspecting zombie from behind, dumbbell raised high. The zombie remains completely oblivious as he closes the distance between them. He reassures himself that his covert action and sneaking skills are working perfectly. He raises the dumbbell high over the zombie's head, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. In the final moment, the zombie's head snaps around, its lifeless eyes locking directly onto his. Frozen with terror, the young man can only manage a choked sound of disbelief as the zombie lunges. His mind races, questioning the zombie's sudden change in direction as his body refuses to move. He is consumed by the horrifying certainty that he is about to be bitten and killed. The creature's gaping maw, filled with decaying teeth, closes in with terrifying speed. Just before impact, the zombie is violently yanked to a halt, its body jerking backward. His eye widens in pure, unadulterated shock at the sudden, impossible turn of events. He stares at the restrained zombie, his mind struggling to comprehend what is happening. Thanks to his observation skill, he sees shadowy, ribbon-like tendrils binding the creature. Confused, he recognizes this as a powerful skill, but one he does not possess himself. A sharp, clear bark cuts through the tension as his gaze snaps to the side in surprise. He looks on in disbelief as his Shiba Inu, Momo, stands radiating a strange, powerful light. The shadow restraints tighten, their power clearly originating from Momo's paw on the ground. The zombie thrashes uselessly, completely immobilized by the mysterious new ability. Momo stands firm, a single paw pressed to the earth, channeling the shadow power. The two companions stand before the trapped zombie, a dumbbell held ready for the final blow. His expression hardens with resolve as he declares that now is his chance to strike. With a powerful roar of effort, he brings the heavy weight crashing down on the creature's head. The zombie dissolves into particles, a system message confirming he has acquired experience. A tiny glowing zombie's magic stone materializes and drops into his outstretched hand. He turns to his companion, offering the small crystal and asking if he wants to eat it. Crouching down, he asks Momo with awe and gratitude if the dog just saved his life. Momo responds with a happy, affectionate bark, his tongue lolling out in confirmation. Kazuto looks on with dawning understanding, realizing his impossible suspicion was correct. He now understands that Momo has acquired a powerful new skill that manipulates shadows. His mind flashes back to the Shadow Wolf's magic stone, deducing it was the source of the power. As Momo affectionately nuzzles him, he wonders if giving him the stone is what triggered the skill. Reassured, he showers his brave and loyal companion with praise and affection. He thoughtfully considers the implications of acquiring skills by consuming magic stones. Momo looks on with a smug expression, as if reminding Kazuto that he himself didn't eat one. Deciding to test the new ability, he asks Momo if he can perform the skill again. At his master's command, Momo's shadow erupts, twisting into a monstrous living form. He observes that the shadow is a separate entity that can only move along a solid surface. He assesses the skill's effective range is about 10 meters, growing stronger with proximity. A look of grim excitement crosses his face as he realizes its incredible synergy with his own skills. He plans to use his stealth while Momo's shadow acts as a remote, crushing weapon. Declaring it a fantastic new combo, he and Momo leap into action together with renewed purpose. Their new tactic proves successful as they defeat monsters from a safe distance without risk. Momo sits proudly amidst glowing motes of light, having dispatched a group of goblins. Kazuto frowns, realizing his level isn't increasing and that experience varies by monster type. Deciding to resupply, he and Momo head towards a nearby dilapidated convenience store. He approaches the building, its glass doors shattered and its interior dark and silent. Together, they step inside the ransacked but not entirely empty convenience store. He is surprised to find that many of the shelves still have various goods left on them. A sound from behind him makes him turn with a questioning, curious look. He finds Momo proudly holding a bag of premium dog food, asking if he wants it. Momo's tail wags furiously as he lets out a happy, affirmative bark in response. The dog looks on with a determined expression, clutching his precious prize. Kazuto asks again, his voice softening, if that's what Momo really truly wants. He smiles, touched by his companion's adorable and simple request. Raising his hand, he activates his item box skill with a surge of shimmering digital energy. Items fly from the shelves, vanishing into his dimensional storage as he gathers everything. A list confirms his massive haul, enough food and supplies to last for half a year. He checks his watch, noting the time is 15:23, and they need to find shelter soon. Looking out the broken window, something in the distance suddenly catches his attention. He spots a white flag with SOS scrawled on it atop a distant shopping mall. To get a better look, he materializes a pair of binoculars from his item box. Through the lenses, he clearly sees the desperate SOS flapping in the wind. He lowers the binoculars, wondering if there are other survivors in the ruined city. He wrestles with the difficult decision of whether or not to investigate the signal. A deep, unsettling feeling emanates from the shopping mall, giving him a sense of caution. He turns to his companion, asking if Momo will come with him to the mall. With Momo's affirmative bark, his resolve hardens and the decision is made. He calculates that the journey will take about 15 minutes from their current location. On their way, they see a grotesque monster defeated, and he unexpectedly levels up. A system notification confirms that his level has increased from 4 to 5. Taking a moment to prepare for the potential danger, he decides to allocate his new points. He spends his job points, maxing out his secrecy skill to level 9. Next, he allocates his skill points, improving several of his key abilities for the fight ahead. Peeking around a corner near the mall, he spots his destination and prepares to scout. A predatory grin spreads across his face, ready to see what he's truly up against. The sky above the ruined city is filled with heavy, ominous clouds, setting a grim tone. He confirms his target, a large mall with shattered windows and wrecked cars out front. His expression turns serious as he confirms that someone is fighting monsters inside. He and Momo crouch low, melting into the shadows of the overgrown urban decay. He activates his lurking skill, concealing their presence as they approach the battle. He confirms that the skill's concealing effect also extends to Momo while he's held. Hidden in a thick, overgrown bush, he peers out to assess the desperate situation. He sees a group of men defending a flimsy, makeshift barricade against monsters. The survivors, armed with whatever they could find, are barely holding their ground. They are being overwhelmed by a horde of brutish, green-skinned, and powerful orcs. He notes the immense size of the orcs, easily over 2 meters tall and radiating power. The men shout in desperation, knowing they are at a severe and deadly disadvantage. His gaze is drawn to a different kind of orc standing behind the main group. He recognizes its darker skin and menacing aura, identifying it as a superior variant. His danger sense screams a warning. This is a powerful and dangerous high orc. He considers intervening, knowing his item box and Momo's skills might help them. He knows a combo of their skills could be effective, but it is a huge risk. The orc's true strength is an unknown quantity, and failure means certain death. He questions if there is any real benefit to him for taking such a gamble. He imagines a successful rescue, gaining experience and the survivor's tearful gratitude. But then he considers the aftermath, being surrounded by a group now dependent on him. They would rely on him for their safety, seeing him only as a tool for their survival. He imagines them constantly asking him to share the supplies in his item box. They would pressure him with platitudes about mutual aid in difficult times. Momo looks small and worried, lost in the crowd of needy, expectant faces. He knows his old self would get swept up in their needs, sacrificing his own mission. His expression hardens as he concludes that the entire situation would be a pain. He realizes with detached clarity that he is far more cold and logical than he thought. A survivor shouts that in this world, one's own life must be the top priority. Another man roars that there is absolutely nothing wrong with thinking that way. Defiantly, a small group of men armed with makeshift weapons vows to buy their comrades time. Their leader lets out a ferocious battle cry, a desperate roar of courage against impossible odds. Watching from the shadows, a young man internally debates whether to flee or risk his life to help. He turns to his small dog, Momo, asking if he objects to abandoning the doomed survivors. With a soft, sad whimper, Momo leaves the heavy decision entirely up to his master. The young man understands, asking if Momo is entrusting him with their fate. Having made his choice, he tells Momo they will break stealth and make a run for it. Suddenly, his senses flare with a powerful premonition of an immense danger approaching. Down on the street, the orcs freeze in place, their attention drawn to the unseen threat. The brutish monsters look up, their faces etched with a sudden, instinctual terror. The young man's eye widens in alarm as he perceives the magnitude of the incoming power. In a panic, he grabs Momo and yells for the dog to cover his entire body in shadow. A cataclysmic blast of raw energy erupts from the street, obliterating everything in its path. At the center of the destruction, a massive high orc roars, its face a mask of pure fury. He stares in utter horror at the now devastated shopping mall, clutching Momo tightly. Panting heavily, he turns to his distressed companion and asks if he is all right. His mind still reeling from the shock, he wonders aloud what that terrifying cry was. He quickly concludes it must have been a skill capable of causing such widespread ruin. The sight triggers a far more visceral and traumatic memory of a recent, brutal slaughter. He is stunned by the recollection of a massacre he somehow witnessed just moments before. A horrifying vision of soldiers' bodies strewn across a field of rubble flashes in his mind. The face of a man in his final screaming moments confirms they are all dead. The full gruesome scope of the carnage is revealed, confirming everyone was killed. In his memory, his own hand seems to reach out toward the horrifying scene. The architect of the slaughter, a massive boar-like monster, directs its goblin army. The monstrous platoon stands assembled before the skeletal remains of the ruined building. Their leader takes a heavy, deliberate step, its presence radiating menace and control. Its sharp, intelligent profile is silhouetted against the dark and chaotic sky. The creature's glowing eyes narrow with purpose as it surveys its domain of destruction. From his hiding spot, the young man's world shrinks to the terrifying image of the beast. The monster seems impossibly large and powerful, filling his entire field of vision. His eye widens in pure terror as he realizes he has been spotted. A tactical view shows his precarious position, dozens of meters away from the monster. Despite using his powerful stealth skill, he knows the monster has seen him. The boar monster's lips part as it whispers a terrifying silent command into his mind. His face contorts in a mask of pure, unadulterated fear at the unseen assault. The word death materializes in his thoughts, signaling that his proficiency has increased. A cascade of system notifications floods his vision as his skills rapidly level up. He clutches his chest, overwhelmed by the forced and painful evolution of his abilities. He acquires 2 new skills born of pure terror, flee and defensive instinct. Without a moment's hesitation, he and Momo bolt, scrambling away in a blind panic. The boar leader's eye narrows slightly, watching them flee with cold indifference. The monster makes no move to pursue, as if they are entirely beneath its notice. They crash through the undergrowth, putting distance between them and the monstrous commander. As they run, a heavy rain begins to fall, drenching them instantly. Desperate to escape, they sprint alongside a tall, imposing chain-link fence. The sudden downpour adds to the chaos and desperation of their frantic flight. The sound of their pounding feet echoes in the rain-soaked, empty street. He glances over his shoulder, his chest heaving from the sheer exertion of their escape. He is relieved, but still terrified to see the monster is not following them. In the distance, the ruined building stands as a grim monument to the danger they fled. His mind is a whirlwind of panic, repeating over and over that the situation is bad. The chilling image of the monster's predatory eye is burned into his memory. He knows with absolute certainty that if he stays, he will surely die. He grits his teeth, his raw fear hardening into a defiant will to live. A frantic mantra of not wanting to die echoes through his desperate thoughts. This desire crystallizes into a new, fierce determination to become much stronger. He resolves to survive, his face set with a grim and unwavering purpose. He finally bursts through the door of his apartment, the sound echoing loudly. He and Momo collapse onto the floor, utterly exhausted from their harrowing escape. He gasps for breath, his body shivering from the cold and the adrenaline crash. Staggering to his feet, he chugs a bottle of water while Momo drinks from a bowl. He reflects on the encounter, realizing it was the closest he has ever come to death. He understands now that he had grown arrogant, treating this new world like a game. The memory of easily killing lesser monsters had made him careless and overconfident. This hubris had recklessly endangered not only his own life, but Momo's as well. He clenches his fist in frustration, cursing his foolish and near-fatal mistake. Overwhelmed by self-loathing, he grips his hair as his stress resistance levels up. His eyes are wide with the horror of his mistake and the trauma he endured. He falls back, completely spent, his body finally giving out from the strain. Momo pads over and begins to gently lick his face, offering simple, quiet comfort. He reaches up and pats Momo's head, acknowledging that his companion is tired too. A new sense of purpose takes over as he decides to secure their temporary shelter. He drags furniture across the room, creating a makeshift barricade against the door. With the barricade in place, he tells his faithful companion that it's time to rest. They curl up together on the hard floor, finding warmth and security in each other. As the rain continues to fall on the broken city, the first day comes to an end. The next morning, Momo's tongue gently licks his cheek, waking him from his slumber. He stirs, his eyes fluttering open as he is roused from his troubled sleep. Momo greets him with a happy bark, wishing him a good morning. He sits up amidst their barricade, the monster attack now feeling like a bad dream. Surveying their meager supplies of food and water, he addresses his companion. He announces that from this day forward, they will actively hunt monsters. Momo tilts his head, a questioning look in his eyes at this new directive. He explains that to survive, they must level up, but safety will be their first priority. He tells Momo that if they die, it's all for nothing, so they must be careful. He looks his dog in the eye, asking to borrow his strength so they can survive together. Momo responds with a single, bright, enthusiastic bark, accepting the solemn pact. He smiles, petting Momo and thanking him for his unwavering loyalty. Deciding to take stock of his growth, he prepares to check his current status. A holographic screen appears, detailing his impressive stats and skills at level 5. He notes with satisfaction how much his skills have leveled up after the ordeal. The new flee and defensive instinct skills are just as he had expected. He wonders if it's possible for him to gain new skills without spending points. Concluding that speed is crucial, he spends his last points on HP auto recovery. A sound from the doorway makes him turn, a curious expression on his face. Momo's paw seems to flex with a newfound sense of power and confidence. The dog sits upright, its tail wagging furiously with an air of immense pride. Momo puffs out his chest, looking incredibly triumphant and accomplished. The young man stares at his dog, completely baffled by this strange, proud display. Asks his dog Momo if something is on its mind, and the dog barks in response. He leans in close, a wild thought striking him as he asks if Momo acquired a skill. In response, the dog simply runs in excited circles around his legs. Momo then leaps playfully into the air, offering no clear answer to his question. With a proud bark, the dog looks at its master, who wonders what it all means. He crouches down, a fond look on his face as he apologizes for not understanding. A vertical transition panel moves the scene forward. With a determined expression, the young man announces that it's time to head out. Gazing at the ruined cityscape, he wonders if the terrifying High Orc is still nearby. He resolves to level up quickly, deciding to travel away from the shopping mall. A narrow panel reinforces his thought that safety must always be his first priority. He and Momo cautiously venture back out into the desolate, overgrown streets. They are confronted by a gruesome scene, the ground littered with mutilated human bodies. He grimly wonders what the government is doing, wishing he had access to news. Momo barks, suddenly alerting him to a nearby presence. He spots a lone goblin feasting on a corpse, identifying it as a target. With a determined look, he declares that it's time for them to hunt. After the kill, he examines a glowing crystal, but is frustrated that his level hasn't increased. His attention is suddenly drawn to a tattered SOS banner on a nearby building. He notices many such banners, realizing more survivors than he thought are holed up. He considers that those who actively hunt monsters are, in a way, becoming monstrous themselves. He thinks about how choosing a useless loser job would be a critical mistake. With a grim look, he vows to himself that he will never choose a joke job. A close-up on a monstrous, fanged maw symbolizes the ever-present threat. A system notification suddenly appears announcing he has leveled up from 5 to 6. He decides to immediately spend 10 job points to max out his spy job. The system screen confirms that the job has reached its level cap. A new window materializes, revealing that advanced and derived jobs are now unlocked. His eyes widen as he realizes a new stage of possibility has just opened up. The exterior of an abandoned house serves as their new temporary base. Inside, he sits on a sofa, deciding to check his status and plan his next move. The system prompts him to choose an advanced job, and he feels the pressure of the decision. He closes his eyes, deep in thought, as he weighs his various options. He wishes he had an appraisal skill to help him understand the choices before him. A list of available first jobs appears on the screen, offering even more possibilities. His eye reflects the screen as he focuses on finding the best combination for survival. He sits in deep concentration, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin. He rubs his temples, the weight of the critical decision clearly stressing him. His expression hardens as he finally makes his choice with unwavering resolve. A notification confirms his spy job has become assassin, granting him new skills. Another message announces his first job is now hunter, with its own set of abilities. He then decides to allocate his remaining skill points to further improve his build. He proudly reviews his new, fully updated status screen, taking in his progress. The screen highlights the massive game-changing boost to his agility and dexterity stats. He wonders if his new appraisal skill can be used to analyze itself. Testing his new silent movement skill, he finds his footsteps are now completely gone. He rests his head, thinking about the potential of his new clairvoyance skill. Momo seems to communicate that his enemy's sense works within a 10-meter radius. He looks at his status, marveling at his incredible and frightening rate of growth. He cheerfully offers Momo lunch, materializing a bag of dog food from his inventory. He suggests they have a strategy meeting while they eat their meal. A massive gnarled tree is shown growing in the middle of the ruined city. With a renewed sense of purpose, he and Momo set out into the world once more. He spots a Coop supermarket in the distance, a potential source of supplies. As they approach, both his enemy sense and danger sense skills activate. His eye widens in alarm as he realizes that monsters are inside the store. He activates his clairvoyance skill, his vision piercing through the building's facade. He spots a group of at least 4 small, pale goblins milling about the aisles. He squints, his sharp eyes noticing something else among them. A larger, more imposing silhouette stands with the smaller goblins. A close-up reveals a menacing hobgoblin, a superior and more intelligent goblin variant. Hiding behind a wall, he notes his danger sense reaction is weaker than before. He recalls the overwhelming, paralyzing terror he felt when facing the high orc. He asks Momo if it will come with him, and the dog barks in agreement. With grim determination, he prepares to use his enemy sense skill for a detailed scan. 2 cars suddenly pull up and park directly in front of the supermarket. A bird's-eye view from his skill shows the layout of the ransacked store. His skill identifies 1 goblin standing guard near the checkout counters. He spots 2 more goblins preoccupied with something in the meat section. The main group of 4 goblins and the hobgoblin are gathered in the produce corner. He calculates a total of 8 enemies, the most he has ever faced at once. He knows he must overcome this challenge to continue leveling up and growing stronger. He believes their close and mid-range combo should be enough to secure a victory. He picks up a few small stones, planning to create a diversion to get inside. He instructs his faithful companion Momo to enter his shadow according to their plan. Momo dives towards his master's feet, its form beginning to distort. The small dog dissolves completely into his master's shadow on the pavement. This is Momo's new skill, the ability to hide within another person's shadow. A flashback shows his surprise when Momo first used the ability after lunch. He recalls learning that they can hear each other's voices while in the shadow. He confirms that he can hear Momo's barks coming from within his shadow. A diagram explains that Momo can also emerge from the shadow of another person. Crouching low, Cast uses his new assassin skills to approach the entrance. He feels a strange sensation, a prickle on his skin as if he's being watched. He dismisses the feeling, as his enemy sense skill doesn't react to any threat. He throws a stone, shattering the large glass window at the front of the store. A goblin inside lets out a startled, guttural cry of alarm. Without hesitation, Cast dives headfirst through the broken window. He lands inside the supermarket, confirming that his infiltration was successful. He moves with practiced stealth between the aisles, heading for his first target. 2 goblins in the meat section are completely engrossed in their gruesome meal. From his hiding spot behind a shelf, he and Momo observe their unsuspecting targets. Momo makes a small, inquisitive sound, which is just enough to alert the goblins. One of the goblins whips its head around, its face a mask of surprise. Before it can fully react, its companion's head erupts in a visceral shower of gore. Cass stands calmly as a system notification confirms he has acquired experience points. He moves to a new hiding spot, ready to take on his next target. He cautiously peeks out from behind a refrigerated display case. He sees the hobgoblin leader and its minions still gathered in the produce section. He notes with satisfaction that the group still hasn't noticed the commotion. Given a chance to act alone, a goblin creeps through a ransacked supermarket aisle. It walks stealthily past the shelves, unaware of the shadowy figure following close behind. Suddenly, Kudo's hand smashes into the goblin's face with brutal, explosive force. He acquires experience points, satisfied that only 4 goblins and a hobgoblin remain. A grating sound erupts as a goblin outside scratches at the window, alerting others. Kudo looks on in alarm from his hiding spot, realizing he has been discovered. The goblin at the window snarls, its attention fixed on the store's dark interior. More goblins appear, questioning if their kin are still waiting for them outside. The goblin at the window points, signaling the intruder's location to those inside. The other goblins outside react, wondering if the figure inside is not one of them. The powerful hobgoblin leader's blank eyes narrow with dawning, malevolent understanding. He rises from his perch on a freezer, the lesser goblins looking on nervously. The hobgoblin's muscular form tenses as it prepares to take action. It walks forward with purpose, its presence radiating authority and menace. He looks towards the window, acknowledging the goblins that have gathered outside. His jaw opens wide and he unleashes a deafening, reality-warping roar. Kudo flinches from the sonic assault, recognizing the hobgoblin's call skill. He recalls a high orc's roar, noting this is a command, not just a shout. The goblins outside stand at attention, awaiting orders from their powerful leader. Kudo sees the goblins have stopped moving, creating a momentary crucial lull. He realizes this is his chance and points forward, commanding his dog, Momo, to act. Kudo activates his item box skill, his hands sweeping out in a wide gesture. With a command to store, All the goods on the shelves are lifted into the air. The items swirl around him and Momo before vanishing completely into his inventory. The goblins are stunned, their simple minds unable to comprehend the bizarre sight. Kudo stands in the now bare aisle, remarking on the unexpected outcome of his skill. A goblin watches bewildered as Kudo prepares his next move while they are distracted. With a determined look, Kudo's hands glow with digital energy, ready to strike. He roars a command to use the shelves to cut them off, sending the massive units flying. The hobgoblin looks up in terror as the very structure of the store turns against it. Kudo tells Momo to handle the goblins at the entrance, entrusting them to his companion. He clenches his fist, determined to press his advantage while he has the chance. With a mental count of 1, he sends a shelf crashing down upon a goblin. He counts 2 and 3 as 2 more are crushed by the flying metal barricades. The hobgoblin leader roars in fury, now completely trapped between 2 massive shelves. Kudo faces the immobilized hobgoblin, whose face is a mask of pure rage. He prepares to throw a small, translucent sphere at the trapped monster. The hobgoblin watches the projectile approach, unable to dodge the attack. The sphere bursts on its face, splashing a viscous red liquid into its eyes. The creature flinches violently, a pained grunt escaping its lips from the impact. It claws at its face, letting out a guttural, agonized scream of pain. Blinded and disoriented, the hobgoblin stumbles wildly within its metal prison. Kudo reveals his secret weapon, a water balloon filled with Tabasco sauce. A flashback shows him preparing the concoction during a strategy session with Momo. The hobgoblin tries to wipe the burning liquid from its eyes, its movements frantic. Kudo states coolly that he has no intention of holding back his attacks. He recalls seeing this tactic in a story, noting it's for more than just flavor. In its blind panic, the creature crashes headfirst into a heavy vending machine. The massive weight of the machine topples over with a deafening final crash. The hobgoblin lets out a final agonized cry as it is completely crushed. A huge splash of black blood erupts from under the machine, confirming the kill. Kudo then turns his attention to the last remaining shocked goblin. The final goblin stares in rage, its leader slain before its very eyes. Before it can react, its head explodes in a gruesome burst of black fluid. Kudo stands over the last corpse, remarking that he needs to do this one more time. He praises Momo for a job well done, his loyal companion at his side. Kudo confirms that the goblin at the entrance has been successfully defeated. He stands amidst the wreckage, the brutal battle finally concluded. He finishes off the last goblin with an unseen, explosive attack from a distance. A notification confirms he has acquired experience and leveled up from 6 to 7. A triumphant, almost manic grin spreads across his face, pleased with his victory. He scoops Momo into a celebratory hug, joyfully declaring that it's their win. A distant voice whispers in awe at his ability to defeat so many enemies. From a rooftop, a girl with a sniper rifle realizes the boy must have noticed her. She understands with a start that there are others besides her in this fight. She concludes that there are people actively hunting monsters, just like her. A new chapter begins outside a QOOP supermarket. Kudo Cast slumps against a wall, panting that he is utterly exhausted from the fight. His dog Momo gives him a comforting lick on the cheek, startling him from his stupor. He pulls Momo close, nuzzling the dog and marveling at its incredible fluffiness. He buries his face in Momo's soft fur, sighing that this is so healing. He sets the dog down, a little abashed by his own display of affection. He admits to himself that he just can't stop himself when it comes to fluffy things. He gazes at the wreckage, acknowledging the fight was a good experience with room for improvement. He reflects on their recent battle against a serpentine monster and a large boss. He learned that everyday items like Tabasco in his item box are effective weapons. He decides he needs to visit a home center and drugstore for more supplies. He clenches his hands, identifying the most pressing issue he faces, himself. A diagram illustrates the jarring disconnect between his enhanced body and his mind. He knows he managed to scrape by this time, but must correct this fatal flaw. With grim resolve, he vows to never become conceited or let his guard down. He accesses his status menu, revealing he has 20 SP and 10 JP to allocate. He decides to invest his points in his assassin and hunter jobs and his item box skill. He proudly reviews his updated status screen, keeping 3 SP in reserve for preservation. He decides to give all the magic stones he has collected to Momo. He plans to store everything useful from the building in his item box. Patting Momo's head, he decides it's time for them to move on. He instructs Momo to hide in his shadow for safety as they prepare to depart. He walks through the empty streets, spotting a building with an SOS sign. He plans to hunt monsters while gathering supplies, which is why he upgraded his item box. A rhythmic chopping sound echoes through the air, drawing his attention. He looks up, a puzzled expression on his face as the sound grows louder. His eyes widen in disbelief as he thinks it can't be what it sounds like. He spots a propeller plane soaring through the sky above him. The small aircraft banks, its engine thrumming through the quiet city. Another more modern aircraft appears, a military helicopter. He recognizes the markings on the helicopter, identifying it as the JSDF. He looks up, wondering where on earth the helicopter could be going. The helicopter flies steadily across the sky, its destination unknown. It hovers over the skeletal remains of a large shopping mall in the distance. A young man looks up in alarm, recognizing the location as a shopping mall parking lot. He watches a helicopter fly over the ruined mall, debating whether to seek help. His danger sense warns him away, reminding him that a formidable high orc is there. The young man wrestles with his decision, wondering if he should risk approaching them. He considers that the Japan Self-Defense Force is a top-level unit, better armed than him. He concludes that the professional soldiers are undoubtedly stronger than he is right now. Frustrated and uncertain, he scratches his head, unable to come to a clear decision. He decides that for now, he will just watch the situation unfold from a distance. His clairvoyance skill will allow him to observe everything from a safe vantage point. He spots a tall apartment building nearby, identifying it as a perfect observation post. From that building, he feels no sense of danger, confirming it as a safe spot. He tells his companion, Momo, to hide in his shadow as they move. They make their way toward the chosen building, passing overgrown and ruined structures. The young man walks through a narrow alley, his gaze fixed on his destination. Suddenly, his senses flare, and he looks up, startled by an unseen presence. Crouching low, he detects multiple people nearby, confirming he is not alone. A group of civilians runs past, shouting that the JSDF is here to rescue them. In a panicked rush, they urge each other on, one man yelling to forget worldly possessions. He watches them go, realizing they are the people who were holed up nearby. A man frantically tells a woman to hurry as they flee towards the perceived safety. The young man watches them, thinking he understands their desperate feelings all too well. He approaches the apartment building, noting that his senses detect few people inside. He quickly ascends the building's emergency staircase, his footsteps echoing in the silence. Reaching the top floor, he finds the doorknob to the roof is surprisingly unlocked. He continues up the last flight of stairs, his steps echoing in the stairwell. He pushes the door open, wondering why it's unlocked when it should be off limits. Stepping out onto the empty rooftop, he sees no one is there. He reassures himself that it's safe and that no one is present. He tells his companion Momo that it's now safe to emerge from his shadow. He and Momo stand at the railing, looking out over the desolate cityscape below. The helicopter is now landing in the shopping mall's ruined parking lot. From the side of the aircraft, a squad of soldiers disembarks with purpose. He counts 5 soldiers in total, all clad in full combat gear. He feels a sense of respect for them, continuing their duty in this broken world. The squad moves out in formation, looking strong and capable amidst the wreckage. He notes that their greatest advantage is their weaponry, the tools of civilization. He muses that they can gain experience from kills with guns or even vehicles. He wonders if they also possess levels and skills like he does. Suddenly, his dog, Momo, lets out a sharp, urgent bark, sensing danger. Startled by the warning, the young man snaps his attention back to the soldiers. The squad continues their advance, moving cautiously through the rubble. A massive, muscular orc lurches into view, its movements heavy and menacing. The creature itself seems surprised, wondering if the soldiers noticed its approach. Its glowing eye widens slightly as it registers the new threat before it. The soldiers stand their ground, a disciplined unit facing the monstrous creature. Before the orc can react, the soldiers unleash a deafening, coordinated volley of gunfire. The creature's body is torn apart in a visceral display of overwhelming firepower. The orc collapses to the ground, its form defeated amidst the urban decay. Its body dissolves into particles, leaving only a glowing magic stone behind. He clenches his fist, realizing with grim certainty that guns are a cheat. 2 more orcs appear in the distance, their forms hulking and threatening. They are dispatched with the same brutal efficiency by unseen snipers. The soldiers stand over the dissipating forms of their defeated foes. He watches, deducing the soldiers had already set up a sniping position. He concludes that they must possess skills that enhance their tactical coordination. He wonders if they have sensory skills similar to his own. He analyzes their strategy. Overwhelming firepower combined with skill-based support. A confident smile spreads across his face as he thinks they can handle this. Suddenly, a new earth-shaking roar tears through the air, far more powerful than before. He recoils from the sonic assault, his dog cowering in terror beside him. The intense sound wave continues to wash over them, a physical force of intimidation. He winces in pain from the overwhelming sound, his body tense. Kneeling, he comforts his whimpering dog, thanking it for its courage. His expression hardens with dawning horror as he identifies the cry of a high orc. He whips his head around in alarm, looking for the JSDF squad. He sees the soldiers on the opposite rooftop, seemingly all accounted for. The squad leader shouts frantically, unable to hear his men over the roar. The leader desperately tries to locate the high orc, his search proving fruitless. Suddenly, the military helicopter on the street below is violently ripped apart from beneath. The aircraft explodes upwards in a catastrophic shower of shrapnel and twisted wreckage. The young man can only stare in pure, unadulterated shock at the sudden destruction. A powerful figure emerges from the dust and debris of the obliterated helicopter. The creature's glowing white eye narrows with cold, malevolent intelligence. A massive high orc stands revealed, casually holding the body of a lesser orc. He stares in disbelief, wondering at the impossible leg strength required for such a feat. The high orc's face is a mask of contemptuous power as it surveys the scene. With a flick of its wrist, it hurls the dead orc's body through the air. A soldier is struck with bone-shattering force, the wall behind him cracking from the impact. The soldier slumps to the ground, a crumpled heap against the shattered concrete. The remaining soldiers raise their weapons in a desperate, last-ditch defense. The high orc crosses its arms, bracing for their attack with casual indifference. A hail of bullets erupts, sparking and ricocheting harmlessly off its tough hide. The beast charges forward, its movements a blur of unstoppable muscle and rage. With a cruel grin, it swings its massive cleaver-like blade, ready to slaughter. The blade slashes through a soldier, who questions if this is all a lie. The squad leader screams in despair as his men are cut down with brutal efficiency. The high orc stands over the last of the soldiers, its weapon dripping with blood. The final soldier's face is frozen in a rictus of pure terror as he dies. The monster's blade smashes through his helmet, silencing him forever. The entire squad has been completely and utterly annihilated by the single beast. The high orc stands amidst the carnage, its power absolute and terrifying. The scene triggers a painful memory of a past slaughter he barely survived. The young man watches, his mind reeling from the sight of the massacre. He clutches his head in despair, realizing how bad the situation truly is. He reasons that if skill users were defeated, even stronger monsters must exist elsewhere. A grim realization dawns. He had hoped someone else would solve this problem. He slaps his cheeks, telling himself to get a grip. He must rely on himself. He turns to his loyal companion, his decision made. He vows to get stronger, much stronger, as his dog barks in agreement. For now, he decides they will head to the home center in the opposite direction. With a loud slam, the rooftop door swings shut, leaving only the sound of the wind. A young woman with short blonde hair watches it close, sighing that he has already gone. She peeks cautiously over the ledge, her figure a small silhouette against the sky. Holding her rifle, she wonders if he might have noticed her watching him from afar. She briefly considers that she should have been the one to initiate contact with him. Ultimately, she dismisses the idea, sighing that it's just too difficult to talk to strangers. The scene shifts to a different part of the ruined city, near a large commercial building. Outside a Fomac home center, several cars sit abandoned in the empty parking lot. A young man with spiky brown hair, Kudo Kazuto, observes the area with a serious expression. A group of delinquents aggressively blocks a crowd of refugees, claiming the building is theirs. The leader points callously at the refugees, telling them to go die if monsters show up. Kudo sighs in exasperation, having stumbled upon yet another group of troublesome people. Crouching behind a car, he assesses the situation, counting a total of 12 refugees. He identifies the 5 aggressive students as delinquents based on their hostile demeanor. His senses flare, alerting him to the presence of even more people hiding inside. He activates his eavesdropping skill to get a clearer understanding of the standoff. A heated argument erupts between the two groups over who has the right to the shelter. Kudo's eyes narrow as he watches the chaotic scene, wondering what will happen next. One of the delinquents alerts his leader that a boy named Nishino is approaching them. A well-dressed young man and a confident blonde girl step forward to take charge. Kudo confirms with a nearby refugee that the well-dressed boy is indeed their leader, Nishino. The refugee confirms this, and Kudo turns his attention back to the unfolding events. Nishino addresses the crowd, stating he cannot accept them, but then offers a condition. He stands before the refugees, explaining that their entry comes with a specific price. Hidden from view, Kudo sarcastically guesses the condition is something shallow, like only accepting cute girls. A title card shows Kudo and his dog Momo with a status screen detailing his skills. The crowd reacts with utter shock and disbelief to Nishino's unexpected proposal. Nishino's eyes glint as he states his condition. They must kill at least one monster. A man points at a girl with a weapon, dismissing the idea of fighting as impossible. Kudo steps forward, holding a large knife, ready to explain the New World's rules. He states that if they want mutual aid, they must offer their combat power as compensation. Hidden again, Kudo notes that the student's proposal is surprisingly logical for the situation. The crowd rejects his logic, screaming that this isn't a game with levels and skills. Kudo crouches, thinking to himself that they are the ones who are truly blind to reality. A man in a business suit prostrates himself before Nishino's group, begging them for help. The rest of the refugees follow his lead, crying and pleading to be saved. Kudo watches with disdain, finding their complete reliance on others to be a major hassle. He decides he wants nothing to do with people who just cry for help. Turning his back on the scene, he walks away, wondering if he can just abandon them. Later, he and his dog Momo spot a pharmacy sign, and a new plan begins to form. He recalls seeing the students carrying supplies, confirming his suspicions about their situation. He deduces that they don't possess an item box skill, seeing a golden opportunity. He enters a store, its shelves fully stocked with various goods and supplies. His item box skill has reached level 9, and he decides it's time to test it. He activates the skill, and the products on the shelves are overlaid with a digital grid. The strange ethereal light spreads rapidly across all the items in the aisle. His dog Momo watches in awe, as bags of dog food are also targeted by the light. With a triumphant grin, Kudo exclaims that this must be the new feature he unlocked. In an instant, every single item is sucked into his inventory, leaving the shelves bare. He marvels at the incredible new power, deciding to loot other nearby stores as well. He and Momo walk out of the now empty store to continue their supply run. They move to a convenience store, and he activates his powerful skill once again. Even a wholesale supply store is stripped of its inventory in a flash of light. They walk through the now barren commercial district, having taken everything of value. Kudo leans back, smugly wondering if he's a god for having such limitless storage. His thoughts return to the home center, wondering what became of the group there. He returns to the FOMAC building, observing it from a safe distance. He sees Nishino's group standing outside, confirming his suspicion about their presence. He crouches behind a car, preparing to spy on them and gather information. His senses flare as he confirms that the refugees have been accepted inside the building. His eyes narrow, he tells himself that their fate is none of his business. However, he knows they now have supplies and information that he needs to acquire. He and Momo circle to the back of the building, planning to infiltrate through a window. Using his concealment skill, his shadowy form easily pries open a back window. The shadowy tendrils of his skill work the lock with an almost silent efficiency. With a soft click, the window latches open from the outside, granting him access. He gives Momo a boost inside, thanking the dog for its help in their infiltration. He follows his companion, slipping silently into the dark and quiet building. Inside a storage room, he senses that someone was just here moments ago. He follows the lingering presence down a hallway towards a door marked rest area. He hears footsteps approaching, and his ears twitch, alerting him to their presence. He activates his presence concealment skill, melting into the shadows by some boxes. Nishino, the student leader, walks past his hiding spot without noticing him. Kudo decides to gather intelligence before looting and prepares to listen in on their conversation. Inside, a student with glasses nervously asks Nishino if letting the refugees in was a good idea. The bespectacled student explains his concern, but a spiky-haired student looks on grimly. Nishino states that they are short on manpower and asks if the others trusted his claims. He explains his strategy. If the refugees level up, exploring for food will be easier. The spiky-haired student asks if Kudo will really listen, reminding Nishino of his skill. Nishino's eyes narrow as he states that, at worst, Kudo is a discarded pawn. Kudo, listening, realizes they twisted his words about using monsters as a diversion to escape. Nishino wonders aloud what kind of confidence Kudo has, and what kind of skills he possesses. The door bursts open as a student rushes in, shouting that something terrible has happened. Nishino asks if a powerful monster appeared, but the messenger shakes his head out of breath. Kudo, still eavesdropping, also wonders if a high orc has shown up in the area. The student cries out that the drugstore is empty and all the supplies are gone. Kudo breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing with a guilty smile that he is the culprit. The messenger confirms he checked multiple times. Kudo knows he got carried away and went too far. Nishino demands to know how much food is left. The student estimates maybe 3 days' worth. Nishino grimly concludes that with the new refugees, they likely have less than a day's worth. He orders the news be kept secret to prevent panic, and the messenger agrees. Nishino clutches his head, realizing it's impossible for so many supplies to vanish normally. The spiky-haired student agrees, deducing that the culprit must have a high-level carrying skill. Kudo listens as they speculate about item box or transference magic, confirming they are correct. The spiky-haired student asks if they should search for the person responsible for the theft. Nishino theorizes that the culprit deliberately hoarded the supplies, knowing their value would rise. He concludes that the culprit plans to use the supplies as leverage in future negotiations. The bespectacled student is horrified, having never considered such a ruthless and calculated motive. Nishino decides they must secure more food, and the spiky-haired student agrees it's their only choice. Hidden from view, Kazuto listens to the student's plan to move at dawn. After their discussion, the other students exit the storeroom, their footsteps fading. Kazuto is left completely alone in the dark, silent room. He reaches a hand out, his mind racing with the implications of what he's heard. With a sigh, he laments how completely and utterly misunderstood he has become. He walks dejectedly through the ruined streets, his shoulders slumped in resignation. A derelict but intact house serves as his new, temporary shelter for the night. Inside, he sits at a table while his loyal dog, Momo, eats from a bowl. Suddenly, a sharp, prickling sensation alerts him to a new presence. His enhanced senses confirm his suspicion. He can feel the aura of monsters nearby. A mental map shows 4 hostile signatures converging on the Fomac home center. From a high vantage point, he looks out over the desolate cityscape. A monstrous, shadowy silhouette overlooks the home center, its target clear. A pack of 4 sleek, jet-black wolves bounds through the empty streets. He recognizes them as a lesser variant of the shadow wolf he fought before. His companion, Momo, lets out a low, aggressive growl, sensing the threat. A brief flash shows a student looking up in terror, unaware of the danger. Kneeling down, he asks his agitated dog what's wrong, his voice full of concern. Momo throws her head back, shaking violently as if in great distress. A sudden dawning realization strikes Kazuto as he processes the dog's behavior. He wonders if his own focus on the monsters could be upsetting Momo. The dog looks up at him with wide, sad eyes, letting out a pathetic whimper. He asks why she only became agitated after he had spotted the wolves. He gently reassures her, explaining he was only assessing the monsters as a threat. Calmed by his touch, Momo closes her eyes, her tension melting away. Kazuto stands, his thoughts returning to the grim reality of their situation. The wolf's keen sense of smell is shown, a power that negates stealth. He knows this matchup is the worst possible for his skill set. He considers using the student's battle as a diversion to escape. He tries to gauge the student's levels to understand his own position. He thinks a cooperative relationship with them might be possible. The students below spot the wolves, shouting warnings to each other. A monstrous wolf lunges at a terrified blonde girl, its claws extended. A boy with a pipe screams, his face a mask of defiant rage. He yells at the beast to get away from his friend. Kazuto observes their clumsy, untrained fighting style from his hiding spot. A girl clutches her bleeding arm, crying out in pain from her wound. Reinforcements arrive as a new group of students rushes to the scene. The leader orders first aid for the injured while the others form a defense. Galvanized by their leader, the students rally, their resolve hardening. The 2 remaining wolves watch the students, letting out low growls. One of the wolves snarls, preparing to unleash a powerful ability. It rears its head back, its maw opening wide. The beast lets out a deafening, reality-warping howl that fills the air. The sound wave echoes through the night, a powerful summons. The students are stunned, wondering what the howl is meant to do. The howl seems to focus its energy on the Fomac home center. Their leader realizes with dawning horror that it's calling for reinforcements. A pair of bare, lifeless feet dangle ominously from above. A horde of zombies and spear-wielding goblins emerges from the shadows. The students stare in despair as the monstrous army assembles before them. Kazuto realizes the howl summons all nearby monsters, not just wolves. He worries that his own presence may have inadvertently attracted them. The wolves turn, having detected him despite his stealth skills. They creep forward, surrounding him and Momo in the narrow alleyway. He laments that this is the worst possible matchup, nullifying his skills. He realizes the wolves were summoned by the students, not by him. He knows their keen sense of smell makes any attempt at escape futile. His demeanor shifts to one of confidence. He declares it's time to hunt. The four lesser wolves close in, trapping him and Momo completely. He surveys the scene, seeing they are perfectly surrounded for his plan. A smirk touches his lips as he notes they are all within his effective range. He unleashes his item box, summoning a chaotic barrage of heavy appliances. The objects crash down with immense force, crushing the wolves beneath them. A notification confirms his level up. He notes their low durability. He sees one wolf manage to escape and calls out to Momo. The survivor dissolves into shadow, letting out one final desperate howl. The howl's energy seems to travel upwards, a final act of defiance. Kazuto stands victorious, a notification confirming his experience gain. He clenches his fist, watching the motes of light from the defeated wolves dissipate. Momo begins barking frantically, a continuous and urgent alarm. Kazuto turns, alarmed by his dog's persistent and unusual warning. His mental map reveals over 20 monsters are now converging on them. He points towards the home center, deciding to use the students as a diversion. He apologizes to the students, wishing them luck as he prepares to flee. He pauses, glancing back at the students' desperate battle. He is surprised to see them holding their own, with refugees joining the fight. The student leader's hand glows with the light of a powerful skill. He wonders if the students possess some kind of support magic. His attention is drawn to a sudden shift in the battle. A blonde girl with a long ponytail leaps high into the air. She brings a massive cleaver down, slicing a wolf clean in two. Her eyes are cold and focused, the gaze of a seasoned killer. She stands amidst the carnage, casually twirling a salt shaker. The strange, fluid motion is part of her unique combat style. She darts forward, a blur of motion, to cut down another enemy. Kazuto is amazed, realizing she has a skill that boosts her power. Deciding this is no time for observation, he prepares to leave. His eye widens in sudden abject terror as a new threat appears. His danger sense and hostility sense skills flare up simultaneously. A powerful, ominous howl echoes through the night, filled with malice. A massive wolf is silhouetted against the stark full moon. He recognizes it as a much larger, more powerful variant of the others. There is no doubt in his mind, it is a true shadow wolf. The formidable beast leaps from the rooftop with terrifying grace. It lands in the alley with a heavy, menacing thud. He realizes it's the very monster he ran over and killed before. The wolf's cold gaze promises that escape is impossible this time. He accesses his status screen, deciding to spend 10 of his skill points. His finger presses YES, confirming the upgrade to his item box skill. A determined smile graces the young man's face as his item box skill reaches level 10. In a desolate alley, a monstrous black wolf crouches low, its body crackling with dark energy. From a fire escape, the young man warns his dog, Momo, that the creature is coming. With intense concentration, he bellows the name of his ability, Item Box. A heavy wooden chest of drawers materializes in the air, plummeting towards the wolf. Dark, shadowy tendrils erupt from the beast, lashing out to intercept the falling furniture. With a deafening crash, the dresser smashes into the ground, shattering the pavement below. The wolf's face is seen amidst the wreckage, seemingly defeated under the heavy object. In a sudden blur of motion, the unharmed wolf explodes from the debris and lunges. The beast lands gracefully, its speed and power on a completely different level. His mind races, marveling at the creature's incredible speed and fluid, spring-like movements. He cries out in effort, desperately dodging the wolf's relentless, shadowy attacks. His loyal dog Momo barks, standing firm beside him amidst the chaos. The wolf lashes out with claws of pure shadow, aiming for the young man. Bizarrely, another shadow intercepts the attack, the two forces canceling each other out. The wolf howls as the stalemate between the shadowy forces creates a crucial opening. The young man expresses his utter disbelief at this strange turn of events. A glint of opportunity flashes in his eye as he realizes this is his chance. Several massive shipping containers materialize in the sky, poised to crush the wolf. He declares with certainty that this overwhelming attack will surely finish the creature. The wolf's eyes narrow with intense focus, preparing to counter the new threat. It digs its powerful claws deep into the asphalt, bracing for the coming impact. A storm of black tendrils erupts from its body, catching the containers in midair. The young man's face is a mask of pure shock as his signature strategy is defeated. He mentally scoffs at the wolf, questioning its ability to support hundreds of kilos. He and Momo stand amidst the wreckage, their primary attack method now broken. His expression turns grim as he acknowledges the wolf is far stronger than he anticipated. Recalling a previous battle, he believes there is still a chance to win. He knows the main problem is how to land an attack on the agile beast. His senses suddenly flare, alerting him to a new approaching danger. A whole pack of shadow wolves emerges from the alleys, their eyes glowing menacingly. He points defiantly, shouting at the wolves for coming after him and his companion. A mental map shows the wolves closing in on his position near the home center. The entire pack charges as one, a wave of darkness and bared fangs. He understands this is a fight for his life. He must go all out. A chaotic barrage of appliances rains down, crushing the lesser wolves in a surprise ambush. A system message confirms he has gained experience, having defeated the smaller wolves. He locks eyes with the alpha wolf, the last remaining and most powerful threat. His gaze shifts to a street lined with abandoned cars as a new plan forms. He yells for the wolf to follow, turning to lead it on a chase. As he and Momo sprint away, he begins absorbing the derelict cars into his inventory. His face is set with concentration as he thinks about his maxed-out item box skill. He resolves to show the wolf the true extent of his newly upgraded power. The shadow wolf is a blur of speed, easily keeping pace with them. The creature lets out a low, menacing growl, its fangs dripping with saliva. They skid to a halt in an open lot, turning to face their pursuer. With a furious roar, he tells the beast to take his attack. A classic Volkswagen Beetle materializes, which he calls his beloved, then corrects to junk car. The wolf looks up, its jaws snapping as it prepares to defend itself. He shouts that he is not finished yet, his true attack only just beginning. The wolf snaps uselessly at a bumper as a cascade of more cars appears. A torrent of junk cars rains down, burying the beast under tons of steel. He smiles, revealing he'd stored the cars while fleeing in a premeditated trap. The wolf lets out a muffled, struggling growl from beneath the wreckage. He explains that the wolf is unable to jump over the pile of cars. Momo looks on as he explains the critical weakness of the shadow skill. Surrounded and unable to gain speed, the wolf's shadow powers are neutralized. He notes that the wolf, unlike Momo, doesn't possess a shadow diving skill. He calls out to Momo, stating his analysis was correct. Momo barks triumphantly, standing proudly atop the wreckage of the trap. With a final deafening crunch, the pile of cars crushes the life from the wolf. His expression is cold as he addresses the defeated shadow wolf. He declares with finality that this is the creature's loss. Amidst the carnage, a system message confirms he has leveled up from 8 to 9. The digital effect of his item box ability fades as he sighs in relief. He looks on, still processing that he somehow managed to defeat the powerful beast. He and Momo collect the magic stones left behind by the defeated wolves. Crouching in an alley, he turns his attention toward the nearby home center. Inside, a group of students armed with makeshift weapons tries to bolster their courage. His eyes meet those of a girl with a ponytail, a moment of silent recognition. The girl's expression is one of steely resolve and shock. He is startled by the intense, unexpected connection. He reflects that even without a stealth skill, he feels completely unseen by the others. He peeks around a corner, thinking the students wouldn't have noticed him anyway. He brings his hand to his chin, thinking about the student Nishino. He decides not to call out to them, judging it would only cause more confusion. He tells Momo it's time to run, and they disappear down an alley. As they flee, a notification confirms he has gained more experience. Another message announces that Kudukast's level has increased to 10. Back in his home, he collapses on the sofa, relieved to have escaped and leveled up. Before sleeping, he decides to adjust his skills, noting his 53 SP and 30 JP. A system message announces his item box has reached its level cap. He looks at his holographic screen, a thoughtful smile on his face. His excitement builds as the item box additional items menu appears. The menu lists powerful new upgrades, including a preservation function. A wide, triumphant grin spreads across his face as he exclaims, "It's finally here." He thinks about how the preservation function will solve their food spoilage problem. He notes it costs 3 SP and decides on that, asking Momo about magic stones. He reviews his full status screen, now at level 10, with Momo at level 8. He stands confidently, noting the significant increase in his agility and dexterity. He notices Momo's level has also risen and is now close to level 10. He tells Momo it's time to sleep as the second day comes to an end. The next morning, bright sunlight streams through a broken window. He groans, waking on the floor as Momo greets him with a cheerful bark. A bright smile spreads across his face as he wishes Momo a good morning. As he pets the dog, he freezes, noticing something is different. He asks Momo if it has gotten a little bigger, but the dog just tilts its head. He holds the dog, wondering if the change is due to magic stones or leveling up. He earnestly tells his companion to let him know if it feels unwell at all. A view of their fortified house stands against the morning sky. With his Shiba Inu, Momo, at his side, Kazuto says he knows a good spot nearby. Peeking around a corner, he spots their destination and announces that he's found it. Before them lies a deserted construction site, complete with an excavator and piles of debris. Gazing at the heavy machinery, he thinks of the site as a treasure trove of weapons. His eyes land on a large, neatly bundled stack of steel pipes. Sensing no nearby monsters, he decides to quickly collect all the materials. He marvels that his level 10 item box can easily store such a vast amount. With their task complete, he asks Momo if they should head to the home center next. Suddenly, his attention is captured by an unexpected sight just ahead of them. A classic, ornate treasure chest materializes out of thin air with a soft chime. He and Momo stare at the sparkling chest, which he recognizes as a video game staple. Wondering if such things are real in this world, he immediately suspects a trap. His danger senses are silent, which he finds suspiciously unnatural and unsettling. As Momo cautiously approaches, the chest's lid flies open, revealing monstrous teeth. The creature, a mimic, lunges from its disguised form with a predatory leap. It attacks with a ferocious screech, its body a blur of monstrous motion. The mimic's true, grotesque form is fully revealed as it continues its assault. He calmly notes his senses only activated the moment the monster showed its true form. With a single, cold command, he simply orders the creature to vanish. The monster dissolves, leaving behind a tiny magic stone and a notification of experience gained. Deciding it's time to move on, he tells his faithful companion Momo to go. They walk along a deserted street, passing by a dark, overgrown drainage ditch. A sudden rustling sound from the weeds catches his attention, and he turns to look. Peering closer, he identifies a quivering, translucent slime, a classic fantasy monster. He and Momo crouch down, observing the creature as it seems to be eating grass. Noting his danger senses are silent, he points and tells Momo to hunt it. Momo's paw slams down, unleashing a shadowy tendril to attack the creature. The dark tendril whips around the slime's body, attempting to ensnare it. With a soft squish, the slime easily pops out of the shadow's grasp, unharmed. It lands back in the grass, quivering peacefully as if nothing had happened. He expresses his shock that Momo's shadow attack was completely ineffective. Seeing Momo's frustration, he calmly places a hand on the dog's head, telling it to settle down. Reasoning the slime is slow, he summons a refrigerator from his item box to crush it. The massive appliance slams down onto the grass with a deafening, impactful crash. To his utter disbelief, the slime simply squishes out from under the immense weight. He grits his teeth in frustration, realizing his usual ironclad tactics have failed. A direct stab with his knife also proves useless, passing harmlessly through the slime's body. He wonders if this slime is truly invincible, before a new idea strikes him. From his item box, he summons a bottle of lighter fluid and a box of matches. He throws the lit match, and the doused slime erupts in a ball of fire. The creature melts away under the intense heat, its form dissolving into nothing. It vanishes completely, leaving behind a magic stone and an experience notification. He concludes that the slime's weakness must be fire, a useful piece of information. This makes him wonder if the powerful high orc he once saw also has a weakness. He sighs, thinking that the orc probably doesn't have such a convenient flaw. The scene shifts to a school building, focusing on a door marked rest area. From within, a voice orders two students to split up and search for food. A spiky-haired student leader briefs his group, planning their next move for survival. He tells the remaining members to defend, while others help the new recruits level up. The students depart with a flurry of footsteps, leaving the leader and a girl alone. He tells the girl, Rika, that they must also go and raise their own levels. She expresses hesitation, saying that while she understands his point, she is still afraid. Rika confesses that she still can't bring herself to kill monsters, finding it impossible. A sinister thought about making a kill look like an accident surfaces in the conversation. The leader furiously shouts Rika's name, cutting off her dark suggestion. She apologizes, and he sternly tells her to forget what she just said and never mention it again. He warns her that if others found out, a certain dangerous individual would cross a line. Rika, looking subdued and understanding, quietly agrees to keep her fear a secret. Outside of Fomak Home Center, a voice confirms their understanding of a plan. Kazuto crouches behind a car, observing the heavily fortified building. Two student lookouts on the roof note that there seem to be fewer monsters than yesterday. One of the lookouts suggests they should try to get a closer look at the area. Kazuto considers his options, needing to get supplies from the store, but knowing it's guarded. He knows they'll be on high alert after yesterday and decides to use one of his skills. A thought strikes him, and he decides on a plan of action to gather intelligence. He stealthily approaches the building, heading for the sales floor to listen in. Pressing his ear against the concrete wall, he activates his eavesdropping skill. Inside, he hears a new survivor excitedly confirm that a status plate has appeared. A blonde student explains the importance of SP and JP for acquiring skills and jobs. He tells the group of new survivors they should each have 2 SP and 1 JP. The survivors wonder what skills and jobs they should choose from their available options. The blonde student deduces that their initial point distribution might be the same for everyone. Listening in, Kazuto is shocked, recalling his own starting points were SP10 and JP10. He decides to consult with a student named Nishino to make the best choices for survival. He realizes that until now he never had a point of comparison for his own abilities. He understands now how incredibly lucky he is to have his unique skills. He senses the presence of Nishino's group approaching his current hiding spot. Having gained valuable information, he decides to grab some supplies and leave. The camera pans up a derelict building under a cloudy, overcast sky. Walking away, he muses that his Hayajuku skill is a bigger cheat than he ever imagined. His attention is suddenly caught by movement in a nearby pile of garbage. He sees several small gelatinous slimes quivering amongst the trash bags. He notes that it's another slime, slowly dissolving the garbage it's on. He considers leaving it be, thinking it would be too much trouble to fight. However, something about one of the slimes makes him pause and look closer. He notices that while the other slimes are blue, one is a distinct red color. An idea strikes him, and he decides to run a quick experiment on the creature. He summons a piece of plastic trash from his item box to test a theory. Wondering if the slime will eat it, he decides to give it a try. The red slime's face is simple, with 2 vertical lines for eyes. He offers it a magic stone, which the slime readily accepts and begins to absorb. The creature envelops the stone with its gelatinous body, consuming it instantly. He is impressed, noting with interest that it ate the item he offered. He feels a strange connection, as if he's observing a large, hungry microorganism. The red slime jiggles happily after its unexpected meal, seemingly content. It suddenly whips around to face him, its abrupt movement startling him. A system message appears, asking if he will accept the red slime as a companion. He reacts with utter shock, questioning the bizarre and unexpected offer. He cries out in disbelief at the situation unfolding in the garbage-filled alley. The red slime quivers patiently, the system message hanging above it, awaiting his answer. A young man named Kudo stares in disbelief at a quivering red slime, questioning if he misheard its silent plea. Rubbing his chin, he wonders if monsters can truly become companions, seeing no practical benefit in the idea. His dog Momo looks on as Kudo reasons that the slow, weak slime would just be a liability in a fight. A system notification confirms that the application has been rejected, startling the small, dejected slime. The slime's form seems to deflate as it lets out a sad, defeated sound. Deciding to leave, Kudo tells Momo it's time to go, but the dog looks back with a hesitant bark. As they walk away from the building, Kudo suggests it's time for lunch and a much-needed rest. Elsewhere, a sniper with short blonde hair takes aim through the powerful scope of her rifle. A single, precise bullet strikes a grotesque goblin squarely in the head with brutal force. The projectile continues its deadly trajectory, piercing through a second goblin standing directly behind the first. Her rifle rests on its bipod, a silent testament to its deadly and efficient power. The 2 goblins fall as a third shrieks in terror, the powerful shot kicking up a cloud of dust at its feet. Through her scope, the sniper calmly observes the 2 fallen monsters on the street below. After acquiring experience points, she notes that the number of monsters in the area is becoming scarce. Gazing at a distant skyscraper, she concludes that it's probably time to find a new location. She reflects that staying in one place is becoming too conspicuous for her particular job and skills. A flicker of hope crosses her face as she considers finding a new building to use as a base. Her thoughts drift to the man and his incredibly cute dog she saw yesterday, wondering if they are still alive. She recalls that he didn't seem like the type of person who would die easily. The memory of the man and his charming dog brings a faint, warm smile to her face. Her eyes sparkle with a genuine, almost desperate desire to see the little dog again. She activates one of her skills, bringing up a holographic map to plan her next move. The map highlights a promising apartment building, which she decides is a good location. A detailed wireframe grid of the ruined city is displayed on her holographic map. She acknowledges that her new base will need to have both furniture and a good supply of food. With a determined expression, she shoulders her rifle and decides it's time to go. The heavy rooftop access door slams shut behind her as she departs on her new mission. Coincidentally, Kudo and Momo arrive at that very same derelict apartment building to scavenge. Inside a ransacked room, Kudo wonders if goblins have already looted the place, but decides to look for food anyway. He playfully teases his dog, Momo, by showing him a less appealing brand of dog food. Momo hangs his head in disappointment, having been spoiled by better food and now having a more refined palate. Kudo's expression darkens as he resolves not to give in to his picky, gluttonous dog. He suddenly reveals a bag of premium royal dog food, startling Momo with the unexpected treat. Momo is overcome with joy, barking and wiggling ecstatically at the sight of the special food. As Momo barks happily, Kudo announces he will also be eating, preparing a steaming plate of pasta for himself. They eat their meal together, both agreeing that the food is delicious. Their empty plates and bowls sit on the table after they have both finished their satisfying meal. Kudo flops onto the floor, stretching his arms out with a deep, weary sigh of relief. His loyal dog Momo trots over and begins affectionately licking his face. He cuddles the dog close, marveling at the profound sense of peace and comfort it brings him. A stark, contrasting image of a zombie serves as a grim reminder of their brutal reality. He reflects on how much he took his ordinary pre-apocalypse life for granted. He knows that even a simple, satisfying meal is no longer a guarantee in this dangerous new world. Remembering a task, he asks his eager companion, Momo, if he'd like to eat a magic stone. Momo enthusiastically sniffs the glowing, crystalline magic stone that Kudo offers him. The dog's eye widens with a sudden, brilliant idea. Kudo holds the magic stone in the palm of his hand as Momo looks on with intense focus. Before he can react, Momo snatches the stone from his hand. Kudo shouts in alarm as his dog bolts from the room with the stolen magic stone. A small doodle shows Kudo reasoning that Momo won't just throw the stone away since he's not eating it. He decides he has to go out and retrieve the valuable item. Peeking out the door with a cautious look, he begins to search for his runaway dog. He stops short, seeing the red slime from before waiting patiently on the exterior walkway. He asks the slime if it followed them all this way, his face a mask of utter bewilderment. With a sigh, he tells the slime once again that he will not be making it his companion. His gaze drops and he notices something strange on the ground near Momo's paws. He realizes with a start that the object Momo spat out is not the magic stone he had given him. He reaches down to take the object back for Momo, but the dog barks insistently, stopping him. Momo looks up at him, barking with a clear sense of purpose and intensity. Kudo panics, his mind racing as he wonders if he's done something to make his beloved dog hate him. A new startling thought begins to form in his mind as he looks at his determined companion. He asks Momo directly if he wants to make the slime his companion. Kudo points, asking if Momo took the magic stone just to give it away to the slime. He sees the magic stone now resting inside the slime's translucent body, confirming his incredible theory. He finally understands that Momo sensed the slime outside and decided to recruit it by offering a gift. The slime seems to puff its chest out with a smug, proud expression. With a soft, squishing sound, the slime suddenly transforms into a perfect, black bento box. Kudo stares, utterly astonished, wondering if this is a transformation or a powerful mimicry skill. He picks up the slime box, noting that its texture and weight are unchanged despite its new form. He marvels at the incredible skill as Momo wags his tail proudly beside him. Momo looks up at the slime with a smug, knowing expression, as if proud of his new recruit. The dog seems to ask what Kudo thinks of its brilliant idea now that he's seen the slime's power. Momo puffs out his chest as if showing off the unique appeal of his new find. Kudo realizes Momo's powerful intuition told him the mimic's magic stone would grant this specific skill. The system message appears once more, asking if he will accept the red slime into his party. Kudo sighs, finally conceding defeat to his clever and insistent dog's wishes. He considers the strategic advantages of having a slime with mimicry that is immune to physical attacks. More importantly, he sees how strongly his trusted companion, Momo, is advocating for the slime. He decides he has no choice but to trust both Momo's judgment and the slime's potential. A grand ornate notification appears, confirming that the red slime has officially joined his party. By meeting these conditions, he has also unlocked the Monster Tamer job class for himself. He dismisses the new job for now, his attention focused entirely on his new companion. He gives the slime a gentle, welcoming pat, causing its gelatinous body to jiggle happily. Momo rushes over, nuzzling the slime in an overwhelmingly cute display of new friendship. Kudo decides that since the slime is now a companion, it deserves to have a name. He suggests Ake for the red slime, which seems to agree with the choice. In a show of happiness, Aka stretches its body into a tall, thin, and expressive shape. Kudo checks his party status, surprised to see that Momo has leveled up to 9 without him realizing. With his new party officially formed, he decides it's time for them to head out. As they walk along a path, Aka demonstrates its newly acquired mimicry ability. The slime seamlessly mimics his jacket, draping itself over his shoulders. He asks if Aka was cold, realizing with a start that it is now perfectly replicating his jacket. He deduces that Aka can only mimic things it has eaten and cannot change its size significantly. With a smile, he realizes this new ability provides a huge and unexpected boost to his own defense. A determined look settles on his face as he prepares to test their new synergy in combat. He decides to test Aka's performance by leveling up in a nearby park filled with other fighters. He gives the command to his companions and he, Momo, and Aka prepare to enter the fray. After a successful battle, a system notification confirms that he has reached level 11. He is pleased that his pre-planned skill allocation is working perfectly, with points still in reserve. He encourages his companions, telling them to eat more magic stones to get even stronger. With a contented sigh, Momo the Shiba Inu affectionately nuzzles the red slime, Aka. Suddenly, Momo's demeanor shifts as he lets out a low, aggressive growl at his companion. A chaotic swirl of dark energy erupts from Momo's body, violently knocking Aka backward. His master, Kudu, cries out in alarm, demanding to know what is happening to his dog. The world seems to glitch, the screen filled with static as a change takes place. A status screen confirms Momo reached level 10 right after consuming a magic stone. A grand announcement fills his vision, declaring Momo's evolution has begun. His new status is revealed. Momo, Assassination Dog, level 1, leaving Kudu to wonder how much has changed. Reaching out, he grabs Momo's fluffy cheeks, asking if the dog feels any pain. Kudu thoughtfully considers how his companion's new Assassination Dog class will complement his own fighting style. He feels a wave of relief that his pet didn't transform into a terrifying shadow wolf. Above all else, he happily declares that Momo's cuteness remains unchanged and is most important. Deciding to test his companion's newfound abilities, he prepares for a practical combat trial. He identifies their targets in a ruined alley, a group of 3 goblins and 1 hobgoblin. At his command, Momo leaps forward, unleashing a powerful torrent of shadowy tendrils. The shadow attack shoots across the ground, ensnaring the entire group of monsters. Kudu observes with satisfaction that the powerful binding skill has captured the hobgoblin as well. The writhing shadow tendrils constrict around the struggling goblins, crushing them with ease. The weaker goblins are annihilated, but the more powerful hobgoblin still struggles within the bonds. Kudu darts forward to deliver the finishing blow himself, dispatching the trapped hobgoblin. A system message confirms he has reached level 12, and he notes Momo's increased power. Despite their victory, he realizes they are still no match for a true high-tier monster. A strange anxiety fills his chest as he and Momo walk through the desolate city. He feels a growing urge to leave this town once he has leveled up a bit more. Elsewhere, a blond young man with piercings suddenly gasps, clutching his chest in agony. Overwhelmed by pain and confusion, he screams, demanding to know what is happening to him. His world shatters in a violent, chaotic flash of energy and unseen force. He and his companions are surrounded by a dark, monstrous presence that has appeared from nowhere. He recalls his earlier confidence, having planned to hunt goblins and zombies for supplies. He had believed they were strong enough to take on tougher monsters to secure food. Now faced with this new overwhelming threat, his confidence has curdled into pure terror. One of his companions, a boy in a beanie named Shibata, flees screaming for help. The fleeing student apologizes to his comrades for his cowardice as he runs for his life. A young woman's last thought is a desperate warning for Asano-san that the monster still lives. A massive, jagged limb slams down with brutal finality, silencing the defeated girl forever. A hulking hobgoblin leader declares that what it desires is a massacre, not a battle. The aftermath is a scene of utter carnage, with the bodies of the students strewn everywhere. The narration explains that for monsters, battle is a sacred ritual that satisfies their instincts. High above, a woman in a helicopter observes the scene, disappointed by the vanguard's performance. A man beside her agrees, noting that the elite soldiers were defeated far too easily. The woman slams her fist down in fury, declaring that she has reached her limit. The hobgoblin leader orders its minions to find worthy prey to satisfy its hunger. With a powerful roar, The monster smashes the ground in a fit of frustration. Its fist shatters the pavement, a terrifying display of its immense physical power. A wide shot reveals a massive building torn asunder, a testament to the monster's rampage. Kudukas, now level 12, walks with his companion Momo, his status screen detailing his power. He stops observing a group of students whom he recognizes as belonging to Nishino. The students are gathered around a boy with glasses, stealing his potato chips and soda. The ringleader, Uno, shoves the boy, aggressively asking if he's trying to start a fight. Kaido's attention is suddenly drawn away by a sound coming from the nearby street. Two sleek black creatures, identified as lesser wolves, stalk down the empty road. The wolves crouch low before a building, their target clearly the group of students inside. Uno spots the creatures and another boy recognizes them from a battle the previous day. The boy with glasses screams at his friends to run, but they ignore his warning. Uno boasts that they easily defeated two wolves yesterday and have even leveled up since. The boy with glasses frantically warns them that the wolves might call for reinforcements. From his hiding spot, Kaido recalls that the wolves are indeed dangerous when they summon allies. The bullies dismiss the warning, declaring they will kill the wolves instantly. They charge forward with a confident war cry, certain of their numerical advantage. From a high angle, it's clear their confidence is misplaced. They are struggling badly. The boy with glasses watches the losing battle with a grim, knowing expression. Apologizing to himself, he makes the difficult decision to flee, leaving his tormentors behind. The remaining bullies are surrounded, realizing too late that the boy's warning was correct. One of the students is viciously mauled by a wolf, his body being savaged. Uno is caught by a wolf, realizing with a flash of horror that he is about to die. Just as he's about to be killed, another student saves him with a powerful punch. The wolf he struck explodes, killed by an unseen force, leaving the student stunned. Kaido arrives on the scene, wondering if the gunshot he heard was from a sniper. The terrified bullies, having seen enough, decide to flee while they still can. Kaido looks towards a tall building in the distance, spotting a faint glint of light. He wonders if the sniper is from the police, or perhaps the self-defense forces. Suddenly, a system notification appears in his vision, announcing that he has received mail. He is completely baffled, as a message confirms he has one unread mail and a new skill. He turns to his dog, asking if it just said mail, but Momo only barks in confusion. He decides to find a hidden spot in a nearby mansion to investigate this strange development. Inside, he summons a holographic laptop, noting he can't reply with 0 SP. The screen displays one unread email from Ichino Setsuna with the subject, "Nice to meet you." He wonders who this person could be, as he knows no one by that name. With a mix of caution and curiosity, he touches the screen to open the mysterious message. The sender introduces herself and confirms his suspicion. She was the one who fired the snipe. Kaido stares at the screen, completely stunned and speechless by this sudden revelation. The email explains she saw him hiding and acted impulsively to save the students. She then states that she is getting to the main point of her message. She formally requests to join his party, praising his tactics and his dog's overwhelming cuteness. The message ends with a formal, awaiting a favorable reply, striking Kaido as a business proposal. He wonders what to do, finding the overly formal invitation to be rather awkward. Still, he admits to himself that she doesn't seem like a bad person at all. He concludes that anyone who appreciates Momo's strength, cuteness, and fur can't be all bad. He considers the tactical advantage of a long-range ally, but worries she knows about his item box. He realizes she must be the one he felt watching him during his previous battles. He knows he can't simply ignore her, as the risk of his skills being exposed is too high. He decides to send a brief reply asking for time to think, but can't yet. He resolves to level up and gain the necessary SP before responding to her message. On a distant rooftop, a young woman with headphones sits with a laptop. She lets out a determined sound, having made a decision and prepared herself. She's thrilled her male skill worked, a way for her to finally communicate with others. She believes her long-range skills and his close-range style will create a perfect, synergistic partnership. She daydreams happily about getting to cuddle the fluffy Shiba Inu, Momo. She wonders if he has read her message yet, her heart pounding with anxiety. Fearing she might be ignored, she decides to send another message just in case. A finger hovers over a send button as Ichino wonders if her message is too stiff. Holding her device, she realizes she made a typo and must resend the message. She revises the text, adding praise for the dog, and sends it again for good measure. A notification appears, mail received. Kaido is surprised a reply has finally arrived. Ichino beams with relief, realizing Kaido simply lacked the skill to reply sooner. Kaido's message politely asks for time, and begs her to stop sending so many emails. Ichino quickly types a formal reply, agreeing to his terms and wishing him well. She blushes, wondering why her writing becomes so timid when she's nervous. Kaido looks traumatized, muttering that he has witnessed the darkness of modern society. His inbox shows a staggering 45 messages received from her in just 1 hour. The ordeal was so stressful that his stress resistance skill leveled up, but he feels awful. He collapses into a ball, overwhelmed and wishing he could run away from the situation. He concludes she isn't a bad person, just crazy, which he considers a fatal flaw. A new message helpfully explains that leveling up his mail skill unlocks a chat function. He sends a reply thanking her and asking her to wait regarding the party invitation. Kaido is left wondering just what kind of person this Ichino Natsu truly is. He ponders how she acquired a sniper rifle, considering illegal routes or a special skill. He decides there's no point in overthinking it for now as his dog looks up at him. He resolves to communicate via email, knowing her support is valuable but very risky. He is immediately exasperated as another instant reply arrives, complaining about the speed. The scene shifts to the exterior of a large Fomac home center building. Inside a school, Nishino greets a returning Uno, relieved he's safe and asking about others. Uno explains they were attacked, and Nishino tells him he's glad he made it back. With a worried expression, Uno asks if another student, Shibata, has returned yet. Nishino, annoyed, states they are behind schedule and will send a search party soon. He informs Uno that the search for the others will have to be postponed. Uno, looking down guiltily, mutters that it's not his fault before a door slams. Just then, Shibata bursts in, and Nishino stares in shock, relieved he was so worried. Nishino's expression freezes, his mouth agape in utter disbelief at the sight. His face is a mask of shock as he processes Shibata's dramatic and unexpected return. Tall, wild grass rustles in a desolate area, hinting at unseen life. Kaido walks with Momo along a waterway, remarking how far they've come from town. He pauses, a questioning look on his face as he senses something nearby. Several translucent slimes are seen floating in the murky water of the channel. A small slime latches onto Momo's tail, and Kaido asks his dog what's happening. Momo wags his tail playfully as the slime clings on, seemingly enjoying the contact. A larger slime emerges from the water as Momo lets out a happy bark. The larger slime glides over and completely absorbs the smaller one, clinging to Momo's tail. The slime absorbs another, and Kaido asks what Momo and Akka are planning. The larger slime wobbles, another slime looking on in apparent surprise. The slime's body convulses and begins to stretch with a soft, squishing sound. It quivers intensely after having absorbed its companion, its form now much larger. Kaido stands with Momo, surprised to learn that slimes will eat their own kind. The now larger slime begins to vibrate and glow, preparing for a change. With a sudden pop, the slime splits into two smaller, identical slimes. Kaido is surprised by the division, noting the two new slimes are smaller than the original. The two slimes turn to face Kaido, their simple faces expressing cheerful curiosity. Kaido has a sudden realization, wondering if this is a form of reproduction. He crouches down, praising Akka for its amazing ability, and the slime nuzzles him happily. He thanks Momo for helping Akka, and the dog looks up at him with pure adoration. Kaido asks the slimes if they want to gather even more companions, and they jiggle in agreement. Momo barks and dives into a pool filled with slimes, ready to gather more. The text "slime hunting" appears, signifying their new strange mission. AKA now a giant slime rests beside Momo, having absorbed many new companions. Kaido's expression suddenly sharpens as he senses something approaching. He and Momo walk through a grassy field, his senses alerting him to a strong enemy. In the distance, a lone hulking figure is spotted walking through the tall grass. A close-up reveals the brutish, tusked face of a powerful orc. The orc, wielding a massive cleaver, suddenly charges forward with a roar. Kaido is shocked that the orc detected him, wondering if its senses are superior. He commands Momo to attack, and the dog unleashes a torrent of shadow tendrils. The shadows erupt from the ground, ensnaring the orc as Kaido declares his victory. With a tremendous roar of effort, the orc flexes, shattering the shadow bindings. The freed orc lunges forward, a blur of motion as it prepares a devastating strike. Kaido's eyes widen in terror as the cleaver descends, a shocked sound escaping him. The orc's eye gleams. Kaido realizes he's too slow to summon his item box wall. aka the slime throws itself in front of Kaido, absorbing the deadly blow. The orc stumbles, its cleaver now embedded in the ground, its attack thwarted. A notification confirms Kaido has acquired experience points as the orc flees. Kaido thanks Akka for saving him, the slime responding with a happy jiggle. He picks up the orc's discarded cleaver, thinking it looks like a useful weapon. His senses flare again, alerting him to another, more numerous threat. He realizes with dread that it's not just one orc, but a whole group. A pack of sleek, menacing shadow wolves emerges, their eyes glowing with malice. He stands his ground, realizing the orc was fleeing from this very pack. Holding his new blade, he understands the orc was running for its life. He knows that facing a single orc was difficult. This entire pack is impossible. With a frustrated sigh, he decides he has no choice but to retreat. On a distant rooftop, a young woman, Ichinos, looks on with a contemplative expression. She checks her holographic laptop, sighing that she still has no reply. She worries she sent too many messages but decides to wait for a response. She daydreams about becoming friends with Kaido and petting his fluffy dog, Momo. With a surge of determination, she stands up, ready to act. She decides to level up while she waits, shouldering her large sniper rifle. She takes aim through her scope, her expression one of cool, focused concentration. A bullet tears through the air, striking a goblin squarely in the head. Another shot finds its mark, obliterating the head of a charging shadow wolf. Her final shot pierces the skull of the fleeing orc, felling it instantly. She lowers her rifle with a satisfied smile, a message confirming her experience gain. She pats her weapon, acknowledging that its power compensates for her own weak stats. She reflects on her chosen job, her hand resting on the rifle's stock. She wonders if she should have chosen a different path, but dismisses the thought. The flashback reveals her life 3 days prior, playing online games in her room. She was a high school dropout, a true hikikomori, spending her days gaming. Exhausted from a long session, she rubs her eyes, deciding to take a break. A monstrous, giant fly-like creature suddenly appears at her window, buzzing menacingly. She stares at the buzzing insect, wondering if it's just a very large fly. Reacting on pure instinct, she grabs a nearby magazine to defend herself. She rolls the magazine tightly, preparing to strike the monstrous insect. With a desperate cry, she smashes the creature, her world changing in that instant. A system message confirms Ichinos Natsu has gained experience and leveled up, leaving her confused. She tries to dismiss the event as a dream, questioning the bizarre hikikomori job class. With a wry thought that it is a perfect fit, she officially selects the hikikomori job. Suddenly, her body begins to flicker and glitch like a digital image, causing her to cry out in alarm. She understands that her new job has weakened her physical status, a significant drawback. However, she reflects that it has also granted her special skills and access to a powerful rifle. Deciding to put her new power to good use, she readies herself for action. With a determined look, she raises her hand and summons a large, translucent cube from thin air. The cube transforms into a massive skillganya machine, offering a chance to spin for 1 SP. She is excited by the prospect of getting 3 spins for just 1 point, wondering what prizes await. With a clatter, the first spin yields a plain white capsule, which she recognizes as a miss. A brief chaotic memory shows her past struggles, perhaps with food or supplies. A rarity meter confirms her bad luck, showing the arrow firmly in the white lowest tier zone. Her second spin is a success as a blue capsule appears, granting her a bonus of 3 SP. For her final spin, a sleek black capsule rolls into the prize slot with a satisfying clunk. She opens the rare capsule, her face beaming with joy as she acquires the body enhancement skill. Feeling empowered, she decides to raise her level a bit more, shouldering her rifle once again. As she scans the landscape, her triumphant expression vanishes, replaced by one of disbelief. Through her scope, she sees a massive, organized group of orcs marching in formation below. She focuses on a red-shouldered orc, recognizing it as a far stronger, superior variant. Lowering her rifle, she wonders where the entire monstrous army could possibly be heading. The horde's destination is revealed, a large Fomak home center, where 2 small figures stand unaware. Elsewhere, Kudo and his dog Momo walk through a ruined alley, relieved that the shadow wolves aren't following. They find a moment of respite near a vending machine, and Kudo decides they can rest. His hand moves with a blur of speed, acquiring a new weapon from a recent battle. He examines a large sharp orc's cleaver, deciding to use it from now on. A thought crosses his mind to check his mail, remembering a feature he'd forgotten about. His screen displays a new, unread message that immediately grabs his attention. He reads that a horde of red steel orcs has been spotted nearby. Looking towards the Fomak home center, a bad feeling washes over him. He stands before a row of lockers, his thoughts turning to his classmate Nishino, hoping he's safe. The Fomak home center stands under a grim, overcast sky, a beacon of impending doom. A flashback shows a student comforting a distraught Nishino, who is overwhelmed by the ferocity of an orc. Nishino breaks down, screaming that he is the worst for abandoning his friend and running away. The student leader tells Nishino that his actions are not shameful, as he brought back vital information. He places a hand on Nishino's head, urging him to use his regret as fuel to survive. In the present, a blonde girl asks her leader, Nishi, what they should do next. Before he can answer, a deep, earth-shaking rumble vibrates through the entire building. The students are thrown off balance, their faces etched with alarm at the sudden tremor. A girl screams a warning that a horde of orcs has appeared, and they have been outmaneuvered. The hallway explodes into a chaotic battle as students desperately fight the invading orcs. The leader watches the carnage, realizing with horror that the monsters are far too strong. His gaze is intense, his mind racing as he processes the direness of their situation. He assesses that there are over 10 orcs, each more powerful than any they've faced before. One student, overwhelmed by terror, drops his weapon and flees, screaming about his uselessness. The leader spots the massive, armored red steel orc outside, recognizing it as a superior threat. He turns to the blonde girl Rika, asking if she can handle the formidable monster. Rika's eyes widen in sheer terror, a silent answer to his question before she speaks. Her face becomes a mask of fear, her body trembling as she stares at the monstrous champion. She turns to her leader, her voice heavy with despair, stating that fighting it is impossible. They'll die. She clarifies that even with her powerful berserk skill, the fight is a hopeless one. The leader's face hardens with grim finality, knowing he must enact his last resort. He bellows to his troops, initiating Operation 4 and vowing that they will all survive. The other students are confused by the order, questioning what Operation 4 could possibly be. An older group of survivors also reacts with confusion, having never heard of such a plan. The leader's thoughts reveal the grim truth. Operation 4 is to use the refugees as a decoy. He orders a fighting retreat, planning to spring his true trap once the orcs are lured inside. A student looks at his companion, a bead of sweat on his brow, the tension palpable. The leader lets out a desperate, galvanizing roar, screaming that they will not die here. His cry ignites a fire in the terrified students, who roar back in a chorus of defiance. A boy, his face streaked with grime, steels himself, vowing he will not die in this place. Miles away, Kudo stands on a balcony as a steady rain begins to fall. He spots a pillar of thick, black smoke rising from the Fomac Home Center in the distance. He realizes it must be a fire, confirming the desperate battle is taking place. He checks his device and sees one unread message, a possible update on the situation. Reading the message, he deduces the orcs are actively hunting humans and that he must be vigilant. He pulls his hood up against the rain and asks his slime, Akka, for a raincoat. Now protected from the downpour, he walks through the deserted, rain-soaked streets. He stops suddenly, his senses picking up a presence nearby as his foot splashes in a puddle. His skills detect two unmoving human presences in a nearby park, and he cautiously investigates. He makes his way through the rain-swept park, peering through the trees. He finds a devastating sight: Nishino and Rika, battered and bleeding on the wet ground. Nishino weakly asks who is there, and Kudo realizes his classmate must have a perception skill. Barely conscious, Nishino reaches out a trembling hand, begging for help from anyone. Kudo's dog, Momo, lets out a small bark, its loyalty overriding its fear. Breaking from Kudo's side, Momo darts forward toward the injured students. Kudo hesitates, his mind racing as he weighs the immense risks of revealing himself. Momo begins to lick Nishino's face, the simple act of compassion breaking through his stupor. Momo looks back at its master, a cheerful bark cutting through the tense silence. Kudo asks Momo if it wants to help, but admits there's little he can do. The rain continues to fall, a curtain of gray over the desolate city. With a grunt of effort, Kudo lifts the unconscious Rika, her weight heavy in his arms. He carries the two injured students to a nearby empty house, deciding to leave them there to recover. As he tends to them, he is surprised to see that the bleeding has stopped. He lifts Rika's shirt slightly, wondering if she possesses a self-healing or regeneration skill. Deciding not to take any chances, he disinfects and bandages her wound anyway. He leaves some supplies and prepares to depart before the two of them awaken. Back outside with Momo, he contemplates his next move in the now quiet street. He reasons that the orcs must be scattered nearby and that he should avoid the shopping mall. He thinks about Ichinos in her apartment building and decides to send her a message. He checks his device but is surprised to find no unread mail, an unusual silence. He looks up towards Ichinos' building, a sense of unease washing over him. The ominous, bad feeling he's had about the skyscraper returns, stronger than ever. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the sky, engulfing the building's top floors. Kudo stares in utter shock, a strangled cry of disbelief escaping his lips. He watches the smoke billow from the skyscraper, his mind reeling from the sudden destruction. He screams in disbelief, asking why the monster is there and not at the home center. His mind races, a new, more personal terror seizing him as he worries about Ichinos. He realizes with dawning horror that the skyscraper is the perfect vantage point for a predator. A horrifying close-up of a monstrous eye confirms his fear. It's actively hunting. A young man's thoughts turn to his companion, Ichinos, his face filled with worry. His eyes widen in pure terror as he realizes he has been found. From its perch, the colossal high orc unleashes a deafening, triumphant roar. The massive monster's death-inviting scream echoes across the ruined cityscape. He realizes with dread this is the third time he has heard that terrible sound. The creature's intelligent, tusked face glares down from its high vantage point. Pure, unadulterated panic completely takes over the young man's expression. Yelling that the situation is dire, he grabs his dog Momo to escape. His mind screams a frantic mantra as his feet pound the broken pavement. His every instinct tells him to run, to flee the overwhelming nightmare. The high orc watches him go, now seeing him as a genuine threat. He continues his desperate flight, trying to put distance between them. The sheer terror of the chase causes his skills to rapidly level up. He feels a slight boost in his speed, but it isn't enough. He knows that the suffocating feeling of being hunted has not faded. The persistent alarm from his danger sense skills continues to scream at him. He stares at the distant monster, wondering how it's a threat from so far. He watches in horror as the creature crouches down, coiling its powerful form. His mind refuses to believe what the monster is preparing to do. He questions if the beast is truly about to attempt something so impossible. With a guttural roar, the monster spits a projectile of dark energy. The projectile slams into a skyscraper, causing a massive, devastating explosion. The young man stares, his eyes wide with pure, unadulterated terror. A second earth-shattering boom echoes as the monster lands on the street. The high orc has leaped from the skyscraper, closing the distance in an instant. Its landing shatters the asphalt, creating a deep and destructive crater. The monster taunts him from the dust, asking if that is all he has. He mutters that the creature's overwhelming power is simply too absurd. The monster cracks its thick neck, the sound like grinding rocks. In desperation, he screams his companion, Momo's name, preparing to act. He wonders if he can even slow the relentless beast down for a moment. The monster barrels towards him, a blur of unstoppable muscle and rage. The young man struggles to summon a weapon, his face a mask of concentration. He questions if he can even stop the monster for a single second. With a roar of effort, he sends a massive excavator hurtling downwards. His face is a mask of concentration as he unleashes his desperate attack. The heavy construction equipment plummets from the sky like a makeshift hammer. A small gelatinous slime Akka leaps into the path of the falling machine. The young man looks on in disbelief, questioning what he is seeing. He asks himself if this can really be happening. The slime absorbs the full impact, its body deforming and then rebounding. It deflects the multi-ton excavator as if it were a child's toy. The shockwave from the crash sends the young man flying through the air. He is sent reeling, his body tumbling towards a shattered wall. The slime zips over, its form stretching to intercept him. Ika envelopes him, cushioning the impact just before he hits the wall. The slime saves him, its body absorbing the force of the collision. The wall behind them cracks and shatters from the deflected impact. He gasps his thanks to Akka as the slime peels away from him. He realizes Akka's quick thinking saved him from the armored warrior. The armored warrior was ready to strike him down at the last second. The primary monster, unfazed, resumes its relentless charge towards him. On his knees, he is completely overwhelmed by the unfairness of it all. He questions what he did to deserve being hunted by such a monster. He screams that this world is absurd, that it's all too much. The monster swats aside debris and then cruelly swats Akka away. The armored warrior closes in, its massive blade raised for a final blow. The blade whistles down, and a flash of steel is followed by searing agony. He collapses, clutching a deep gash, shocked by the intensity of the pain. The young man feels a pain he hasn't experienced in a long time. He is overwhelmed by the agony, realizing he cannot win. The armored warrior stands over him, its blade ready to strike again. The young man is struck by the brutal blow, his body sent flying. The force of the attack sends him skidding across the broken ground. He is thrown through the air, his body a blur of motion. He cries out in pain, tears streaming down his face from the intense agony. He screams for anyone, for someone to please come and help him. His desperate cries for help echo across the empty, ruined cityscape. The empty sky offers no answer to his desperate, soul-shattering plea. He screams again, his voice cracking with despair and terror. His face is a mask of pure despair, tears of frustration running down his cheeks. He sobs that no one is answering his cries, but a single bark responds. He looks up from the ground, startled by the sound of his companion. His small Shiba Inu, Momo, stands over him, its tail wagging. He cries out Momo's name, terrified for his pet's safety. He asks Momo if it isn't scared, noting that the dog is trembling. He tells Momo to run away as it licks his wounded hand. Momo then licks his face, whimpering softly in a comforting gesture. The small dog lets out a soft, determined whine. It spins around and faces the monster, letting out a ferocious growl. The monster stops its advance, a flicker of annoyance in its eyes. Momo leaps forward and in midair, a stunning transformation begins. Black, ethereal energy erupts from its body, swirling and expanding. Its form grows at an explosive rate, muscles bulging and bones lengthening. The transformation is powerful and instantaneous, a surge of raw energy. When it lands, it is a colossal, majestic, wolf-like beast. Its maw is filled with dagger-like teeth, its eyes glowing with fury. It swats the monster and its companion back with a massive paw. The tables have violently, miraculously turned in a whirlwind of fur and fury. The young man on the ground screams Momo's name as the battle rages. Momo, now smaller, watches the high orc with a determined, focused gaze. The dog lets out a low growl, coiling its body low to the ground. With a ferocious cry, Momo leaps forward to protect its master. The high orc, with surprising speed, snatches the dog out of the air. It roars at the struggling animal to stop its desperate kicking. The monster swings Momo through the air like a club, ignoring its yelps. The young man is frozen with horror, realizing the danger his friend is in. He knows that if the monster strikes, Momo will be killed instantly. He screams at the top of his lungs, begging the monster to stop. Despite the danger, Momo looks on with quiet, unwavering determination. The hulking orc's face is a mask of grim annoyance, its eyes glowing with malice. With a mighty swing of its blade, it issues a monstrous command for death. The scene shifts to a peaceful memory of a young man and his Shiba Inu, Momo. He affectionately squishes Momo's fluffy cheeks, asking if the dog came out to play. After a long day, the young man sighs, expressing his exhaustion as Momo barks in reply. He pulls the dog into a hug, thanking it for waiting and finding comfort in its presence. Momo is shown eating happily from two bowls, a picture of domestic bliss. In another memory, the man sleeps on the floor with Momo curled up on his back. A close-up reveals Momo's happy, panting face, a symbol of pure joy. The memory shatters, returning to the brutal present as the orc grabs Momo in a crushing grip. From the ground, the young man Kudo watches in horror, thinking Momo will be killed. The orc's face twists into a snarl of pure, murderous intent as it prepares its attack. Kudo screams in desperation, begging the monster to stop its relentless assault. The world seems to tear apart in a violent slash of black and white energy. The orc's blow sends debris flying as Kudo watches, helpless. A close-up shows the orc's massive, tusked face, its eyes glowing with feral hatred. The force of the attack is immense, a testament to the creature's overwhelming power. Kudo and Momo are thrown backward by the powerful shockwave of the monster's strike. In a split second of pure instinct, he catches Momo, cradling the dog against his chest. He lands hard, shielding his companion from the impact as the orc looms over them. He screams at Momo, calling him an idiot for trying to get himself killed. Momo responds with a weak whimper, licking his master's face in a comforting gesture. He softly asks his companion why it is trying so hard for his sake. Momo looks up, its eyes shining with determination, and gives a single clear bark. A profound realization dawns on Kudo. For Momo, this selfless act is simply natural. He stands gently stroking Momo's head and thanking him, resolving to respond in kind. His resolve is set, and he walks forward with Momo, a new light in his eyes. The orc watches them, its expression a mixture of contempt and annoyance. He thinks about how he has finally overcome the fear of death, his resistance skill leveling up. He knows that if he doesn't act now, Momo will die. He feels the same certainty for his other companion, the Slimaka. He declares that he will not accept this outcome. They will all survive together. A flood of memories sharpens his mind, his observation skill leveling up. More images surface. The home center, the fire, his companions, his focus skill activating. As he looks at the orc, an idea, a desperate gamble forms in his mind. He acknowledges the risk, but knows he has no other choice but to do it. With a final resolute breath, he charges forward with his companions, roaring for them to go. The orc meets his charge, its massive blade a blur of motion. He commands himself not to look away, to use his observation skill. His focus becomes absolute, his pupil contracting to a pinpoint. As the blade comes around, he doesn't dodge. He parries with his small knife. The force of the blow sends sparks flying as he uses all his enhanced strength. He knows he must analyze the enemy's movements to survive. The orc is thrown off balance, surprised by the unexpected resistance. Kudo stares at his own hand, a strange digital effect flickering across his skin. He stands his ground as the orc roars in frustration, its blade stuck in the earth. The monster's face contorts into a snarl of pure, unrestrained fury. It looks at him, a flicker of confusion in its glowing eyes. Kudo murmurs that he thought something was strange about the creature. He reveals that he now understands why the orc previously spared him and his friends. Pointing at the beast, he declares that his previous assumption was wrong. The orc can only stare, its brutish face a mask of bewilderment. He unleashes his ability, summoning a torrent of items from his item box. It is a specialized version of his skill, a massive deluge of plastic PET bottles. The plastic waterfall cascades down, pelting the monster in the battlefield. Kudo's grin widens as he confirms that his attack is super effective. He exclaims that just like a slime, the orc has a weakness. A flashback shows the orc avoiding thrown objects, but not the water bottles. He recalls the rainy day they escaped, realizing the monster retreated because of the water. A memory of him throwing a bottle confirms his hunch. He yells that the creature's weakness is water, commanding Momo to attack. Momo lunges forward, splashing water against the orc, weakening its defenses. Kudo clenches his fist, seeing that its protective layer is washing away. The orc's eye, a slitted pupil in a sea of shadow, narrows in agony. Its body begins to steam and contort, reacting violently to the water. A surge of dark energy erupts from the monster's form. Its eye begins to glow with a malevolent red light. Kudo's confident expression melts into one of shock and dawning horror. The monster transforms, entering a berserk state, its power skyrocketing. He recognizes this terrifying transformation, knowing it's a rule-breaking escalation. The berserk orc moves with a speed that defies physics, a blur of motion. It closes the gap instantly, its blade sending Kudo flying with a powerful blow. From the orc's perspective, Kudo's movements are now pathetically slow. The monster's face is a mask of rage and bewilderment at its opponent's weakness. Before Kudo can even hit the ground, the orc is on him again. Its enormous, rock-like fist is pulled back, ready to strike. A sickening crunch echoes as the punch connects with Kudo's side. He is sent skidding violently across the broken ground, crying out in pain. He forces himself to his feet, telling himself to hold on. His hand, now injured, flickers with a strange digital effect. He parries another attack, the force of the blow shattering the ground around them. The impact is immense, sending debris flying through the air. He screams in defiance, calling the creature a monster. The orc raises its weapon for another, more decisive blow. Kudo looks up, his eye wide with pure terror as the weapon descends. His mind screams, "This is bad, this is bad, this is bad!" The battlefield is littered with the debris of their fight. The victorious orc stands over a defeated Kudo, a cruel smirk on its face. Kudo feels his hope slipping away, thinking it's all over. Suddenly, a sharp crack splits the air, and the side of the orc's head explodes. Kudo looks up, his eyes wide with disbelief, wondering what that sound was. He scans the skyline, a new hope dawning. His gaze lands on a distant, derelict building. On the rooftop, Ichinos is perched with her sniper rifle, smoke curling from the barrel. Kudo's shock gives way to a surge of relief, realizing she was alive all along. Reinvigorated, he resolves not to waste this precious opportunity and prepares to attack. He summons another barrage from his item box, raining debris down on the wounded orc. Momo howls, rejoining the attack, a whirlwind of fur and fangs. A television monitor smashes against the orc's already wounded head. Kudo unleashes a car from his item box, continuing the relentless assault. A massive tusked monster recoils as a television monitor smashes against its head. The beast grits its teeth, its grip tightening on the hilt of its weapon. Kudo's expression hardens with rage as his hand dissolves into digital particles. He screams at the monster, questioning if it is enjoying the brutal fight. Facing the hulking beast, he prepares for a final, desperate confrontation. Kudo shoves his handgun against the monster's chest, demanding that it fall. A point-blank shot erupts, spraying dark blood across the battlefield. He follows with a powerful kick, sending the beast's headless body falling. The monster's tusked, snarling face is frozen in its final moment. Its massive form crashes to the ground with a final, earth-shaking thud. Kudo watches from a rocky ledge, his gun still held at the ready. Amidst the wreckage, he slumps down, utterly exhausted by the life-or-death struggle. The monster's corpse begins to dissolve into a swirl of light particles. A large, faceted magic stone materializes where the creature's body lay. The stone's energy surges into Kudo, confirming the subjugation of the named monster, Rufen. He wonders aloud if he has truly won, his voice trembling with disbelief. The immense physical and emotional toll of the battle finally overwhelms him. His strength gives out, and he collapses onto the rocky ground, unconscious. The desolate, cracked earth is all that remains of the battlefield. A cheerful barking sound echoes under a bright, cloud-filled sky. Kudo's eyes snap open, jolted back to consciousness by the familiar sound. He sees his companions, Momo and Akka, who have found him. Overjoyed, he tells them how glad he is that they are safe. He pulls them into a tight hug, confessing he thought he was going to die. Looking at his own hand, he realizes his grievous wounds have been healed. Back at their base, he is shocked to see 80 unread emails on his laptop. He wonders if they are all from Ichinos as he summarizes his thoughts. After the battle, he recalls his companions healing him and the comfort of petting Momo. He considers the reason for his recent actions, a thoughtful look on his face. Deciding he owes Ichinos his life, he begins typing a message of thanks. Before he can send it, a new reply arrives with startling speed. The message bluntly states she can't have him dying before he replies. He turns to his loyal companions, Momo and Akka, with a proposal. With a determined look, he asks if they would be okay with Ichinos joining their party. His mind flashes back to the brutal fight, knowing he would have died without her. He recalls how her information about the High Orc's weakness was crucial. Convinced of her value, he resolves that he wants her as a trusted ally. Momo lets out an enthusiastic bark, its expression one of pure joy and approval. Kudo smiles, taking his companion's reaction as a resounding yes. With their blessing, he turns back to his laptop to send the invitation. Ichinos' reply is swift, accepting and suggesting they arrange a meeting. He finds her an interesting person, deciding he needs time to mentally prepare. With a sense of purpose, he decides they will meet the next day. He stands and stretches his weary body, ready for what comes next. Gazing at a ruined shopping mall, he decides to check his skills first. With his companions ready, he declares there are things that need to be done. They walk out into the desolate city, vowing to survive in this monster-infested world. In another part of the city, a clock tower stands against a dark sky. A girl in a school uniform dispatches a shadowy creature with a swift slash. She lets out a soft sigh as a notification confirms she has gained experience. Her sheathed katana glints in the dim light, a symbol of her deadly skill. She tells her black dog, Kuro, that their exploration here is over. Their next destination, she declares, is the shopping mall. Kudo and his companions arrive at the mall, greeted by a staircase littered with monster corpses. He stares at the carnage, wondering what could have possibly happened here. The narration explains his purpose for visiting, to check his status and resupply. He enters cautiously, covering his nose against the acrid stench of death. Inside, he finds a gruesome pile of bodies, confirming orcs were responsible. His eyes narrow as he reflects on how his stress resistance has helped him. Finding a clear spot, he laments what an unpleasant habit this has become. He pulls up his status screen, reviewing his new level and extensive list of skills. Sitting amidst the wreckage, he notes his level increased by 3 after the fight. He notices a new addition to his unique precocious skill, wondering what it is. He recalls a subjugation bonus announcement that had no effect, deciding to allocate his points. His assassin job reaches its level cap, unlocking a 3rd job slot. A new menu appears, offering advanced and derived jobs like ninja and shadowmancer. He playfully imagines being a ninja, thinking the class would be powerful in this reality. He considers how adding a ninja's style to his repertoire would be valuable. He reflects on his difficult battles with orcs and shadow wolves, knowing he'll face stronger foes. With grim determination, he resolves to choose a job that enhances his current combat style. Having made his decision, a notification confirms his assassin job has become ninja. He is thrilled to see he has acquired a suite of new powerful skills. Holding his status screen, he marvels at how useful his new ninjutsu abilities are. He knows his new silent movement and odorless skills will be crucial countermeasures. He decides his next choice will be his 3rd job class as Momo plays nearby. Momo suddenly nudges his leg, getting his attention with a questioning sound. The dog looks up at him with wide, earnest eyes, letting out a soft bark. A bizarre, crackling shadow flickers into existence over Kudo's shoulder, startling him. Momo barks insistently, and Kudo asks if his companion is recommending the Shadowmancer class. Eika the slime also seems to sense the strange presence, quivering slightly. Both Momo and Akka shake their heads furiously, clearly hating the idea. Seeing their intense reaction, he asks if they really dislike it that much. With a wry smile, he makes his decision and becomes a Shadowmancer. A notification confirms he has acquired the skill Shadowgraphy, though he seems underwhelmed. He pets the now content Momo, thinking it was the right choice. He decides to use his skill points to max out his observation skill. A system message confirms observation has reached its level cap, and he's excited. He's granted the skill Foresight, though he's disappointed it wasn't Appraisal. He composes himself and continues upgrading, maxing out his Body Enhancement skill. He marvels at the +5 bonus to all his stats from his new skills. He clenches his fist, feeling a surge of power as his strength and endurance triple. He examines the Rooffin magic stone he acquired from the High Orc. He recalls the system announcement, wondering if it was a warning against overconfidence. Playfully, he grabs Momo's fluffy cheeks, and the dog barks happily. He declares it's time to test out their new skills, and his companions agree. The panel shows a few rough sketches of monster designs. Wiping sweat from his brow, he declares his new ninjutsu will be useful in battle. He looks out over the ruined, multi-story interior of the shopping mall. Arriving at the food court, he remarks on the abundance of beasts. Holding spoiled meat, he grimly concludes monsters hunt humans for experience points. Kazuto contemplates the monster's purpose, theorizing they hunt humans to level up their own companions. Inside a ruined store, he expresses his delight upon discovering a stash of preserved food and water. He pulls a book titled Survival Techniques for Beginners from a dusty bookstore shelf. Surrounded by books, he acknowledges the critical importance of knowledge now that the internet is inaccessible. After gathering what he can, he decides it's enough, but a sudden feeling makes him pause. He senses a monster's presence, pinpointing its location to be just outside the shopping mall. A troop of skeletons clad in rusted armor marches through the ruins, a new type of enemy. He views this as an ideal opportunity to test out his newly acquired skills against an unknown foe. With a determined expression, he unleashes his Shadowgraphy ability, a dark tendril erupting from his feet. The shadow tendril smashes into the lead skeleton, instantly obliterating it in a cloud of bone dust. A confident grin spreads across his face as he marvels at the incredible power of his new skill. The shadow ability proves more useful than he anticipated, easily ensnaring the remaining skeletons. He calls out to Momo, asking if his companion is ready to fight, receiving an eager bark. Momo, now in a larger, shadowy form, stands ready as Kazuto observes the aftermath of his first strike. In a powerful leap, Momo's shadow form crashes down, shattering a skeleton's skull in its jaws. A system notification confirms they've gained experience, and Kazuto notes Momo's increased strength. Holding a knife, he resolves to join the battle himself and finish off the remaining monsters. He lunges forward, dispatching another skeleton with a swift and brutal knife attack. He acquires more experience, noting only 3 skeletons remain as his shadow continues its assault. He spots a glowing magic stone in a skeleton's ribcage, wondering what would happen if he removed it. Deciding to test his theory, he apologizes before reaching into the skeleton's chest to grab the stone. He yanks his hand back, pulling the magic stone free from the creature's skeletal body. The skeleton collapses into a lifeless pile of bones as he gains more experience points. He wonders if he can defeat them by simply removing the stone while they are still animated. He stores 3 skeleton bones in his inventory, though he is unsure of their purpose. With no other monsters nearby, he decides they've done enough for the day and will rest inside. He and his companions stand in the vast, ruined, circular plaza of the shopping mall. He finds a strange sense of security by resting completely enveloped by his slime companion, Akka. His 2 companions, Momo and Akka, snuggle together as he wishes them a good night. The slime Akka sits alone, its thoughts seemingly turning to the absent Ichinos, wondering about her. Elsewhere, Ichinos clutches her stomach, a wave of anxiety causing her physical pain. She is huddled in a corner, overwhelmed with dread as she thinks about the next day's meeting. Her mind spirals into a vortex of fear, worrying about being hated or laughed at by the others. She reflects on her past as a high school dropout and a shut-in, feeling it was easier to give up. Yet a deeper desire emerges, to be praised, comforted, and to stand proudly by his side. A spark of determination ignites in her eyes as she resolves to overcome her shyness. Standing up, she calls out to Kazuto, Momo, and Aka, asking them to wait for her. With newfound resolve, she clenches her fists and vows to do her best, inspired by Momo's happy bark. On the fourth day since the world was overrun, a ruined building stands under a gray sky. Kazuto wakes up, enveloped by his slime companion, and wishes Momo and Aka a good morning. He feels a sense of tension, knowing that today is the day Ichinos is meant to join them. Suddenly, the entire building begins to shake violently, debris raining down from the ceiling. He looks up in alarm, wondering if it's an earthquake, and questioning what is happening. Peering out a gaping hole in the wall, he is stunned by an impossible sight in the distance. A colossal ancient ruin has appeared out of thin air where there was nothing before. He stands at the entrance, noting his danger senses are silent, but the place feels deeply suspicious. His dog Momo looks up, seeming to sense nothing amiss, yet he feels he must investigate. He reasons that this ruin, which appeared like the monsters, might hold a clue about their world. He clenches his fist, deciding that this could be the key to understanding their situation. Turning to his companions, he asks if they will come with him on this new exploration. Momo gives an enthusiastic bark while Aka wiggles in agreement, ready to follow their master. With a determined "all right," he leads the way, ascending the massive stone staircase into the unknown. They enter a vast, dilapidated hall of towering pillars and shattered stonework. He walks cautiously through the ruins, a dark, shadowy tendril slithering unseen behind him. He feels confident that his own shadow abilities will detect any traps, unaware of the lurking presence. He can feel the tension radiating from his companions, who are hidden within his own shadow. His attention is suddenly caught by a singular, broken stone pillar standing in the gloom ahead. He approaches the pillar, drawn to the strange, intricate script carved deep into its surface. He runs his hand over the cold stone, feeling the alien characters of a lost language. He brings a hand to his chin, pondering what the strange writing could possibly mean. An idea strikes him, and he wonders if he can store the massive pillar in his item box. With a soft "pa," the entire pillar vanishes into thin air, and he exclaims that it worked. A system notification confirms the acquisition, but simply labels it Stone Pillar X1, a mundane name. He expresses his disappointment, having hoped it was made of some legendary, otherworldly material. His brief letdown is forgotten as a new point of light in the distance catches his eye. He gazes toward the far end of the hall, wondering what the gleaming object could be. A large ornate treasure chest sits on a dais, a classic fantasy trope made real. He approaches it with a mixture of excitement and deep-seated caution, wondering what it is. The chest gleams with an almost magical light as he questions if it's a real treasure. His heart pounds as he concludes that with the strange ruins and altar, it must be a trap. Yet, a powerful what-if makes him consider the possibility that it might be a genuine treasure. Deciding on a safe approach, he sends a tendril of shadow to investigate the chest. The shadow tendril hooks under the lid and lifts it open with a soft creak. He braces for an attack, but the chest remains inert, revealing a dark, empty interior. He is stunned, realizing with a blush that it's not a mimic and is actually real. Overcome with flustered excitement, he wonders what to do as his dog barks at him. His dog Aka nuzzles his leg, the comforting gesture grounding him from his agitated state. Composing himself, he kneels before the open chest, ready to see what's inside. His hands close around a single object, and he wonders if it's a treasure map. He unrolls a scroll of old parchment, only to find the same unreadable script from the pillar. He expresses his disappointment, having hoped for something more exciting than an indecipherable text. The treasure chest dissolves into light, and he remarks that it vanished just like in a game. He wonders if putting the parchment in his item box will reveal something about its nature. He is met with another disappointment as the system simply identifies it as Parchment X1. He slumps in defeat, wondering what the point of the entire ordeal was. He clings to the faint hope that a new skill might one day allow him to decipher it. He surveys the empty ruins one last time, concluding there is nothing else of value here. He reflects on the countless mysteries of this new world, with its monsters, skills, and systems. The entire situation, the game-like rules, the ruins, the parchment, is filled with things he can't understand. His thoughts are cut short as his presence detection skill flares to life, alerting him. He confirms two signatures nearby, one human and the other an animal. The scene shifts to a convenience store, where he's hiding as a girl and her dog investigate. He is shocked to see a girl his age armed with a real Japanese sword. A close-up on the girl's determined hand, ready to act. Her large black dog sniffs the air, on high alert as it scans the area for threats. The girl notes how badly the store has been ransacked as she and her dog advance cautiously. He smiles to himself, realizing his odorless skill is effectively masking his scent from the dog. The girl feels a strange sense of familiarity, thinking she has seen his face somewhere before. He has the same feeling, frustrated that he can't place her familiar face. He realizes he's made a mistake by speaking her name aloud, giving away his position. With a look of alarm, the young woman in a school uniform, Saya, asks her large black dog, Kuro, if she heard correctly as he erupts into a series of deep, menacing growls. Standing ready with her katana, she shouts into the empty convenience store aisles, demanding that the intruders show themselves. Hidden behind a shelf, the young man, Kazuto, curses his carelessness, realizing that trying to flee now would be a grave mistake. He emerges with his hands raised in a non-threatening gesture, quickly declaring that he has no intention of causing any harm. Saya's aggressive posture immediately falters, her eye widening in pure shock as she recognizes his face. Her expression softens to one of utter disbelief, her mind struggling to process what she is seeing. A blush of recognition spreads across his face as he realizes he knows her too, confirming her identity. Tears of overwhelming relief and joy well up in her eyes, reflecting the depth of her emotion. Crying out his name, she breaks into a desperate sprint and throws her arms around him, sobbing that he's alive. He looks on, completely stunned by her sudden and intensely emotional reunion. Awkwardly, he wonders to himself when she had become so attached to him. Her dog Kuro cautiously approaches his own companion, a smaller, lighter-furred Shiba Inu. The two dogs greet each other tentatively in the empty, ransacked space. After a long moment, he gently asks the tearful girl if she has finally calmed down. They both express their profound relief and gratitude that the other has survived. His expression turns serious as he asks about her sword and her canine companion. She hesitates for a moment before beginning to recount her harrowing story. A flashback reveals her desperate flight from monstrous creatures just 4 days prior. She recalls making it home only to find it had been ravaged by another monster. A grotesque, grinning goblin had discovered her hiding in the family dojo. In that moment of pure desperation, her eyes fell upon a katana her grandfather collected. With a determined cry, she launched a desperate life-or-death counterattack. After successfully defeating the goblin, she acquired a new and powerful skill. She recounts how her family was lost and the streets became littered with corpses. He listens with a sympathetic expression, acknowledging how terrible her ordeal must have been. She looks up, a blush on her cheeks, realizing he has endured similar hardships. He waves off her apology, reassuring her that she doesn't need to worry about it. He then asks about her dog, and she kneels to affectionately introduce him as Kuro. Beaming with pride, she asks if he isn't unbelievably cute, a sentiment Kuro seems to share. She then excitedly announces that her canine companion also possesses skills of his own. He looks surprised but gently chides her for sharing such vital information so freely. He reasons to himself that she must trust him completely to be so open. He wonders if his own dog, Momo, would also like to say hello to their new acquaintance. He calls for Momo to come forward, and the cheerful Shiba Inu trots into view. Saya kneels, looking at the new dog with a puzzled and inquisitive expression. Her face contorts in pure, unadulterated shock at the sight of another skill-bearing dog. He formally introduces his partner, Momo, confirming that he too has skills. She offers a tentative greeting, wondering why he is phrasing it as a question. She explains her surprise, admitting she was completely taken aback by the revelation. Her gaze lingers on Momo, her hand to her chin as she studies the little dog. He watches her reaction with a knowing, gentle smile, pleased with the effect. With a smug grin, he declares that Momo's cuteness is the best in the entire world. Saya blushes, completely charmed and captivated by the adorable Shiba Inu. Kuro, however, lets out a low, menacing growl of pure, unadulterated jealousy. The larger dog stalks over to the smaller one with stiff, territorial movements. Kuro erupts into a series of sharp, aggressive barks, asserting his dominance. The two dogs size each other up in a tense, silent standoff in the aisle. With a sharp nip to the cheek, Kuro makes his feelings about the newcomer clear. Kazuto immediately scolds Momo for not greeting his host with proper respect. Sei giggles, teasing her dejected dog for having been so soundly rejected. The conversation turns serious as she asks if he is heading to the nearby school. She invites him to join her there, where she is currently taking refuge with other survivors. She enthusiastically praises the student council president who is managing the situation. He considers this, agreeing that having a reliable leader is a great advantage. He explains that he must first meet with his new party member, a girl named Ichinos. Saya expresses concern about him traveling alone in such a dangerous world. He reassures her, confidently stating he'll be fine with his skills and Momo by his side. She declares she'll go with him, then quickly apologizes, realizing it's impossible. He asks why, stating she seems strong, but she insists it's not about her combat ability. He explains that Ichinos is extremely wary of strangers, making it impossible to bring anyone else. Saya's face falls, her cheeks puffed out in clear and profound disappointment. She concedes, telling him to come to the school after he's finished with his business. Getting close, she insists with earnest eyes that she will be waiting for him. He agrees with a soft, gentle smile, watching her with a fond expression. The scene shows the ruined, crumbling exterior of the building. She and Kuro turn to leave, calling out a final cheerful goodbye to him. He waves back, watching them depart down the desolate, rubble-strewn street. Now alone, he prepares to set off on his own important mission. He reasons that Saya will be fine and decides to head to Ichinos' location. Unseen by him, the crosshairs of a sniper scope settle directly on him and Momo. A girl with white hair watches from a hidden elevated position. Her expression is sharp and analytical as she wonders who the other girl was. Kazuto arrives at the designated apartment building with his faithful companion Momo. He receives a message on his phone stating that she is waiting at the entrance. He approaches the door, calling out her name tentatively, unsure of what to expect. A voice from inside tells him to wait a moment as she deactivates the skill. The space in front of the door shimmers and glitches with a strange digital distortion. The effect fades, revealing the white-haired girl sitting just inside the doorway. He and Momo stand in the entrance, taking in the scene before them. She formally greets him, stating that this is their first time meeting face-to-face. She politely asks to be in his care from this point forward, her expression earnest. He introduces himself and his party members, the dog Momo and the Slimaka. He then asks if the strange distortion he just witnessed was one of her skills. She explains her shut-in job and its unique recognition obstruction skill. He is impressed, thinking to himself how convenient a skill like that is. She then shifts the topic, asking him what is wrong with him. Blushing and unable to look at him, she shyly asks why he won't meet her gaze. She admits that she has been thinking a lot about their situation and how to proceed. She confesses her extreme shyness makes it nearly impossible to talk to new people. He erupts, shouting that if they can communicate through mail, that's perfectly fine with him. His guess about her personality was correct, and she confirms his assessment. Momo looks up, confused by the outburst, but Kazuto quickly reassures the dog. With a deep bow, she formally asks to be in his care from now on. A system message appears, noting her wish to join his party and look out for him. He clenches his fist, his momentary hesitation giving way to a firm and decisive yes. A grand notification confirms that Ichinos Natsu has now officially joined his party. Her status appears, revealing that she is at an impressively high level 20. He stares at his laptop in utter shock, realizing she's 4 levels higher than him. He confronts her, demanding to know how she managed to level up so much. Overwhelmed by his intensity, she admits she's reached her limit, and he grabs her shoulder in alarm. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Ichinos' face flushes as her composure shatters completely. Kudo stares in wide-eyed shock at the disastrous outcome of their first meeting. In a stark, empty space, Ichinos retches from the stress, while Kudo apologizes. Kudo reflects on their vomit-filled first contact, lamenting that he wants to cry. With a powerful thud, Ichinos performs a deep, formal bow of apology. She apologizes profusely while Kudo tries to reassure her that it's a minor thing. A thought bubble reveals his slime companion, Eika, cheerfully cleaned up the mess. Ichinos looks up, a single tear on her cheek as she whispers another apology. Seeing her pained expression, Kudo feels at a loss for what to say. He regrets not being able to offer the simple, reassuring words she needed to hear. Deciding to move on, Ichinos suggests they put the incident behind them. With newfound resolve, she suggests they go for a hunt, sounding like a game character. Momo barks eagerly, but Kudo warns his excited companion not to be reckless. Using his puppy dog eyes, Momo pleads with his master to let him go all out. Before they leave, Ichinos suggests they review each other's skills and jobs. She agrees to his suggestion, holding her large sniper rifle with a thoughtful expression. Her expression remains pensive as she considers what to share with her new ally. Suddenly embarrassed, she covers her face, apologizing for her awkwardness. She apologizes to Momo, who looks on with a questioning tilt of his head. A sense of calm settles over Ichinos as she kneels to pet Momo's soft fur. Kudo watches them, thinking how peaceful she seems and feeling a pang of jealousy. She reveals that she actually possesses two jobs, shut-in and sniper. Kudo is baffled, asking why she would choose such a strange, joke job. She explains that at the time, she didn't believe the monster apocalypse was real. 4 days prior, she chose shut-in and acquired the skill cognitive obstruction. On her very first gacha pull, she luckily obtained a complete sniper set. Believing it was all a dream, she began hunting monsters relentlessly from her room. She had a skill that allowed her to create ammunition by consuming her MP. The grim cycle of hunting and vomiting continued until the reality became unbearable. The harrowing experience forced her to find a way to survive in the real world. She concluded she needed an ally, which is why she sought him out. Kudo listens to her story, watching as she sits quietly with Momo. He acknowledges how difficult her ordeal must have been, asking a quiet question. He wonders if she's truly comfortable revealing her skills to him so easily. With a gentle, trusting smile, she says she believes in him and Momo completely. Her earnest declaration sends a jolt through Kudo, leaving him flustered. He manages a stammered "thank you," and she looks up from petting Momo. An awkward, charged silence hangs between them, with Momo looking on curiously. Kudo suddenly tenses, his expression shifting from flustered to alarmed. Apologizing, he tells Ichinos they need to stop talking for a moment. His senses have picked up a menacing presence approaching their location. He announces that a pack of shadow wolves is closing in, and they must leave. From their position in an apartment building, the danger feels imminent. Ichinos' pointed ear twitches as she too senses the approaching threat. A view from outside confirms a large pack of the shadowy beasts is nearby. Kudo's eyes narrow as he wonders why they are being targeted so relentlessly. He startles Ichinos with a yelp as he makes a sudden decision. Apologizing, he swiftly scoops her up into his arms, bridal style. He explains it's faster if he runs, as she blushes at their sudden closeness. Using his shadow skill, he secures her to his body so she won't fall. They sprint across the rooftops of the ruined cityscape, seeking a defensible position. The presence of multiple shadow wolves closing in makes their escape feel desperate. He tells her they must face their pursuers, as running is no longer an option. His eyes land on a large, crumbling shopping mall, their only viable fortress. Standing at the entrance, he confirms this is where they will make their stand. He turns to Ichinos, asking if she is ready to fight. She looks down for a moment, her expression unreadable and serious. All traces of hesitation vanish as she looks up, confirming she understands. Her entire atmosphere changes, and Kudo asks her to move to the rooftop. She explains that with her skills, a sniper's perch is the best position. He hands her a dark knitted beanie, telling her to always carry it. She asks what it is, and he explains it's a special item made from Aka. She pulls the beanie on, thanking him with a determined look. With a powerful leap, she takes her position, readying her rifle. Kudo stands alone as bait, facing the encroaching horde of shadow wolves. He declares that the hunt has officially begun as the wolves charge. With a determined shout, he and Momo rush forward to meet the enemy. He activates Shadowgraph, creating a perfect decoy that the wolves attack. The shadowy clone is torn to shreds, buying him a precious moment. Reaching out a hand, he prepares to unleash his next attack. He yells, "Item box," as a tank and car materialize above the preoccupied wolves. The heavy vehicles crash down, crushing most of the pack in a chaotic display. Spotting survivors, he gives his next command to Momo, telling him, "Now!" Momo unleashes a deafening, reality-warping howl that stuns the remaining foes. The shadow wolves recoil, their movements ceasing under the sonic assault. Kudo knows this skill, learned from a high orc, will stop their advance. The stunned wolves' heads explode one by one in bursts of black ichor. He gives a thumbs up to the rooftop, praising Ichinos for her excellent shooting. From her perch, she confirms the plan worked perfectly thanks to Aka and Momo. She scans the few remaining stragglers, wondering if they can finish them off. Kudo's eye widens in sudden, abject shock and alarm. The ground beneath him erupts violently as he cries out in surprise. A pool of black sludge left by a defeated wolf begins to sizzle and move. He and Momo stare in disbelief, realizing it's not a shadow. The black sludge rapidly gathers, rising from the ground and taking shape. Before their eyes, it morphs into a colossal, monstrous wolf, growling low. The newly formed beast towers over the battlefield, its presence overwhelming. Its form is a roiling mass of shadow and muscle with long, pointed ears. Its menacing face, a mask of pure predatory instinct, glares down at them. Kudo feels a crushing wave of pressure emanating from the colossal creature. He concludes with grim certainty that this is a superior shadow wolf. He speculates its name must be Dark Wolf, noting its cunning intelligence. He realizes the earlier fight was a test to gauge their strength. For a monster, it possesses a surprising amount of intellect, a high-tier threat. He questions why such a powerful entity would choose to reveal itself now. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he declares it has made a huge mistake. Momo looks up at the sky, sensing the shift in the battle. From her perch, Ichinos watches with a worried expression. Kudo stands tall beside Momo, declaring he still has a trump card left. The Dark Wolf responds with a menacing growl surrounded by its remaining minions. A monstrous, shadowy wolf lets out a deafening roar, its immense power radiating outwards. The young man Ichinos dodges the attack, confident that he can evade its incredible speed. His expression sharpens as he reaches out a hand, preparing a counter-move of his own. While retreating, he unleashes a power that shatters the ground directly in the beast's path. The creature effortlessly dodges the debris, continuing its relentless pursuit past a wrecked car. Ichinoshi stares in disbelief as the monster's shadowy form absorbs the surrounding wreckage. He realizes this creature's darkness is different from his own, capable of absorbing physical objects. With a determined look, he declares that he will take back what the monster has stolen. The monster is shocked to find its absorption power has suddenly and inexplicably failed. Ichinos observes the battlefield, wondering what will happen if the beast absorbs everything. He understands that he cannot allow the monster to get close enough to capture his companion. Pulling his hood up for battle, he urgently calls out to his dog, Momo. His faithful companion Momo closes its eyes, gathering its power for a special attack. The small dog lets out a powerful, reality-warping howl that fills the desolate air. The sonic assault slams into the Dark Wolf, causing its shadowy form to stagger. Ichinos realizes Momo's howl is ineffective against the monster's darkness, but accepts this outcome. His gaze hardens, his expression grimly resolute as he forms a new, desperate plan. He leaps across the wreckage, declaring his intent to steal the monster's field of vision. The Dark Wolf's eye widens in surprise, not at him, but at an unseen disturbance. Ichinos turns, startled, as the very earth erupts near a ruined building. A colossal, grotesque creature bursts from the ground, roaring with terrifying power. He and Momo can only stare in shock at the newly emerged chaotic abomination. The monster, a fusion of debris and shadow, continues its horrifying, guttural roar. He questions what is emerging from the darkness, his mind reeling from the impossible sight. As the monster slams down, Ichino screams for his companions, Momo and Aka. The small red slime, Aka, is sent flying, crashing violently through a wrecked car. The force of the impact sends Ichinos hurtling through the air as well. He hits the ground hard, grunting in pain from the brutal, unexpected landing. His mind screams with a desperate, primal need to escape the overwhelming situation. The relentless, chaotic assault from the new monster suddenly ceases. Ichinos looks up in disbelief as he realizes the attacks have finally stopped. He sees that his loyal slime companion, Aka, has morphed to shield him from the blow. Standing amidst the devastation, he surveys the wreckage, the monster now gone. He murmurs in confusion, wondering where the creature could have possibly disappeared to. The ruined landscape is silent, an SOS flag flapping on a distant, shattered building. A tactical map shows the Dark Wolf's presence fading as they retreat from the area. Ichinos picks his way through the rubble, questioning if they truly fled the scene. He finds Momo and asks if his companion is okay, receiving an affirmative bark. He confirms Momo is safe, deciding they should retreat if the situation worsens. His thoughts turn to the Dark Wolf, acknowledging its high and cunning intelligence. He understands the wolf chose a tactical retreat to grow stronger for a future encounter. A wave of frustration hits him as he laments his own powerlessness and the close call. He calls out to his human companion, Kudu, across the rubble-strewn battlefield. Kudu appears, panting, and asks if he is all right, receiving a relief confirmation. He asks about the monster, and Kudu explains it fled after her blinding attack. Kudu explains her powerful upper-tier exchange skill that expels items like a shotgun. He watches her skill in action, wishing he could learn something similarly powerful. Kudu, utterly exhausted from the effort, lets out a long sigh of relief. Ichinos praises her efforts and materializes a couple of bottled drinks for them to share. Kudu accepts the drink, admitting she had been worried about him during the fight. Taking a sip, she asks if his ability to create items is his primary skill. He explains his item box skill, which she finds incredibly convenient and enviable. Kudu then asks about his job class, wondering if he revealed it during the battle. He admits he hasn't chosen a job yet, as the battle started too soon. A transitional panel with a dotted line leads to the next surprising revelation. Kudo is stunned, asking if his class is really ninja, with 3 jobs and over 30 skills. She laments her own small number of skills, feeling weak and inadequate in comparison. Ichinos awkwardly suggests she can just call him a cheat as Momo drinks water. Kudo erupts into a jealous rant about his cool job, cute pets, and everything else. She continues her tirade, complaining about her bad luck and her desire to be cool. Her face is a mask of pure, tearful frustration and overwhelming envy. Ichinos grabs her, trying to snap her out of her emotional spiral. Kudo apologizes for her unseemly display, flustered and deeply embarrassed. He reassures her, admitting he also has some old-fashioned, simple ways of thinking. Deciding to leave the area, he asks his companions if they are ready to go. He calls out to Akka, his slime companion, noticing something is suddenly wrong. A small, teardrop-shaped piece of Akka suddenly flies off, striking him on the shoulder. The small piece hits Kudo, startling her as she lets out a sharp cry. Ichinos asks Akka what's wrong, seeing the slime trembling violently on the ground. A thought strikes him as the slime continues to shake with increasing intensity. He realizes Akka must have leveled up to 10 from their recent battle. AK begins to glow, and he recognizes this as an evolution, just like Momo's. The slime erupts in a blinding flash of white transformative light. A status box appears, confirming the evolution, aka Fake Slime, Level 1. They stare at the glowing, newly evolved slime, noting its appearance hasn't changed. Ichinos recalls Akka consuming a mimic's magic stone, inheriting its mimicry power. He reaches out and gives the small, jiggling slime a gentle, reassuring pat. He congratulates Akka on its evolution, saying he looks forward to its future. The little slime seems to blush, quivering with happiness at the praise. Their temporary base is a derelict house with shattered windows and crumbling walls. 2 empty plates on a table signify the end of a shared meal. Kudo politely thanks Ichinos for the food they ate together. Ichinos decides to test Akka's new mimicry ability now that they've eaten. The little slime quivers with anticipation, ready to show off its new power. With a soft sound, a brutal-looking orc's knife materializes and clatters to the floor. Ichinos picks up the knife, surprised that it's an orc's weapon. Akka seems to urge him to try out the newly mimicked blade. He gives it an experimental swing, the air whistling with its impressive sharpness. He is genuinely impressed, thinking its edge is even better than a real one. He wonders when Akka could have possibly eaten an orc's knife to copy it. Akka puffs up its chest, wiggling with a smug, cat-like pride. Ichinos holds the jiggling slime, realizing he's starting to understand its expressions. He deduces Akka must have analyzed his weapon when it enveloped him for protection. He imagines Akka forming spears or sickles from its body at will. Kudo, watching the display, breathlessly calls it an overpowered cheat slime. AKA jiggles happily, though it's noted it cannot mimic living creatures. Ichinos suggests they plan their next move, asking if they should hunt monsters. Kudo cheerfully suggests their usual gung-ho strategy, playfully teasing Momo. Ichinos agrees they should gather supplies and information while continuing to hunt. He reflects on their improved party balance with Kudo's long-range firepower. The 4th day since the world was irrevocably, change begins. The thought arises that other survivor groups, like Nishino's, must have formed. Kudo decides their next move is to hunt monsters while seeking a large gathering of people. He recalls Saya's words, believing survivors would have gathered at their old school. A memory of Saya telling him to wait for her services as he considers his destination. Ichinos watches him, her jealous expression revealing she knows the lead is that other girl. Noticing her strange mood, Kudo asks what's wrong, but she quickly denies anything is amiss. Ichinos looks away, flustered, insisting to herself that everything is perfectly fine. With their plans set, Kudo announces it's time for them to depart from the ruined building. As they leave, his thoughts turn to the student council president, who is supposedly in charge. The scene shifts to a dark room where the president sits in a large, throne-like chair. A close-up on her eyes behind her glasses reveals a sharp, formidable, and cunning personality. The narrative jumps back one day, showing a blonde girl, Rika, waking up with a pained gasp. She sits up in an unfamiliar bed, disoriented and asking where she is. A cheerful young man, Yuya, greets her, calling her Nishi, with healing potions nearby. Rika remembers collapsing in a park with Kyuya, but her memory is hazy after that. She has a vague, unsettling memory of meeting someone who might not have been human. Grateful for being saved, she notices the first aid supplies and prepares herself for the day. She adjusts her torn uniform, wondering if her rescuer was the one who tended to her. Kyuya becomes flustered by her state of undress and awkwardly urges her to be more mindful. He asks what they should do next, noting they have no way to contact others. He suggests they stick to their plan of heading for the school. Rika agrees, reasoning that the school is closer and a more efficient choice. Kyuya smiles confidently, expressing his faith that their other friends are also alive. He decides they will rest for the day and set out for the school tomorrow. The fourth day since the monster apocalypse began dawns on a world in utter chaos. A family is shown fleeing, a grim example of people being forced to make their own decisions. Frustration grows among survivors as they question what the government is doing. In a crowded shelter, people are hungry and wonder why rescue hasn't arrived. With infrastructure destroyed, even the government is cut off and unable to communicate. A high-angle shot shows an office, illustrating the government's inability to form a response. Communication is broken down, with orders from the top never reaching those on the ground. At times, the orders themselves are intercepted by the rampaging monsters. The old world's morals have collapsed, leading to chaos and self-preservation above all. Amidst the despair, a group of students successfully gains experience points from a fight. Their blonde leader confirms their victory and checks on a teacher they have just saved. The teacher, shaken but grateful, confirms he leveled up from fighting the goblin. The leader wonders where Nishino's group is and decides they will also head for the school. Elsewhere, a girl with twin tails also gains experience, pleased with her progress. Her brother praises her for doing a good job. She declares with manic glee that she'll leave the rest to him and blow everything away. As destructive energy erupts, her brother laughs, praising her impressive power. At a military encampment, soldiers also gain experience from their own battles. A soldier reports to his captain that they've cleared the monsters and are guiding refugees. The captain sips his drink, noting that his elite unit is acting without official orders. He reminds his subordinate that as the one on site, his command is absolute. The soldier snaps to attention, apologizing for questioning him. The captain asks about a reconnaissance drone and is told one has not returned. He reflects grimly that the missing drone was from one of his best units. Rika's group scouts a ruined street, noting the absence of orcs. Kyuya agrees, suggesting the school is a good shortcut from their current position. As they walk down a deserted alley, they suddenly spot another group ahead. Rika recognizes the uniforms as belonging to students from their own high school. A girl from the other group, Saya, turns, her presence noted. Saya's eyes widen in shock and relief as she recognizes her seniors, Nishino and Isaka. She rushes over, overjoyed that they are all safe. Kyuya greets her back, noting it's been a long time since their middle school graduation. Saya explains that her group is the student council. The student council members invite Kyuya and Rika to join them on their way to school. As they walk, Kyuya asks Rika what job she chose in this new world. He reveals he chose the non-combat negotiator class, leaving the fighting to her. Rika quietly acknowledges his choice with a simple, "I see." As the student council group walks on, Kyuya suggests they follow. He asks if she's okay with him knowing about her skills, sensing her hesitation. Their status screens are revealed, showing Rika as a battle priestess and Kyuya as a guidance officer, both with the Kin Slayer skill. A flashback shows a boy named Uno gasping as he levels up and meets the conditions for a new skill. He stares in horror as the system announces he has acquired the Kinslayer skill. He clutches his bloody chest, frantically insisting he didn't mean to kill his friend. He recalls his friend ignoring his warnings to run, leading to the tragedy. He stands alone in the rain, wondering where everyone else has gone. His other friends arrive, discovering the horrific scene. One of them glares at him, his face a mask of grief and rage. They surround him, screaming accusations that it's his fault their friend is dead. Uno's mind snaps under the pressure, his face twisting in denial and fury. He walks away from the bodies, muttering that it's Rika's and Nishino's fault. A panoramic view shows the ruined city on the fourth day as the stage begins to shift. In the present, Kudo and Ichinos contemplate their next move. Kudo summons a dirt bike from his item box, suggesting it as their transport. Ichinos expresses her concern, but Kudo reassures her it's fast and maneuverable. He explains his silent action skill will muffle the bike's engine noise. He adds that his recently leveled up riding skill ensures he can handle it safely. He instructs Aka to form a helmet and Momo to hide in his shadow. He announces their departure, but Ichino still looks hesitant. She confesses that she gets motion sick very easily. Kudo turns to the slime, Aka, who seems to brace itself for a task. He explains that Aka will absorb all the nausea for her. Now fully equipped, Ichinos rides behind Kudo, her rifle slung on her back. They speed silently down a deserted winding road. A close-up shows their helmets as they navigate the empty streets. They lean into a turn, moving swiftly through the ruined city. Kudo pulls the bike over in a narrow alley, saying they should stop for a moment. He asks if she's all right, and she confirms Aka absorbed all the motion sickness for her. He asks where they should head next, and she says they have a destination in mind. She looks off into the distance, suggesting they head to the high school up ahead. He asks if it's her alma mater, and she confirms it, though she has no fond memories. She clutches Aka, her thoughts turning dark as she considers the school. She muses that it's probably been destroyed by monsters, a thought she finds satisfying. A chilling smile spreads across her face as she wishes for its complete destruction. Kudo gently grabs her shoulder, telling her to calm down. She snaps out of it, embarrassed, admitting her strange switch flipped again. A young man in a white helmet asks his companion if she's feeling unwell. She shakes her head vigorously, insisting that it's not a problem for her. He seems to accept her answer, though he notes there is one other issue. His expression turns somber as he remembers a good friend who has since died. He tells her that as long as one is alive, that's what truly matters. The scene transitions, showing the entrance to a large modern school building. A wider view reveals the full, imposing structure of the school. Its main gate is heavily fortified with makeshift barricades and guarded by students. From a distance, the young man observes that the building itself is still intact. He senses a powerful aura from within, suspecting multiple skilled individuals are present. Peeking around a wall, his attention is drawn to activity at the main gate. He sees a group of survivors he recognizes being welcomed into the fortified school. His helmeted companion asks if he knows them, but he dismisses them as acquaintances. With a determined look, he decides it's time for them to investigate further. They walk unnoticed down a crowded school hallway, students rushing past them. He reflects on how their combined stealth skills allow them to explore so openly. He takes her hand, explaining that physical contact shares their skills' effects. She asks him if he happens to have gasoline and a lighter in his item box. He overhears the organized chaos of the shelter, with announcements and conversations all around. His companion remarks that the situation is even more chaotic than she had expected. He notes that despite the noise, he hears no screams or sounds of panic. Sensing nearly 100 people, he realizes they are well organized and prepared. He recalls being told that the student council president was in charge here. He then overhears students confirming that the group from the gate is meeting her. Drawn by a particularly strong presence, he decides they should head for the student council room. His companion trembles beside him, but insists she is fine despite the strain. He silently encourages her, knowing she is pushing herself to her absolute limit. Believing in her strength, he tells her she can do it and leads her onward. A caption questions what the two intruders will discover within the school's walls. They continue their stealthy advance down the corridor, passing more oblivious students. Through their visors, their eyes are sharp and focused on their clandestine mission. The student council president recalls her crisis perception activating when she met with Nishino. She deduces it was a reaction to him eavesdropping outside her office. A powerful energy radiates from her as she activates her unique skill, voice. She reflects on Nishino's strange, enchanting voice, a skill like charm or brainwashing. She notes that thankfully its effects did not reach her due to the distance. Her gaze seems to pierce the walls, aware of the two intruders' presence. The young man berates himself for being careless and not considering a human threat. His companion looks up at him with concern, asking what is wrong. He apologizes, admitting he doesn't know what just happened. The scene pans up a sterile school staircase, setting the stage for a conversation. He explains that the president is a troublesome person named Igarashi, well known since her first year. His companion is surprised to hear the president was so young when she rose to power. He clarifies that he is now a second year, though he dropped out the previous year. She expresses her surprise, remarking on how young he is for a dropout. He tells her it's okay to laugh, admitting he's a stereotypical shut-in. He quickly insists that he isn't laughing at her situation. He tells her that her past doesn't matter, as she saved him and Momo. He declares that he trusts her completely and wants her as a true ally. He calls out to his dog, Momo, who responds with a happy bark. He and his companion place Momo on a large inflatable version of the dog. Overwhelmed with emotion, the girl buries her face in the dog's soft fur. She hugs the dog tightly, a look of pure bliss on her face. A nearby girl asks what's happening, but the helmeted girl dismisses it. She continues to cuddle the dog, asking what their next move should be. He decides they must leave, as staying near the president is too dangerous. Elsewhere, the student council patrol leader, Miyagi, descends a staircase with purpose. He lectures his subordinates, stating the importance of understanding the top students' skills. He advises them to focus on leveling up and not getting tied to one location. Suddenly, he clutches his head in pain as his senses scream a warning. The young man also flinches, his own danger perception skills flaring to life. He realizes his hostility perception and crisis perception have both activated. His gaze snaps towards the school gate, the source of the impending danger. Students begin to panic, shouting that monsters have appeared at the gate. He crouches down, calling to Momo, who barks in ready response. He tells his companion it's time for them to go, and she agrees. The school's makeshift barricade shudders under a powerful, unseen assault. From a hiding spot, they hear the defenders vowing to hold the line. A monstrous, ape-like creature lets out a piercing, terrifying screech. A horde of these savage, bespectacled apes charges forward with brutal intent. Miyagi identifies the new monsters, calling them Sarigami, or monkey gods. The students brace for impact, weapons ready as the monstrous apes attack. The battle erupts, with 15 skilled students facing the 8 powerful creatures. The students initially gain the upper hand, striking down one of the apes. Miyagi recognizes the voice of a student who was just in the council room. Hiding, the helmeted girl spots Kudo, her attention drawn to the escalating fight. The vice president Tanaka is overwhelmed, crying out that the ape is too strong. The monster brutally mauls him, and he lets out a scream of pure agony. Miyagi ruthlessly orders his squad to ignore the incompetent Tanaka and continue fighting. The other students are horrified, questioning his decision to abandon a comrade. Tanaka screams back that defying him is the same as defying the president herself. The helmeted girl asks Kudo what they should do about the unfolding chaos. Kudo coldly states there's no merit in helping them, as it risks brainwashing. His companion quietly agrees with his logical, if harsh, assessment. His expression softens as he recalls how his companion selflessly helped others before. He points out that reinforcements have arrived, making their intervention unnecessary. A powerful kick connects squarely with a monster's head. The ape is sent flying, surprised by the sudden, powerful blow. The monster is stunned, unable to process the ferocity of the attack. Rika stands over the downed Tanaka, telling him that was a very close call. Her companions, Nishino and another girl, rush to her side, panting that she's too fast. Nishino and Rika survey the battlefield, Rika apologizing for not arriving sooner. Nishino asks if she can provide support from their current position. Rika flashes a fierce, confident grin, confirming she absolutely can. Nishino lets out a powerful battle cry, his hand glowing with energy. Rika joins him, her own weapon crackling with power as she charges forward. The remaining apes screech, turning to face the new powerful threats. Rika effortlessly blocks a lunging ape's attack, calling the creature too slow. She grabs the ape's head, her grip like a vice. With a roar of effort, she crushes the creature's skull in a brutal explosion. With a fierce cry, a young woman named Rika chides her monstrous opponent for its slowness. Her massive cleaver smashes through the ape-like creature's skull in a brutal, final blow. The heavy blade rests embedded in the cracked pavement next to a glowing, crystalline magic stone. Rika asks if 5 monsters remain, while her friend Katsuragi confirms taking one down and warns her not to be careless. In a strange memory, a figure in a white motorcycle helmet calmly reassures someone that they are okay. Rika, also in the memory, looks on with a worried expression, calling out to Ichinose-san. Her face is a mask of confusion and concern, wondering why Ichinose is reacting so strangely. Katsuragi, holding a large scythe, calls out a nickname for Rika, Richan. The helmeted Ichinose muses that Rika and the real Ichinose seem to be complete opposites. Suddenly, the helmeted figure lunges, grabbing Rika's arm with surprising strength. A young man, Kudo, warns Ichinose not to let go, but Ichinose screams Rika's name in desperation. With tears streaming down their face, Ichinose shouts that the real Richan is right there. The true Ichinose, a small slime with a helmet, lets out a defiant bark. The fake Rika is revealed, bound and gagged by shadowy slime, struggling in panicked silence. Kudo apologizes to the captured imposter, telling it to stay put for a little while. He then hoists the bound monster over his shoulder and runs away down a long hallway. The monster's face is a portrait of pure terror, its mouth gagged by the living slime. Back in the present, Rika shouts, "Last one!" as she slices through the final ape monster. She lands triumphantly, her blade on her shoulder, as her classmates rush to thank her for their rescue. A student council vice president, Miyamoto, argues with another student, Nishino, questioning his decision to form a new search party. Miyamoto internally laments having to rely on Katsuragi's judgment, but accepts that it is necessary. He points decisively, announcing he will adopt Nishino's opinion and form the new squad. Rika approaches Nishino, asking to speak with him for a moment. Nishino asks Rika about her sudden change of heart and new willingness to cooperate with the Igarashi Student Council. Rika thinks to herself that being trusted makes it easier for Shibata's group to be useful. Nishino states that while Shibata's group is important, what truly matters is being useful to the council. His cold, pragmatic words stun Rika into a state of shocked silence. Nishino walks away, calling back to ask what she's waiting for. Rika quickly rushes to catch up, calling out his nickname, Nishi. Katsuragi, noticing Rika's troubled expression, asks if something is on her mind. Rika forces a smile, dismissing her friend's concern and saying it's nothing. The group walks away, their long shadows stretching behind them as Rika thinks to herself, that's right. Later, Rika searches a dark alley alone, thinking there's no way he would be there. She gives up her search, telling her companions Momo and Aka that it's okay. Overwhelmed by the day's exhaustion, she collapses to her hands and knees, panting heavily. Kudu appears, apologizing for having made her go through such a rough time. Rika performs a deep bow, pressing her forehead to the floor and screaming her apology. She apologizes for her selfish actions, especially since they were in a party together. She continues to repeat her apologies, her face a mask of profound guilt and sorrow. Kudu tries to calm her down, but she insists it's impossible for her to relax. He realizes that since he has now seen her friends, he can no longer contact them via mail. Deciding to de-escalate the situation, he suggests they take a break for the time being. A can of coffee sits on a low table next to a steaming bowl of ramen. Their companions, Momo the dog and Aka the slime, eat peacefully from their bowls. Rika, clutching the coffee can, asks Kudu if she can ask him something. She hesitates, trying to bring up the strange and confusing incident from earlier. She expresses her shock that the usually shy Ichinose would act so boldly. She continues, her voice trailing off as she says, "But..." Kudu gently cuts her off, suggesting they should just forget about it. Rika looks up, completely taken aback by his unexpected suggestion. He explains that since nothing bad ultimately happened, they should pretend it didn't. He points out they've only been a party for a day and can't know everything about each other yet. Rika blushes, her heart pounding at his understanding words. He admits he's more worried about her, afraid of angering Ichinose if he looks at her the wrong way. Rika leaps to her feet, insisting she would never get disillusioned with him. She immediately becomes mortified by her own passionate, flustered declaration. Kudu says he's happy to hear that, as it means Ichinose feels the same way. He suggests they should just move forward together at their own pace. Rika, her expression soft and her cheeks flushed, quietly agrees with him. They wish each other well for the next day, their temporary conflict resolved. As Rika leaves, Katsuragi watches her go, her expression filled with concern. She wonders what happened to Rika to make her become a shut-in. She decides it's not her place to pry into Rika's painful past. She concludes that the decision to trust and talk rests with Ichinose. Kudu decides to wait, the scene showing a dilapidated house surrounded by gnarled trees. He lies awake in bed, his cheeks flushed in the darkness. He thinks about how good Rika smells as she sleeps soundly beside him. A sign for the student council room is shown, indicating a formal meeting is taking place. Katsuragi stands at attention before the president, concluding her mission report. She stands with her dog, Kuro, who sits patiently at her feet. The student council president, Igarashi, thanks her for her hard work. Katsuragi downplays her own role, giving all the credit to a powerful senior named Aiba. Igarashi internally notes that Aiba's adventurer class shouldn't be that strong. She suspects that Aiba is Nishino's friend, a detail she files away. She asks about the whereabouts of the other student council members. Katsuragi confirms that they are now alone in the room. Igarashi lets out a massive sigh and slumps over her desk in relief. Katsuragi is shocked by the president's sudden and unprofessional behavior. Igarashi wistfully asks Katsuragi to call her Oni-chan again, like she used to. Katsuragi stammers, flustered, saying she's too old for that now. Igarashi laments that the Katsuragi from their childhood seems to be gone forever. Katsuragi shouts that she still loves her Oni-chan very much. Igarashi grins triumphantly at her friend's emotional and heartfelt confession. She apologizes for teasing her, her victory complete, and their old dynamic restored. A flashback shows the two as young girls, their bond as close as that of sisters. Katsuragi thinks about how Igarashi is the only one she can truly be herself with. Igarashi sweetly calls for the dog Kuro to come to her. Kuro happily trots over to the president's desk, wagging his tail. He places his paws on her lap, ready for affection and praise. Igarashi scoops the dog into a tight, loving embrace. She sighs in contentment, feeling soothed by cuddling the fluffy dog. Katsuragi watches, thinking she can't let anyone else see this vulnerable side of the president. She remembers the shopping mall and asks what happened there. She apologizes, saying she couldn't explore much, but did meet Kazuni. Igarashi suggests they form a search party and go investigate the next day. She asks if Katsuragi leveled up in the last battle, but Katsuragi says not yet. Igarashi laments that if her beast tamer skill were higher, she could coordinate better with Kuro. She asks Katsuragi if she's ever wondered why monsters attack people. Katsuragi says she shouldn't think that way, as they are just monsters. Igarashi argues that everything has a reason, asking what Katsuragi thinks of her own theory. A young woman with glasses, Igarashi, presents a chilling theory to her companion. She posits that monsters may gain experience points by killing humans. Her friend Saya is stunned into silence by this dark implication. Igarashi asserts that regardless of the reason, their countermeasures must remain unchanged. Her gaze softens as she reminds Saya to take good care of her dog, Kuro. Saya insists that Kuro is her precious family and needs no such reminder. Igarashi affectionately calls out to the dog, who barks happily in response. Saya watches with a possessive pout as Igarashi cuddles her beloved companion. Gently stroking Kuro, she wonders how long their fragile peace can possibly last. Igarashi speculates that if her theory is correct, humans might also gain experience from killing each other. She acknowledges that her powerful charm skill is the only thing maintaining their organization. She fears that if her skill is ever dispelled, the people she controls will turn on her. She makes a desperate plea to Saya, asking her to run away with her if that day comes. The sun rises, casting light through the trees and onto a nearby building. On the morning of the fifth day, a young man named Kudo lets out a massive yawn. Beside him, Ichino sleeps peacefully, clutching her rifle like a comfort object. He is flustered by her defenselessness, thinking she is a dangerous body pillow. His loyal Shiba Inu, Momo, greets him with an enthusiastic and happy bark. Kudo asks if any monsters are nearby, and Momo confirms the area is clear. He greets his slime companion, Aka, and the dog with a warm smile. Surrounded by his fluffy and squishy friends, he feels like he is in heaven. Ichino stirs, sleepily wishing him a good morning as he greets her back. The scene transitions, fading to a simple, clean panel. Ichinos begins to state their plan for the day, leveling up and securing provisions. With a determined blush, she asks Kudo to take care of her again today. Kudo notices that unlike yesterday, she is making a conscious effort to look at him. He smiles warmly, agreeing to do his best and asking for her cooperation in return. They head out into the overgrown, ruined city, where nature reclaims the buildings. Kudo calmly identifies 3 goblins ahead, and Ichinos acknowledges the targets. A black, cat-like creature is commanded to snipe 2 lesser wolves 10 meters to the right. The creature dispatches the wolves with swift, brutal efficiency and a flash of dark energy. Ichinos provides covering fire, taking out a hobgoblin with a perfect headshot. Kudo issues orders for Momo to handle the zombies and Eika to deal with an orc. After the battle, Kudo assesses their performance as smooth, but Ichinos points out they need stronger foes. A diagram explains that experience points are split equally among the 4 party members. Kudo decides they've hunted enough and suggests they take a well-deserved break. With Aka on its head, Momo happily dashes towards a puddle to play. The energetic dog-slime hybrid zips around in joyful circles, splashing water. Ichinos remarks on Momo's boundless energy despite the world's dire state. Kudo agrees, noting that having such composure is a very good thing. Ichinos concurs, stating that panicking leads to mistakes, so it's better to be calm. Momo suddenly stops playing, its ears twitching as it senses something in the air. The dog erupts into a series of urgent barks, alerting its companions to danger. Kudo crouches down, asking Momo if its warning is true. Ichinos skeptically asks if he can truly understand what the dog is saying. He relays Momo's message. It has detected the faint scent of a dark wolf. Ichinos' eyes widen in shock as she asks if he is being serious. He asks Momo if it can track the creature, and the dog barks affirmatively. Ichinos' demeanor shifts to combat ready as she declares they will take it down. The camera pans over a derelict multi-story building, setting the scene for the hunt. With Ichinos on his back, Kudo sprints through the ruins, led by Momo. Unseen, the glowing, malevolent eye of their quarry watches them from the darkness. Momo barks, signaling that the scent is growing much stronger now. Kudo urgently tells Ichinos to look ahead at the unfolding chaos. In the distance, a massive shadowy beast is engaged in a destructive battle. The ground is torn asunder by the sheer force of the conflict. Ichinos wonders if someone is already fighting it and urges them to hurry. The scene of battle is one of utter devastation, with wreckage strewn everywhere. A girl grits her teeth in frustration during the intense fight. It's Saya riding a massive black wolf, Kuro, and letting out a fierce battle cry. The dark wolf lets out a deafening howl, saliva dripping from its fanged maw. Kuro answers with a defiant roar of its own, a spray of dark energy around it. The dark wolf's shadowy claws lash out with incredible speed. Saya and Kuro evade the attack, there forms a blur of motion. The dark wolf's eye glows with power as it presses its assault. A powerful blast of dark energy erupts from the monster. Saya and Kuro impossibly run along the monster's shadowy tendrils. Kudu and Ichinos watch in awe, marveling at how they are running through the air. Saya and Kuro press their attack again, charging the beast head-on. A shadowy claw narrowly misses them, and Saya grits her teeth in frustration. Ichinos recognizes the girl as the one from the school the previous day. Kudu confirms that it is indeed his childhood friend, Saya. Ichinos recalls rumors of Saya having a transformation skill, but never imagined this. Kudu blushes, insisting that no matter how cool Kuro is, Momo is still the cutest. He analyzes the fight, noting Kuro's aerial mobility and Saya's precise attacks. However, he grimly concludes that if things continue this way, they will lose. They are trapped, unable to break through the dark wolf's suffocating encirclement. A wider view reveals the bodies of their companions, confirming they are the last ones standing. Ichinos readies her rifle, asking Kudu what they will do, assuming they will help. Momo and Aka also look on with determination, urging him to act. Kudu is frozen, his face unreadable as he weighs his options. He knows the Dark Wolf is a formidable Bio-Orc-class monster. His tactical mind tells him it's more advantageous to let them fall and strike later. He considers the merits and demerits, knowing staying put is the convenient choice. But he hates himself for thinking this way, knowing it will become a shackle on his soul. A single bead of sweat traces a path down his temple as he struggles with the decision. Ichinos presses him, asking why he's hesitating over a girl he barely knows. She calls out his name, questioning why he is so hesitant to act. Her voice is strained with distress as she warns him of the consequences of inaction. His hand tightens on her leg, startling her as he makes his decision. He gently sets her down as Momo nudges his hand with a pleading whine. Momo's simple, loyal gesture breaks through his paralysis. A close-up on Momo's eyes shows its unwavering trust and determination. He realizes Momo is far stronger than he is in this moment and makes his choice. With newfound resolve, he declares that they will help them. He instructs Ichinos to provide covering fire from their position, and she agrees. He reflects on how he, who has always prioritized safety, is now running toward danger. With Momo at his side, he sprints toward the battle, shouting to draw the monster's attention. The Dark Wolf's massive eye swivels, its pupil contracting as it locks onto the new threat. The colossal beast abandons its current prey and turns to face the boy who dared to challenge it. A monstrous wolf composed of pure shadow lunges with incredible, violent speed. As the beast attacks, Kazu quickly tells his companion, Momo, to hide. The shadowy assault dissipates harmlessly, having completely missed its intended target. From her vantage point, Sayaka stares in shock, recognizing the boy as Kazuni. Her eyes are wide with utter disbelief at seeing him in the chaos. Kazu urgently reaches out a hand, shouting for her to grab on. With newfound determination, Sayaka gasps her assent and reaches for him. A large black dog, Kuro, leaps in as Kazu pulls Sayaka to safety. Kazu and Sayaka look on as the impressive Kuro barks with power. The large wolf lets out a powerful bark, a glowing aura surrounding him. Kazu grunts, confirming he has secured both Sayaka and Kuro in his grasp. He leaps high into the air, evading the dark tendrils erupting from below. Landing on a wrecked truck, he touches his item box to prepare his next move. They jump to safety as the monster's tendrils probe the wreckage beneath them. Now on solid ground, Kazu holds Sayaka, his expression grim and determined. He asks if she is all right, and she quietly confirms she is safe. Worried, she asks about his plan, urging him to get away from the danger. Kazu reassures her with a calm smile, promising to end the fight quickly. Standing before his friends, he declares that he will not be holding back. He activates his Bunshin no Jutsu, creating several identical clones of himself. The clones charge forward as a unified force toward the distant monster. A dark tendril ensnares one of the clones, which cries out in surprise. The monster's eye widens, realizing the attack passed through a mere illusion. It processes the information, understanding that it has been tricked by a decoy. From a distance, the beast's dark form stands guard amidst the wreckage. Kazu's eye narrows with focus as his plan moves to the next stage. Crouched low, he unleashes his Enin no Jutsu, a smokescreen technique. A thick cloud of smoke erupts from his position, obscuring the battlefield. Hidden within the haze, he prepares to retrieve a specific item from his box. The monster believes it can still track him, but is caught in the trap. A powerful, unseen force slams into the beast, sending it reeling back. The monster's ear twitches in a mixture of pain and confusion. It lets out a deafening roar of agony as it's violently struck. The impact is immense, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. The beast's eye widens in disbelief at what it has just attacked. It focuses on its own tendrils, which have pierced a solid form. As the smoke clears, a mannequin is revealed, impaled by the monster. Kazu calmly walks away, explaining the mannequin was saturated with his scent. A diagram illustrates his strategy of using scent to fool the monster's senses. The dark wolf glares as Momo stands defiantly, the trap successfully sprung. The beast roars as Momo barks, confirming its defensive aura has been broken. Momo proudly confirms that the monster's protective darkness is now gone. With a ferocious howl, the large black dog, Kuro, leaps into the fray. The dark wolf turns its head just in time to see the attack coming. Kuro sinks his powerful jaws deep into the distracted monster's neck. Kazu declares there's no other choice and orders all his clones to attack. He reasons their blades can now inflict damage on the weakened beast. The dark wolf struggles and growls, pinned by Kuro's powerful bite. Its eye reflects its pained, desperate struggle against the coordinated assault. The great shadow beast lets out one final agonizing howl of defeat. Kuro bites down harder, delivering the finishing blow with a fierce growl. Sayaka recalls the fifth day, remembering her confidence in her ability to survive. She reminisces about choosing the beast tamer job for Kuro's sake. With Kuro by her side, she believed she could face any opponent. Her group of students had spotted the dark wolf, seeing it as an easy target. But the monster's dark power erupted, annihilating all of her companions. She remembers the terror as Kuro barked, desperately trying to protect her. In that moment, for the first time, she felt the cold grip of death. Then Kazu appeared, a beacon of hope in her darkest hour. She recalls watching him fight the monster on what seemed like equal footing. She realizes with awe that he was not as equal, but was much stronger. A wet nose nudges her hand, bringing her back to the present. Kuro, now larger and more ferocious, barks, startling her with his transformation. The beast throws its head back and howls with primal, untamed power. Sayaka cries out Kuro's name as he faces another, smaller dark wolf. Kazu and his clones, armed with massive cleavers, prepare for their attack. With focused intensity, Kazu leads the charge against the monstrous beast. A cleaver slams into the dark wolf's jaw with a sickening crunch. The clones relentlessly slash and tear at the monster's shadowy form. A sniper scope glints from an unseen position, a sign of support. A bullet tears through the monster's head, causing a gruesome explosion. Kazu confirms his suspicions about the monster's weakened condition. The dark wolf is still suffering from the wounds of a previous battle. His clones gone, Kazu stands alone, his MP completely drained. Gripping his polearm, he calls on Akka, vowing to end it now. He charges forward with a fierce battle cry, leaping at the beast. With all his might, he brings his weapon down on the wolf's head. The final blow is swift and merciless, silencing the creature's pained howls. The monster's life force fades as the powerful attack finds its mark. A final, desperate thought of not wanting to die flashes in its eye. Kazu quietly declares their victory, his expression grim and resolved. The massive, shadowy body of the dark wolf contorts in its death throes. Its form dissolves into a bubbling, viscous puddle of black sludge. Shimmering lights of experience rise from the dissipating remains of the beast. A notification confirms that Kazu has leveled up from 19 to 20. He lets out a long, weary sigh, murmuring that it's finally over. He turns and asks Sayaka, who is standing in the distance, if she's all right. Sayaka's eye widens, her expression filled with profound relief. Her face breaks into a tearful, joyous smile as she cries his name. He is taken aback by her sudden, powerful emotional display. She crashes into him, sobbing with relief, leaving him utterly flustered. Kuro growls territorially at Momo, who just barks back calmly. The larger dog seems put out by the smaller one's presence. A system notification announces that he has received a new mail message. The message from Ichinos bluntly asks what he is going to do. Kazu knows he can't just abandon his childhood friend, Saya. He decides to explain the situation to Ichinos via the mail system. He gently asks the still clinging Saya to let go, which she does. Ichinos' reply is pragmatic, suggesting they figure out what to do quickly. Her message proposes he escort Saya to her school and then part ways. Having received a quick understood from Ichinos, Kazuto offers to walk Saya to school. Saya happily links her arm with Kazuto's while his phone buzzes with new mail. Through her sniper scope, Ichinos' eye glares with fury at the sight. She defiantly texts him, declaring he's a Ryuju and asking if that's a problem. Kazuto denies the charge, insisting he's a loner as Saya clings to his arm. Ichinos's furious message accuses Kazuto of being a criminal PDF file for being with this girl. Frantically, Kazuto messages back that Saya is a third-year middle schooler, not a child. Saya looks up at the agitated Kazuto, asking what he has been doing. Ichinos's message clarifies she dislikes the girl, but admits her dog Kuro is cute. The sky is shown in a brief transitional view. Kazuto explains to Saya that the sniper's covering fire saved them from the Dark Wolf. When Saya asks where the sniper is, Kazuto points towards a distant, ruined building. Saya grips her knife, wondering about the gun and preparing to greet the person. Ichinos, taking aim, sends a message ordering them both to put their weapons down. She pouts, annoyed at seeing Kazuto being so friendly with the other girl. Emerging from her hiding spot, Ichinos walks towards them with her rifle. She stands at a distance, looking away with a disgruntled and pouty expression. Sei confronts her, asking why she won't make eye contact, calling her extremely shy. Ichinos peeks out from behind Kazuto, still avoiding a direct gaze. The two girls glare at each other while a stressed Kazuto stands between them. Momo the dog proudly presents a large, sparkling magic stone, barking happily. Kneeling down, Kazuto praises Momo for remembering to bring the spoil from their fight. A system notification identifies the item as a Dark Wolf's magic stone, medium. Kazuto gives Momo permission to eat the magic stone, which the dog eagerly accepts. In the background, Saya gently scolds Kuro for being mean towards their saviors. As Momo eats, its tail begins to glow, emitting a soft light as it transforms. Its tail becomes a spiky black, shadowy appendage, startling Saya and Kuro. Kuro cautiously approaches Momo, and Kazuto praises Momo for sharing with her new friend. Kuro sniffs Momo's new tail, and Saya expresses her relief that he seems okay. With a bright, heartfelt smile, Saya thanks both Kazuto and Momo for everything. The sky is shown again in a brief, transitional view. At a ruined intersection, Kazuto tells Saya this is where they must part ways. He explains he's wary of the student council president, but will stay in touch via mail. Saya looks down sadly but accepts his decision with a quiet understood. Waving goodbye, she and Kuro walk away, but Kuro pauses, sensing something. Kuro glances back, wondering if he saw a fleeting black mist around Saya. Dismissing it as his imagination, he continues walking with Saya down the ruined alley. An establishing shot shows the dilapidated house where Kazuto and Ichinos are staying. Inside, Kazuto suggests they have lunch after a long day, and Ichinos agrees. A detailed status screen reveals Kazuto is now level 22, with numerous skills. He reflects on his incredible growth, his stats having nearly tripled since he started. Despite his newfound power, he feels a subtle, lingering sense of unease. He dismisses the feeling as overthinking, while Momo looks on with a curious head tilt. An establishing shot shows a school's clock tower under a gray, overcast sky. A blonde girl, Natsun, holds a small nutrition bar, lamenting how little food it is. In the school cafeteria, she tells another girl she understands their food situation is dire. Natsun discusses Nishino's strange behavior with friends, suspecting a brainwashing skill is involved. She wonders how to break such a spell and worries if she herself is affected. She recalls hearing a strange voice during a battle that only her enhanced hearing picked up. The voice had called her by her old nickname, Richan. She knows there is only one person in the world who has ever called her that. A girl, Saya, approaches and asks what's wrong, calling her by her current name, Natsun. Natsun is startled as Saya greets her, identifying her as Isaka-senpai. Saya stands with her dog Kuro, smiling warmly as she addresses Natsun. Natsun asks if Saya is heading out for lunch, and Saya confirms it's for one item. The two girls sit together at a long table in the nearly empty school cafeteria. Natsun expresses her relief that Saya survived, crediting Kazuni for her safety. Natsun then asks Saya a serious question. Would she help a best friend in trouble? A close-up shows Natsun's intense, questioning eyes as she waits for an answer. She clarifies, asking if Saya would help even if it meant facing danger herself. Saya hesitates, looking down, a silent hanging in the air between them. She quietly admits that she probably wouldn't be able to do anything to help. Natsun smiles warmly, apologizing for asking such a strange and difficult question. She says that's precisely why she finds people who can act in those moments truly amazing. Her thoughts drift to an image of Kazuto as she wishes she could be a hero. She becomes flustered, waving her hands and telling Natsun to forget what she said. Natsun, moved to tears, thanks Saya and pulls her into a tight, emotional hug. Saya blushes, flustered by the intense embrace, telling Natsun to please let go. The other students in the cafeteria can only stare at the emotional scene in shock. At their feet, the dog Kuro suddenly begins to whimper and growl in distress. Saya looks down, a concerned, "Huh?" escaping her as she notices his strange behavior. She places a hand on his back, asking what's wrong with him. Kuro's body trembles violently as he lets out a series of pained, guttural whimpers. Natsun urgently warns Saya to get back, saying something is clearly wrong with Kuro. A thick, viscous black sludge begins to pour from Kuro's mouth. Saya looks on in horror, still held back by a worried and protective Natsun. Kuro collapses to the floor, his body dissolving into a pulsating puddle of black ooze. The puddle erupts upwards in a chaotic mass of writhing dark tendrils. The students watch in terror as the dark mass swirls menacingly in the cafeteria. The formless horror continues to grow, lashing out with shadowy, whip-like appendages. The creature's form expands, a vortex of dark matter and chaotic, destructive energy. A single massive vertical reptilian eye snaps open within the swirling mass. Miles away, Kazuto and his companion feel a psychic shockwave of dread from the school. The stern student council leader also looks up, sensing the powerful, malevolent disturbance. The student council president, Igarashi, looks up from her work, her expression sharp. Saya and Natsun look on in horror at the unfolding, monstrous catastrophe. The student council members are frozen in fear as the monster's power continues to grow. The creature's new form is a colossal wolf made of countless, writhing black tendrils. The caption declares the beginning of the catastrophe as the pet dog transforms. Saya screams Kuro's name in anguish, asking what has happened to him. She and Natsun stare in horror at the swirling, monstrous form before them. A system announcement confirms the emergence of a unique, powerful entity. The creature is identified as a new species, the Black Ooze Wolf, and named Schwartz. Its single eye glows with power as a message states its stats are rising. Reports confirm it's the third named monster, with 22 skills and 7 lives claimed. Kazuto feels a sharp, unpleasant psychic jolt, his eye widening in sudden alarm. His companion asks what's wrong, but he can only say he doesn't know. He urgently tells her they need to get away from this place immediately. An overwhelmingly unpleasant feeling suddenly appears, his face grim with dread. His dog Momo lets out a sharp, commanding bark, urging him towards the school. As his companion points him out, a young man urges his hesitant dog, Momo, to hide. His expression hardens with determination, a single bead of sweat on his temple. An ominous feeling emanates from the school building as he questions its presence. A sign hanging from the ceiling identifies the location as the school's cafeteria. Inside, a monstrous wolf of writhing tendrils materializes before the terrified students. A girl with reddish-brown hair desperately screams for everyone to flee the danger immediately. She gasps for breath, her plea echoing in the sudden chaos. The other students are frozen, their faces masks of pure, unadulterated terror. A blond young man is the first to react, turning to sprint away. He charges forward as the shadow beast lets out a deafening, monstrous roar. The beast's tendrils lash out, striking a student with brutal, overwhelming force. Its form solidifies, revealing a grotesque wolf made of shadows, its tongue lolling. The monster's maw opens wide, its fanged grin a promise of destruction. The remaining students scream in horror, paralyzed by the unfolding carnage. One student is swatted aside like a doll in the whirlwind of violence. The monster's attack sends 2 more students flying, their bodies limp. They crash into the windows, their desperate escape cut brutally short. The survivors watch the slaughter, their faces etched with despair and disbelief. A girl in the center of the chaos stares, her mind blank with shock. The monster's rampage is a vortex of dark energy, consuming everything in its path. A firm hand grabs the girl's wrist, breaking her out of her stupor. A blonde girl pulls her friend, telling her to run away now. The creature's attack continues, a dark explosion of power erupting nearby. The blonde girl shields her friend as the monstrous Kuro turns towards them. She tells her confused friend that she has to make a resolute decision. Her eyes narrow with grim determination. She must make her resolve unshakable. With a furious roar, she unleashes her power, activating her berserk skill. Her rationality is exchanged for a massive boost to her stats. The skill multiplies her power by 4, a desperate final gamble. Activating all her combat skills, she lets out a fierce war cry. The monster stands over a fallen student, a hulking silhouette of pure dread. She charges, a blur of motion, meeting the monster in a violent clash. Gritting her teeth, she pushes with all her might, letting out a guttural cry. The overwhelming force throws her backward, her body going limp. A single tear traces a path down her cheek as her consciousness fades. A system message confirms she acquired fear resistance, only for it to be canceled. A single powerful emotion floods her mind, pure, unadulterated hatred. Her hand weakly clenches, her will fighting on even as her body fails. Lying defeated, she realizes she has no strength left to fight. She weakly pleads for the monster to stop its relentless advance. Saya rushes forward, desperately asking what has happened to her beloved Kuro. Another girl warns her it's too dangerous as Saya begs for Kuro to return. The monster Kuro responds only with a low, guttural, unrecognizing growl. Blood spatters across the floor, a grim testament to the ongoing slaughter. A white fluffy tail is seen as a creature darts through the ruins. A young man carrying a girl asks why his companion Momo is heading for the school. He recalls a terrible scream, his expression grim as he warns of the danger. Following Momo, he continues his frantic run, calling the creature's name. The clock tower of the school comes into view as he questions the scene. He sees a vision of students being overwhelmed by vicious goblins. One student cries out in agony as a goblin's blade finds its mark. The classroom is a scene of chaos, students fighting a losing battle. Back in the present, a girl looks nauseous as Kudo realizes they were summoned. Kudo worries that Ichinos is in a dangerous situation and should have waited. He calls out in alarm as his companion, Momo, suddenly bolts ahead. The creature runs toward the entrance of the besieged school building. A massive explosion erupts from the school, shattering windows and walls. A vertical blast of light and shadow tears through the building's structure. The monster Kuro stands silhouetted in the heart of the fiery blast. Kudo stares in shock, wondering what this new, terrifying creature is. He observes the monster's form, a grotesque fusion of tentacles and mud. His eyes narrow as he recognizes the source of the hateful aura. The creature's shadowy tendrils writhe and expand with menacing power. It unleashes a devastating attack, its tendrils lashing out at Kudo. The overwhelming power causes his resistance skills to level up instantly. He is thrown backward by the immense force of the shadowy blast. Cradling his companion, he marvels at the monster's incredible power. The small white dog, Momo, lands softly on the ground, its paw steady. Its mouth opens, a glowing symbol appearing on its tongue as it gathers power. It throws its head back and unleashes a powerful, piercing howl. The holy light and sound cause the shadow monster to violently disintegrate. The creature's single eye widens in surprise, its form growling in pain. Dark, slimy tendrils erupt from the dissolving beast, lashing out. The tendrils ensnare Momo as Kudo notices its strange behavior. He desperately commands Momo to get back, sensing the imminent danger. He summons a massive truck from his item box to crush the beast. His expression is one of pure, unyielding determination as he presses his attack. He knows the beast's tendrils have a limit and resolves to overwhelm them. The monster strains under the weight, its shadowy form groaning with effort. It lets out a low guttural growl, its fanged maw dripping with sludge. Kudo looks on in shock, a sudden realization dawning on him. A memory of a familiar collar flashes through his mind. He stares at the monster, a horrifying question forming on his lips. The creature explodes with power, unleashing a devastating roar. Kudo clutches his head, trying to process how Kuro became this monster. He worries for Saya's safety amidst the cataclysmic blast. The monster, Kuro, turns its attention towards him, its maw open. His slime companion, Aka, senses the danger, its expression one of alarm. Aka surges forward, forming a massive crescent-shaped shield to protect him. The monster's maw, filled with jagged teeth, closes in on the shield. The black, viscous tendrils of the monster swarm and press against the shield. Aka shifts its form, enveloping Kudo completely in a protective sphere. Trapped inside, Kudo realizes the monster has changed its tactics. He knows Aka's defense is purely absorption, and a direct attack is a trap. The tendrils constrict around the sphere, threatening to crush them. The sphere suddenly shrinks and shoots away, evading the grasping tentacles. Kudo is startled by the maneuver, wondering what just happened. He looks back to see Momo exposed, the monster's new target. The small white dog is helplessly pulled into the monstrous, shadowy mass. His face a mask of terror, he bellows a desperate command for Momo to run. A small white dog named Momo is happily enveloped by writhing, dark tendrils, letting out a cheerful bark. The viscous tendrils completely consume Momo, coalescing into a pulsating, dark sphere on the ground. With a soft implosion, the dark sphere dissolves, its form dissipating into a splash of black particles. As a final wisp of shadow fades, Momo vanishes completely, leaving only the empty, barren ground behind. A close-up captures Momo's happy, barking face as the dark substance closes in for the final time. In a ruined school courtyard, Kudo and other survivors witness the shadow monster Kuro barking triumphantly. Kudo's eyes, wide with disbelief and brimming with tears, reflect the rain as he whispers Momo's name. He stumbles, looking up at the colossal monster and questioning what he's seeing. The world spins around him in a blur of shock and dawning horror. The monster Kuro opens its maw, revealing it has just swallowed Momo whole. Kudo falls backward onto the rubble, his strength completely gone as he calls out Momo's name. A stark vertical panel confirms the horrifying truth. Momo has been swallowed by the beast. Defeated, Kudo sits in the courtyard as Kuro stands triumphantly over the other survivors. On his hands and knees, Kudo grits his teeth, his profound grief beginning to curdle into rage. Seething with anger, he silently demands that the monster return his friend. A memory of Momo's face appears, its voice echoing the desperate demand to be returned. As he claws the dirt, a system notification confirms he has acquired the skill Wrath. A vision of Momo walking away strengthens his resolve to get his companion back. A new notification appears as he screams Momo's name, confirming his skill has leveled up. Fueled by his grief, he lets out a primal scream as a powerful aura erupts from his body. The monster reveals its true, horrifying form, a chaotic mass of tentacles and gaping maws. Its shadowy, grotesque body writhes and churns with a terrifying, monstrous energy. The creature's gaping mouth is lined with countless rows of needle-sharp teeth. Kudo glares with cold fury, identifying the transformed creature as a fiend. Leaping high into the air, he summons a car from his item box to crush the monster. He follows up with a cascade of more cars, raining destruction down from above. The monster roars in pain and confusion under the relentless barrage of vehicles. A close-up reveals its single, malevolent eye glaring from within its tangled form. Kudo hurls his sword with deadly precision, refusing to let the monster recover. The blade flies through the air, striking the monster's head with a brilliant flash. His mind analyzes the monster's call ability, realizing it can be interrupted. His gut churns with a rage so hot it could melt the very world around him. Despite his inner turmoil, his eyes are cold and focused, his mind perfectly clear. He becomes a blur of motion, dodging a lashing tendril with incredible speed. With his sword, he parries a furious barrage of dark whip-like appendages. Roaring with effort, he holds his ground as notifications confirm his skills are leveling up. The monster snarls, its fanged maw dripping with dark, viscous ichor. He shoves a hand forward, shouting the name of his item box skill. A massive wall of digital blocks materializes, forming a defensive barrier. The monster's crushing blow slams into the shield, sending him flying backward. He is clipped on the head by a chunk of debris from the immense impact. The monster, a grotesque wolf of writhing tentacles, glares at him with malice. It stands amidst a vast ruined landscape under a gray, desolate sky. Kudo rises from the rubble, his silhouette defiant, his sword held at the ready. The beast lunges with a horrifying roar, its maw of jagged teeth wide open. Kudo sidesteps the charge, swinging his sword in a powerful, arcing blow. His eyes are wide with focus as his blade passes through the creature's body. The attack connects but fails to inflict solid damage, passing through with a squelch. He looks at his hand in horror as the skin corrodes from contact with the beast. He grits his teeth, apologizing to Aka for the damage as his sword also melts. A new message appears in his vision, informing him that aid will be provided. Aika's voice instructs him to focus on the main target while she handles the others. He accepts her help, a small, determined smile on his face. He faces the monster, his mind racing to understand what happened to Momo. He considers if Momo sensed a change in Kuro during the Dark Wolf fight. His party status screen appears, showing Momo is still listed as a member. He realizes with a surge of hope that Momo must still be alive. His face shadowed, he whispers a desperate promise for Momo to wait for him. The monster lets out a low, menacing growl, its shadowy form coalescing. Kudo points his sword at the beast, vowing that he will absolutely save his companion. In a ruined classroom, a monstrous eye snaps open with a shudder. A girl, Saya, looks down at her hand, which is covered in black blood. She gasps, stumbling to a sitting position amidst a scene of carnage. She clutches her face, her hands smeared with the dark, viscous substance. She looks around at the still forms of her classmates, marked with cross-shaped wounds. A memory flashes of Kuro's tail stopping the monster's attack right before it hit her. She remembers Kuro intervening just before she lost consciousness. She concludes that Kuro's consciousness is still trapped inside the monster. The glowing mark of her tamer contract on her leg confirms her theory. Aika appears, battered but resolute, and declares that she is coming with Saya. Saya protests, pointing out that Aika's severe injuries are too much for a fight. Aika explains she feels a nostalgic presence and a need to go. With a sad smile, she insists she must go and have a talk with her. Saya expresses her worry about Aika venturing out alone in her condition. Saya tearfully agrees, asking if Aika is truly sure about this decision. Aika reveals a grievous wound that is already closing due to her regeneration skill. She says that since that's settled, they should go. The ruined clock tower of the school looms ominously in the background. The battle rages on as the monster roars, unleashing a torrent of tentacles. The writhing appendages are a chaotic storm of dark, destructive energy. Kudo strains, hoisting his sword to block the onslaught and yelling for Akka to endure. The tentacles lash out with incredible force and speed, a blur of motion. He is pushed back, grunting at the immense weight of the monstrous attack. The impact jars him to his core, but he manages to hold his ground. He knows he must hold on until he gets support fire from Ichinos. He tells himself there's no room to look back. He must heighten his focus. His hand grips the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white with strain. He grunts, parrying another corrosive tentacle with a shower of sparks. The acid splashes against his sword, eating away at the blade's edge. He looks at the melting weapon, realizing Akka's body is dissolving with each hit. He curses, knowing he can't do anything in this desperate stalemate. He thinks that if he can't win, he should just run away. He screams at himself, rejecting the cowardly choice to abandon Momo and run. The monster's form shifts, its tentacles bubbling and coalescing in a new shape. He watches intently, wondering what the creature is doing now. A colossal blade of pure dark energy forms above the monster. The energy shatters into a terrifying volley of hundreds of dark projectiles. The deadly rain slams into the school building, not at him, but at his allies. He wonders what the monster intends by trying to stop him with this attack. He stares in horror as the school's facade is obliterated by the relentless assault. A young man, Kasu, cries out in alarm, realizing his companion Ichinos is in danger. In a ruined building, Ichinos runs for her life, having managed to escape. She confronts a small, cowering goblin, questioning its presence. The goblin snarls, realizing its peril as she takes aim with her rifle. She grits her teeth, knowing her sniper skills and item box are useless indoors. Frustrated, Kazu pulls his hood over his head, cursing the dire situation. With a scream, Ichinos brutally smashes a monster's head with her pistol. Kazu faces a monstrous, tendrilled wolf, having successfully acquired something. His eyes widen in sheer terror as he realizes he has made a fatal error. The massive beast glares, having been summoned to create an opening for an attack. With a deafening roar, the monster reveals a maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Kazu summons a shadowy, whip-like weapon from his outstretched hand. He cries out in agony as the monster's powerful attack lands. The beast's fangs sink into his shadowy defense, threatening to shatter it completely. Gritting his teeth, his hand closes around the hilt of a glowing short blade. He drives his weapon into the beast's shadowy form with a powerful swing. He knows his item box and Eika's defense are useless at this close range. He screams in pain, realizing he is about to be overwhelmed by the monster. A girl in a school uniform, Saya, leaps down, slashing the beast with a massive blade. With fierce determination, she screams the monster's name, "Kuro!" Her blade bites deep into Kuro's form, causing the beast to roar in pain. She lands gracefully after her attack, as Kazu watches in stunned silence. He expresses his relief that she is safe, and she asks if he is all right. He admits he's managed to survive, though his trembling hand reveals his battered state. The monstrous Kuro lets out a low, menacing growl from the shadows. The two humans stand before the beast, its form dripping with dark, corrupting energy. Saya pleads with Kuro, her voice cracking as she begs it to return to its former self. The monster's reptilian eye twitches, and a pained growl escapes its form. It thrashes its head, roaring in agony as a second, smaller wolf's head emerges. Kazu wonders if Saya's voice is reaching the consciousness of Kuro trapped within. The monster's body bubbles and convulses violently, its form unstable. Its shadowy fur erupts outwards in a terrifying, peacock-like display of dark energy. He wonders if another devastating rain-like attack is about to be unleashed. A sharp glint of light reflects in Kazu's eye as he senses something new. His enemy detection skill activates, sensing a presence from inside the monster. Kuro's body dissolves into a chaotic, writhing mass of liquid tendrils. The beast lets out a pained howl, its form flickering and destabilizing. Kazu realizes this isn't an attack, but a desperate plea to return to normal. A memory of a small white Shiba Inu appears, a silent question posed to it. The dog Momo looks on with a gentle, knowing, and slightly sad expression. A memory shows Momo and Kuro together, recalling Momo's selfless and protective nature. Momo turns away with a proud, almost dismissive expression. Kazu's hand tightens on his sword hilt, accepting Saya's feelings as his own. Saya begins to explain about Kuro, but Kazu reassures her that he understands. He closes his eyes, a small, resolute smile forming on his face. His eyes snap open as he declares with conviction that they will save both Kuro and Momo. Saya looks at him, her expression filled with absolute trust and hope. A tearful smile breaks through the grime on her face as she agrees. Kazu holds his sword, his gaze steady as he prepares to end the fight. He confronts the monstrous dark wolf, declaring it's time to settle things. In a void of absolute darkness, the small white dog, Momo, begins its journey. Shadowy tendrils erupt from the ground, trying to ensnare Momo's paws. With a defiant bark, Momo shakes off the grasping dark appendages. It is revealed that Momo has used a unique skill to invade the monster's psychic world. Momo walks a path of light through the oppressive darkness, leaving glowing paw prints. The small dog's paw steps firmly onto a path only it can see. It approaches a dark, moon-like sphere, the core of the corrupted consciousness. In its mouth, Momo gently carries a single, pure, white feather of hope. Momo stands before the true form of the corruption, a colossal mass of writhing tentacles. The monstrous entity writhes, its form a chaotic storm of pure shadow. Momo lets out a piercing bark, calling to the consciousness trapped deep within the darkness. The trapped Kuro, a shadowy wolf figure, hears the call and begins to stir. It lifts its head, responding to Momo's persistent, hopeful barks. The two dogs call to each other across the mental void, forging a connection. The corrupted entity begins to shudder and crumble from within. A small, confident smirk crosses Momo's face as its plan works. In the real world, Kazu's mouth hangs open in utter shock and disbelief. The dark wolf's internal structure collapses violently, its form breaking apart. With a final, desperate roar, its shadowy form spirals in on itself. The beast lowers its head and lunges forward in a last chaotic charge. Kazu's eye sharpens, seeing the desperate attack for what it truly is. The monster hurtles towards him, a blur of dying rage and pain. With incredible speed, Kazu dodges, letting the attack pass harmlessly by. He taunts the beast, asking how it likes his clever countermove. The dark wolf crashes into a building, the structure exploding on impact. From the darkness of the ruined building, two malevolent eyes glow. The monster stumbles out, its body dripping with sludge, but it is still standing. Kazu realizes the sludge is a physical manifestation of the dark wolf's power. He tells Saya his plan. They must force all of the corrupting sludge out. He instructs her to keep calling out, to reach the true Kuro's consciousness within. Saya, her face streaked with grime, agrees with fierce, unwavering determination. She screams Kuro's name with all the strength and hope in her heart. The monster roars back, a cruel, intelligent smile spreading across its grotesque face. Kazu unleashes a chaotic barrage of junk from his item box. The monster howls in pain as it's battered by the hail of heavy debris. Kazu resolves to scrape away as much of the corrupting sludge as he can. The battered monster lets out a low-pained growl. It thrashes, its tendrils lashing out amidst the junk and wreckage. A strange, pained cry for Momo escapes the beast's monstrous maw. The monster's form writhes in agony under the relentless assault. It lets out another roar, a mixture of pain, confusion, and sorrow. Its tendrils erupt outwards in a defensive, panicked display of power. From her perch, the sniper, Ichinos, provides a crucial status update. The sludge covering the monster has been significantly reduced, leaving it vulnerable. Kazu sees his chance, deciding to finish the fight here and now. He activates a skill, his hands glowing with a powerful, shimmering energy. Though it causes him pain, he forces his injured left hand to move. He apologizes to his companion Akka, telling it to endure one last time. The slime Akka responds with a determined, resolute jiggle. Akka flows over his arm, transforming into a massive, jagged, living blade. With two massive cleavers in hand, Kazu announces his intention to fight. He swiftly dispatches a monstrous tentacle, its dark form dissolving on impact. Leaping into battle, he roars a challenge at a hulking, sludge-covered wolf. The creature's maw is a terrifying sight, lined with sharp teeth and dripping slime. Kazu is taken aback by the monster's chilling and intelligent smile. His eyes suddenly widen with dawning, horrified realization. A massive wave of black sludge shoots past him, aimed at his companion, Ichinos. He understands the monster is forcing him into a sadistic, impossible choice. Facing the beast, he declares it won't fool him with the same trick twice. A blonde girl, Ritsu, sprints into the fray with a fierce battle cry. She slams a large shield into an unseen force, creating a brilliant impact. The sniper Natsun is knocked unconscious by the newcomer's swift attack. Ritsu greets her fallen friend, expressing that it has been a long time. Natsun looks up, her eyes wide with shock as she whispers Ritsu's name. In a dark void, a small white dog barks at a corrupted, monstrous form. A girl named Saya weeps for her companion, Kuro, who has been transformed. The white dog Momo pleads with the corrupted beast to return to its senses. The corrupted creature's ear twitches, a sign that the plea is being heard. It lets out a pained, confused whimper in response to Momo's call. A massive wave of dark sludge erupts from the monster's body. Ritsu looks at her friend Natsun with a gentle, reassuring smile. Natsun looks back, her face a mask of tearful relief and gratitude. Kazu confronts the beast, noticing something crucial amidst the chaos. He plunges his glowing hand deep into the monster's viscous body. His expression is one of intense focus as he searches within the creature. His fingers close around a solid object hidden inside the sludge. The monster lets out a deafening roar of agony as he grips its core. It thrashes wildly, dragging him along in its pained, desperate struggle. He grits his teeth, holding on despite the creature's immense power. His eyes widen with a sudden, crucial realization. He wonders what the creature is fighting so desperately to achieve. In the mental world, Momo is blasted back by a psychic attack. Momo whimpers, but quickly recovers from the powerful blow. He gets back on his paws, determined to continue the fight. The small dog lets out a soft, pleading sound. Momo barks again, a clear and insistent call to his friend. The corrupted Kuro, trapped in darkness, responds with a faint whimper. Momo lunges forward, a blur of white fur and determination. Kazu pulls a gnarled, dark object from the monster, declaring he has found it. He now understands the cause of Kuro's monstrous transformation. A flashback shows the original dark wolf biting down on Kuro. He questions why only Kuro was corrupted when Momo also ate a magic stone. The reason was that Kuro suffered a direct physical attack from the dark wolf. The corruption was injected via a cursed fang left in Kuro's body. Momo observes the true nature of the enemy possessing his friend. Kazu realizes that parts of a monster can linger after its defeat. Holding the fang, he confirms his premonition was correct. He feels the raw hatred from the fang, which grew inside Kuro over time. Saya cries out Kuro's name, her voice filled with worry. She screams encouragement, telling him to hang in there. She begs him not to lose to a creature like that. Kuro lets out a determined growl, strengthened by her words. He faces the colossal Schwartz, howling in solidarity with Momo. The two small dogs stare up defiantly at the monstrous beast. They bark furiously, a united front against the overwhelming threat. Schwartz unleashes a deafening, apocalyptic roar. The two small dogs stand their ground before the towering monster. The colossal Schwartz begins to dissolve in agony. Its black sludge melts away, engulfing the small black puppy. The puppy shakes itself off, seemingly unharmed by the dark substance. It looks at Momo with a questioning expression. The puppy lets out a single, acknowledging bark. Momo looks back with a sharp, knowing expression. The puppy lowers its head in a gesture of acceptance. A silent pact is formed between the two canines. The puppy bows its head, acknowledging Momo's role. With a final roar, Kazu prepares to deliver the finishing blow. His fist, crackling with energy, connects with the monster's jaw. He screams his victory as Momo howls in triumph. The monster's crystalline jaw shatters into 1,000 pieces. The impact echoes across the battlefield as the shards rain down. Kazu is thrown back as he receives a notification of experience gain. Shimmering bubbles of light rise from the monster's dissipating remains. He wonders if it's finally over as the subjugation of Schwartz is confirmed. He checks on his slime companion, Aka, confirming it's all right. His status screen reveals he is level 22, but on the brink of death. Despite his injuries, a faint smile touches his lips. He confirms the Dark Wolf's curse has been lifted. Momo stands happily beside the small, purified Kuro. He receives a skill and item as a subjugation bonus. The two girls watch the strange announcements floating in the air. Saya tearfully cradles the small, safe Kuro. The reunited group stands together amidst the floating bubbles. However, the courtyard is still swarming with other monsters. Kazu realizes their only sane choice is to run. He carries the exhausted Ichinos as the group flees the school. As they escape, Kazu senses a new strange presence. Two children are spotted in a ruined street ahead. The little girl cheerfully declares she'll blow all the monsters away. Kazu's companions express their alarm at the children's presence. They shout a warning, telling the children it's dangerous. The little girl waves them off, insisting it's fine. She proposes a competition to see who can kill the most monsters. Kazu's group is horrified by the children's chilling bloodlust. He wonders who the children are as they run off to fight. He feels an unsettling aura from them, but decides to escape. They finally find shelter in a quiet, secluded apartment building. Kazu collapses in relief, glad they managed to escape. He grimly reflects on his many near-death experiences. He holds a healing potion, knowing it will heal his wounds but not his exhaustion. In a quiet, dilapidated room, a young woman with short, light-colored hair, Natsun, clings to her long-haired, ponytailed friend, Ritsu, in a desperate, tearful embrace. "Thank goodness," Natsun sobs, her body trembling with overwhelming relief. Ritsu, surprised but concerned, holds her friend as Natsun pours out a torrent of apologies. She blames herself for a past incident at school that drove them apart. Ritsu gently comforts her, insisting that it's not her fault at all. All that matters, she says, is that they are alive and together again. Their emotional reunion is a cathartic release of long-held guilt and fear. Their shared cries of "I wanted to see you" echo in the empty space. Elsewhere, in the ruins of the city, a very different kind of survival plays out. A young girl with reddish-brown hair sits casually on a pile of debris, nonchalantly eating snacks. Her younger brother stands nearby, asking if monsters caused all this destruction. She surveys the destruction with a detached, almost predatory calm, remarking on how weak the adults are. Deciding she's tired, she suggests they simply go to sleep, a proposal her brother readily accepts. Their casual indifference is a stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. In another part of the city, a young woman with long black hair and glasses investigates a ransacked home. The student council president, Unuma, reflects on a recent, devastating monster attack. A flashback reveals the horrifying snarling maw of a shadowy beast. She confirms via a holographic party member list that her targets are still alive. This triggers another, more sinister memory of her giving a terrifying order. Unuma, her face twisted demonically, had ordered 2 male students to capture a girl named Sayaka. She had commanded them to use any means necessary, declaring that no one else could have her. In a narrow alleyway, a spiky-haired young man named Shibata clutches his head in panic. He fights against an unnatural compulsion to protect the student council president. His internal struggle is cut short by an explosion, from which he is saved by a new group. The group is led by a confident blonde young man, Nishino, and a powerfully built older man. The older man, Goshogawara, casually carries a massive log over his shoulder as a weapon. High above the city on a lonely rooftop, the protagonist, Kudo, grapples with his own internal conflict. He thinks of the girls he has recently allied with and the weight of his new responsibilities. He reflects on his past as a solitary office worker, a life that was simpler and safer. The stress of protecting others clashes with his ingrained desire for self-preservation. Looking out at the broken world, he comes to a quiet resolution. In a world this chaotic, perhaps it's okay to live a little more to his own liking. The next morning, the 6th day since the world changed, Kudo awakens. A cheerful Shiba Inu, Momo, greets him with an enthusiastic "Wan" and a wagging tail. He pulls the dog into an affectionate hug, a moment of pure, healing comfort. His other companion, a purple slime named Akka, jiggles a good morning. As the 2 non-human members of his party rest, Kudo pulls up his holographic status screen. He is now level 22, with powerful job classes like Thief and Assassin. A new ability, Shadow Manipulation, allows him to draw weapons directly from the darkness at his feet. He contemplates the mysterious items he's acquired, a black jewel and a goatskin parchment. His planning is interrupted by the arrival of Sayaka and her black cat Kuro. Sayaka looks deeply troubled, her face a mask of guilt over a previous battle. Kudo gently invites her inside to rest and eat, diffusing the tension. Soon the entire group is gathered around a table, sharing a meal. The brief moment of peace is broken when Ichinos asks Kudo who he is. She explains that he seems very different from the person she thought she knew. The conversation shifts to logistics as they realize they have no way to contact each other. Kudo introduces the mail skill, a game-like messaging system, and they exchange contact information. They send a message to Nishino's group, and Sayaka also contacts the student council president. With their immediate plans settled, Kudo proposes their next destination, the city hall. Rika, looking vulnerable, asks if she and Ichinos can accompany him. Kudo agrees and formally introduces the girls to his other companions, Momo and Akka. Ichinos is immediately captivated by the squishy, adorable slime, scooping it into a tight hug. As they prepare to leave, Rika is huddled on the floor in a different room, fighting her own demons. Kudo finds her and tells her it's time to go, but his detect enemy skill flares to life. Instantly, the atmosphere shatters and the girls are on their feet, weapons drawn. Kudo announces a monster's presence, one that feels strangely, unsettlingly different. From a shattered window, a young man's eye widens in disbelief. He stares down at a scene of urban decay, trying to identify a strange movement below. It's a rat, but one of monstrous proportions, easily the size of a small dog. Retreating from the window, Kudo explains to his companions what he saw. He clarifies that its presence felt more like that of a monster than an animal. A short-haired brunette named Natsume offers a chilling theory. The rat consumed a magic stone. Kudo elaborates that magic stones are crystalline objects left behind by defeated monsters. He explains that consuming one can enhance an animal's body and grant it new skills. For now, he decides it's best to observe the creature from a safe distance. Suddenly, the creature rears back and lets out a piercing squeal, a sound wave of pure force. The ground in front of it explodes, sending a shockwave of dark energy and debris flying. Kudo and Momo stare down from the window, their faces masks of pure shock. Moments later, the street is quiet again, and Kudo sighs in frustration as the rat has vanished. He imagines the city's other animals undergoing similar transformations, a horrifying thought. He wishes desperately for an appraisal skill to understand the magic stones better. Elsewhere, a student leader expresses relief at finding food, but then receives a strange mail notification. He is startled to see the messages from a Katsuragi Sayaka, a senior student. Before he can process this, the building trembles violently and he screams for everyone to get out. The floor erupts and a giant ant's head emerges from the chasm. The convenience store is overrun by monstrous soldier ants armed with crude weapons. The escape is a desperate, brutal affair, with one student being struck down. The leader, his face a mask of pure rage, bellows at the insects not to move. A wave of energy radiates from him, his order skill immobilizing the lead ants. Knowing the effect is temporary, he makes the call for his group to escape. Meanwhile, Kudo's group discusses their skills and jobs to coordinate better. Rika reveals she is a berserker, but Natsume brings up her grim, same-race killing skill. Rika looks down, a shadow of guilt on her face as she whispers that it's her fault. Kudo, sensing the painful history, states that he won't pry into their past. He then reveals his own job evolved from beast tamer to the higher-ranking demon tamer. As he lists his skills, he is stunned to discover he has acquired a new one: plunder. The two groups are now one, and Kudo confirms they will stick together. He addresses the united group, setting their course for the city hall. Several minutes after an intense encounter, a young woman named Ichinos is doubled over, exhausted. Her companion Rika supports her, murmuring words of encouragement. Kazu looks on with a grim, analytical expression, lamenting this unintended outcome. Ichinos gives a deep, formal bow, apologizing profusely for her weakness. Kazu tells Ichinos to rest, announcing he will scout the building himself. His younger sister Sasha offers to help, but he entrusts her to the dog's care instead. The two canine companions, Momo and Kuro, stand guard over the recovering girls. Rika watches them go, her thoughts drifting to her own nature as a lone wolf fighter. She acknowledges the strength of a group but finds the close-knit atmosphere suffocating. Her gaze falls on the still recovering Ichinos, knowing she is a potential liability. A newfound fierce determination shines in Rika's eyes. She vows to protect her friend. In a vast ruined hall, a white-haired woman confirms that something has been taken away. She raises her hand with a sigh, accepting that it can't be helped. The scene reveals a massive, snow-dusted building, its structure crumbling and broken. Inside the circular hall is a scene of utter devastation, open to the sky. She sits on a lone chair amidst the rubble, finding the whole situation a pain. A close-up of her profile shows her speaking, as if to an unseen companion. She states that the system's blueprints were taken, and questions if she should search for them. Her calm expression suggests she has already considered the consequences of this theft. She concludes a search is unnecessary, as it would be troublesome if the blueprints were read. She notes the manifestation of a new, irregular skill, its power dependent on the user. A faint, knowing smile plays on her lips as she processes this information. Her companion seems to understand her reasoning, promising not to question her further. With a quiet farewell, she prepares to depart from the desolate location. Gazing up at the starry sky through the shattered roof, she remarks on its beauty. She muses that it is only the beginning, and there is no need to rush. The woman vanishes, leaving the ruined hall in silence, as if she were never there. Elsewhere, a young woman with a long blonde ponytail, Ritsu, arrives at a 4-story building. She stands before a door, her thoughts focused on the person she believes is inside. Taking a deep breath, she steels her resolve before turning the handle to enter. She bursts into the room with a determined expression, ready for a confrontation. The room she enters is dilapidated and empty, littered with trash and exposed wires. She initially thinks no one is there, a flicker of disappointment on her face. Her eyes then narrow with certainty as her senses tell her she is not alone. Her intuition proves correct. She knows someone is present in the room. Huddled in a dark corner, a figure sits on the floor, hidden in shadow. Ritsu approaches, recognizing the person and greeting her old friend, Natsun, after a long time. She identifies the girl as Ichinos Natsuna, her former best friend. Her fist clenches as she painfully acknowledges their friendship is a thing of the past. A montage of key figures from her life flashes through her mind, contextualizing her journey. Ritsu's narration begins, recalling her younger self as a shy, quiet girl with glasses. She remembers how she and the similarly quiet Natsuna became fast friends. They spent their elementary and middle school years together, their bond symbolized by holding hands. The two friends even decided to attend the same high school, their future seemingly intertwined. Ritsu recalls her desire for a change, poring over fashion magazines before high school. Her high school debut transformed her into a popular, outgoing blonde girl. She insists that despite her new look, she and Natsuna remained good friends. A dark undercurrent reveals that others found their continued friendship annoying. Shadowy figures of other girls are seen gossiping resentfully behind their backs. A diagram illustrates the school's social hierarchy, with Ritsu at the top and Natsuna at the bottom. Ritsu narrates that she was completely oblivious to the jealousy and malice directed at Natsuna. This petty resentment was born in a social sphere she knew nothing about. While Ritsu was distracted with new friends, Natsuna was being mercilessly bullied in the classroom. Natsuna stands alone at her desk, which is covered in cruel graffiti and trash. Ritsu remembers the moment she realized Natsuna's contact info had vanished from her phone. Her classmates feigned ignorance when she frantically asked about Natsuna's whereabouts. Her eyes widen in dawning horror as the terrible truth begins to surface. She learned that Natsuna had been bullied, dropped out of school, and moved away without a word. Ritsu concludes that she lost her best friend because of her own failure to notice her pain. She has lived with this crushing guilt ever since, even in this new monster-filled world. In the present, the two are finally reunited, and Ritsu's face is a mask of tearful hope. She thinks of all the things they never got to do together, but feels she lost the right. Her fist clenches with self-loathing, believing she has no right to be her friend now. Natsuna rises from her corner and slowly walks towards her, her expression unreadable. The two girls face each other in the derelict room, a tense silence between them. Ritsu tentatively reaches out a hand, a desperate gesture, hoping for reconciliation. With a sharp sound, Natsuna slaps her outstretched hand away. However, the rejection quickly turns into a fierce, desperate embrace. Ritsu is stunned as Natsun clings to her, sobbing with overwhelming relief. Natsun cries that she's so incredibly glad that Ritsu is safe. Ritsu looks down at her friend, her own expression softening with concern and understanding. Natsun begins to apologize profusely for what happened at school, her voice thick with guilt. She blames herself for not being there for Ritsu and for not noticing her friend's pain. Ritsu comforts her, saying all that matters is that she's alive and they're together again. Natsun insists she should be the one apologizing for not confiding in Ritsu about her struggles. Natsun wails that she desperately wanted to see her. Ritsu cries back that she wanted to see her too, their shared longing finally expressed. The scene cuts to a school building under a heavy overcast sky, grounding their reunion. A young boy's voice calls out to his older sister near a ruined clock tower. Amidst the rubble, the boy asks his sister if monsters caused all this destruction. The girl confirms it, remarking that it seems to have been an easy victory for them. She observes how quiet it is, concluding that the weak adults have all run away. Her brother watches as she examines their surroundings with a detached air. The girl nonchalantly opens a bag of cheese-flavored snacks and a smaller treat. Her brother asks what they should do now, looking up at the ruined school. She considers searching for the strong-looking people they had seen earlier. She decides she's too tired and will think about it after they get some sleep. Elsewhere, a young woman with glasses, Igarashi, stands in a ransacked home. She wonders what kind of creature the monstrous wolf she encountered truly was. She recalls how the beast slaughtered her student council members, but inexplicably spared her. This turn of events completely ruined all of her carefully laid plans. She hopes that her friend Sayaka and her dog Kuro manage to escape the carnage. She doubts, however, that the black beast would have let them go unharmed. To confirm their safety, she decides to check her status screen. A holographic interface materializes before her with a soft, digital hum. She studies the glowing screen with a serious, analytical expression. Her finger traces down the party member list, confirming their names are still present. A wave of relief washes over her. She knows they're alive. Her relief is replaced by a grim determination to reunite with them quickly. She spots two other students, asking if the president is with them. The two students look at her blankly, not recognizing who she's talking about. She dismisses their ignorance, deciding it doesn't matter who they are. She uses her charm skill, and the two students immediately agree to obey her. Her internal thoughts reveal her ruthless resolve to protect Sayaka by any means necessary. In a different location, a spiky-haired young man, Shibata, hides in an alley. He catches his breath, relieved to have escaped a recent danger. He debates his next move, but an intrusive thought compels him to protect the student council president. He recoils in shock, realizing the thought isn't his own, a bead of sweat on his brow. His panic is cut short as two goblin-like creatures charge at him down the narrow alley. A massive explosion of black energy erupts, obliterating the goblins in a violent flash. A blonde girl, Rika, appears, looking down at the stunned Shibata and asking what happened. In a derelict alley, Shibata admires Goshogawara's strength as the older man hefts a massive log. A look of surprise crosses Shibata's face as he questions if he's seeing his friend, Nishino. Shibata rushes along an outdoor walkway, overjoyed to find Nishino is safe after their ordeal. Nishino clenches his fist tightly, the tension of their survival evident in his posture. Goshogawara expresses his profound relief that they have safely reunited with their friends. A spiky-haired student sincerely thanks Goshogawara, admitting his group saved them. A girl with short brown hair observes the older man, concluding he seems trustworthy. The newly united group decides they must find a place to rest before moving on. Goshogawara formally introduces himself to Nishino, explaining he works at a nearby lumber mill. The brutal, blood-soaked log he carries is shown in stark, intimidating detail. A wide, panoramic view reveals the ruined city under a starry, snow-dusted night sky. On a balcony, Kudo wonders what his next course of action should be. He contemplates Rika's future, knowing Ichinos wants her to join their party. His thoughts then turn to Saya, questioning if she wants to join or find her own group. Letting out a weary sigh, Kudo laments that he has never had to worry about such things. He reflects on how much simpler life was when he only had himself to consider. A memory surfaces of his old office job, where he worked with detached indifference. He recalls his superficial interactions with colleagues, keeping everyone at a safe distance. He acknowledges how difficult it is to be responsible for others in this dangerous world. The stress of his new life weighs on him, knowing he can no longer be reckless. His expression darkens as he feels the immense pressure of their constant struggle. He remembers that his own life was saved thanks to Ichinos' timely intervention. A new desire forms within him to do his best for his companions, Momo and Aka. The conflict between the ease of solitude and the importance of companionship swirls in his mind. He questions what the right answer is, realizing there may not be a single correct path. Looking down, he is lost in his internal struggle, weighed down by uncertainty. His small dog, Momo, looks up at him with a curious tilt of its head. Kudo finds a new resolve, deciding to live a little more to his own liking. Bright sunlight shines on the apartment building, marking the start of a new day. On the sixth day of the apocalypse, Kudo lets out a big yawn, a slime beside him. His expression is weary but determined as he prepares to face the new day. In another room, Natsu watches Rika sleep, noting her unnerving adaptation to this world. Kudo is greeted by his cheerful Shiba Inu, Momo, who barks a good morning. A bright, happy smile spreads across his face as he wishes Momo a good morning. He buries his face in Momo's soft fur, feeling a sense of pure, healing comfort. He then thanks his slime companion, Aka, for keeping watch through the night. He pats Aka's head, noting he has grown accustomed to its pleasant, squishy texture. Momo lets out a low growl, clearly displeased with the slime getting attention. Kudo calls Momo over, and the dog happily bounds toward him to be petted. He decides it's time to allocate the skill points from his recent level up. A status screen confirms he is Kudo Kazuto, level 22, with ample SP and JP. His full status reveals his shinobi job, extensive skills, and party members. He reflects on the new shadow-related skills he gained from his battle with Kuro. He understands he can now manipulate shadows from objects, greatly expanding his tactics. He recalls the strange black jewel he acquired after defeating the name monster. He reasons it's not a magic stone, so his companions Momo and Aka won't eat it. He resolves to properly investigate his mysterious new items and undecipherable skills. His thoughts turn to the sleeping Rika, knowing he must decide what to do about her. He lets out a small weary sigh, the weight of his responsibility settling on him. A faint sound from outside suddenly catches his sharp, enhanced attention. In the hallway, Saya and Kuro freeze, sensing a presence from within the apartment. Kudo opens the door, welcoming Saya and Kuro back with a friendly wave. Saya responds hesitantly, her expression troubled and filled with unspoken guilt. Kudo observes her dark expression, realizing she feels a heavy burden of responsibility. He intuits that her guilt over the Dark Wolf incident is an inextinguishable feeling. Overwhelmed by her emotions, Saya begins to break down, her face contorting in anguish. Kudo gently invites her inside to eat and calm down before she can spiral further. Saya looks up, surprised by his kind and understanding intervention. The sudden shift in mood confuses both her and her dog, Kuro. The brewing tension between Kuro and Momo is also diffused by Kudo's calm demeanor. Later, Natsu enjoys a jam-filled pastry, marveling at how delicious it is. Kuro happily devours a bowl of food, as he's asked if he finds it tasty. Kudo offers seconds, and the girls and Kuro eagerly accept with a chorus of thanks. He reflects that there's no need to hide his item box during peaceful moments. With the meal finished, Saya thanks him, admitting she feels much calmer now. Natsu then asks Kudo who he really is, finding him different than she expected. Rika understands that Natsu has also been through a lot of hardship. Natsu admits that she is here because Kudo was with her during the recent chaos. Rika and Natsu have a brief, playful argument, which Kudo observes with a smile. Saya asks what the two of them plan to do from now on. Kudo notes that Rika belongs to Nishino's group, acknowledging their separate affiliations. He adds that Saya is part of the student council president's group. Natsu becomes worried, realizing they have no way to contact their respective groups. The thought triggers a painful memory and she becomes agitated and distressed. The painful memory of a past failure makes her anxious about being separated again. Rika suggests they could use that as a means of communication. Kudo looks confused, unsure of what she is referring to with her vague hint. A light bulb seems to go off in his head as he suddenly understands her meaning. He explains that they can use a skill called Isaka-san Mail to stay in touch. Natsu is utterly shocked that such a convenient and powerful skill exists. She excitedly opens her virtual mail, finding her friends' names in her address book. She is dismayed, however, to find that her friend Nishi's name is missing. Kudo confirms he has Nishino's name, theorizing how the skill's contact list works. Natsu throws a fit, lamenting that they won't be able to contact him. Rika calmly suggests that the other girl could simply send the message instead. Saya sits quietly, looking a bit overwhelmed by the rapid-fire exchange. Momo gives Rika a sharp look, silently telling her she's wrong about the situation. Saya finds Nishino's name and prepares to send him a message for the group. She confirms the message is sent and sends another to the student council president. Kudo quietly wonders if Saya knows about the president's unique and dangerous skills. Natsu asks what their group will do now that contact has been made. Kudo announces his plan to head to the city hall for the time being. He wants to find someone who can help him investigate his mysterious items. Rika looks at him with a hesitant, vulnerable expression, a silent plea in her eyes. She asks if she and Natsu can accompany him until they receive a reply. She pleads with him to believe her, assuring him that she will be fine. Kudo is surprised by her earnestness, as she rarely makes eye contact with anyone. He closes his eyes and agrees to her request, understanding her desperation. He then turns to his unseen companions, asking if they are okay with this plan. Rika looks up, confused, asking who he was just talking to. A cheerful Shiba Inu named Momo happily barks a greeting to a small purple slime. A blonde girl, Rika, is taken aback, demanding to know where these two came from. Momo proudly declares that both he and the slime, Aka, are very important companions. Rika bursts into laughter, finding Natsun's companions amazing and overwhelmingly surprising. She crouches down cautiously, asking if it is safe to touch the strange slime creature. In response, the slime extends a small pseudopod to gently meet her outstretched finger. Overjoyed, Rika scoops up the slime, exclaiming how unbelievably soft and cute it is. She cuddles the happily jiggling slime as Kudo, the young man, thanks her. Flustered by her sudden proximity to Kudo, she blushes and stammers an apology. The scene shifts, indicating that a new and pressing matter is about to unfold. Kudo's expression turns serious as he identifies the next problem they must confront. Elsewhere, Natsumi is huddled on the floor, clinging to a cat in distress. Kudo announces that, for now, they must leave their current location immediately. His senses suddenly flare, alerting him to an unseen danger approaching. Natsumi is startled as the dog, Momo, suddenly barks and leaps away from her. Kudo announces that his detect enemy skill has a reaction. The girls instantly go on alert, confirming they also feel a monster's presence. Kudo tells them to stay put, stating that he will go and investigate himself. He notes that the monsters are active again, but this presence feels strangely unsettling. He cautiously peers through a shattered window to find the source of the disturbance. His eye widens in alarm as he spots something unusual moving below. In the ruined street, a small, dark shape scurries near a manhole cover. From a wider view, the movement is seen near a wrecked car and a giant tree root. Kudo's expression is one of shock and alarm as he gets a clearer look. A monstrously large rat is revealed, and he wonders aloud if it's a monster. Back inside, he reports that it was a huge rat, but its aura was monstrous. He notes that the creature's presence felt similar in nature to his own companion, Momo. The girls ask what he saw, and he confirms it was just a large rat. He clarifies that it was no ordinary rat, a fact emphasized by its strange behavior. Natsume theorizes that it may have eaten a magic stone and grown stronger. Rika, confused, asks what a magic stone is, and Kudo explains it's a monster drop. He elaborates that animals can absorb them to gain physical enhancements and new skills. Kudo decides to keep observing the creature from a safe distance for now. Momo suddenly recoils with an alarmed bark, sensing an imminent attack. The giant rat rears back, its body tensing as it prepares to unleash its power. With a piercing squeal, it unleashes a sonic blast that shatters the pavement. Kudo and Momo are stunned by the unexpected and powerful display of destruction. The powerful attack leaves a trail of shattered concrete across the ruined street. Kudo sighs in frustration, realizing the monstrous rat has managed to escape. Momo whimpers, dejected, as Kudo pats its head, noting they were unharmed. Kudo reflects that the rat's raw survival instincts may surpass a human's. The girls confirm that there are no other presences in the immediate area. The incident leaves a lingering thought about the terrifying potential of enhanced animals. He imagines other animals, from strays to forest beasts, undergoing similar transformations. He resolves to be more proactive about collecting the scattered magic stones. He laments that humans can't simply consume them for power like in a video game. Frustrated by the lack of information, he runs a hand through his hair. He desperately wishes he had an appraisal skill to understand the stone's purpose. Elsewhere, a group of students led by Nishino expresses relief at finding leftover food. Nishino is suddenly alerted to a new mail notification appearing in his vision. He looks up, startled and confused by the sudden system message. A friend asks what's wrong, but Nishino can only shake his head in disbelief. The system announces he has met the conditions to acquire the mail skill. He focuses on a holographic screen that has materialized before him. The screen displays one unread mail from a Katsuragi Sayaka. Nishino is stunned by the sender's identity, his mind racing with questions. He's relieved to know they are safe, but wonders if he can reply. A system message confirms he cannot reply due to having 0 SP. He notices a sudden tremor underfoot, questioning the strange vibration. As the shaking intensifies, he wonders aloud if it's an earthquake. His eyes widen in alarm as he screams for everyone to evacuate the store. The floor of the convenience store erupts upwards in a cataclysmic blast. The interior is torn apart as something massive bursts from below. From the dust and debris, the massive head of a giant ant emerges. Another giant ant, armed with a sword and shield, blocks their escape. The leader screams for his friends to run as they flee the store. In the panic, one student drops a can of food on the floor. The ants swarm over the discarded food items, their attention diverted. A girl screams in terror as one of her friends is struck down by a monster. A young man tries to help his fallen friend, urging him to get up. He reaches for his friend's hand as a giant ant attacks with a savage roar. Their hands connect in a desperate, last-ditch effort to escape the chaos. The survivors regroup outside, armed with makeshift weapons, looking back in horror. One student confirms they are monsters, while another sarcastically agrees it's obvious. Nishino dismisses their official name, saying it doesn't matter what they're called. His expression hardens with a mixture of rage and determination. He unleashes his power, roaring at the ants not to move from their spot. A wave of energy washes over the ants, and the ones in front freeze. He reveals his skill, Order, which allows him to compel others with his voice. He knows its success depends on the level difference between him and his target. A friend urges him to run, questioning if they should really fight the horde. Nishino realizes his skill only stopped 3 ants, leaving the rest confused. He thinks that if Rika were with them, the situation might be different. He makes the call to escape while the enemy is disoriented and confused. Kudo suggests to his group that they confirm their jobs and skills. Rika agrees, thinking it will make them more effective in the short term. A thoughtful, almost sly smile appears on her face as she considers her abilities. She reveals she chose the Berserker job, which has a powerful frenzy skill. Kudo notes her other skills, which he learned via the mail system. Rika's gaze darkens as she looks at the Kinslayer skill on her screen. Kudo praises her skill set, then asks what job Natsume chose. Natsume looks down, asking hesitantly if Rika is a shut-in. Rika covers her face in shame, whispering that it's her fault. Natsume looks at her with a mix of pity and concern. She gently takes Rika's hands, telling her not to worry about the past. Rika looks up, moved by her friend's kindness, and whispers her name. Kudo reassures them, saying he won't pry and praising Natsume's high level. Saya reveals that her own level is 14. She explains her beast tamer job evolved after reconciling with Kuro. Kudo is surprised, realizing this advanced job is also an option for him. A young woman recalls how her companions fiercely oppose her decision to take the beast tamer job. A young man lists the skills of the advanced job, including monster contracts and shared experience. The girl is shocked to have unexpectedly acquired a unique and ominous skill called avarice. Kudo explains to his companions that Rika and Saya are not yet officially in his party. He resolves to inform them of their survival status, deciding they should head for the city hall. The newly formed group stands together, ready to depart for their next objective. Several minutes later, the sound of someone panting and wheezing with utter exhaustion is heard. A blonde girl, Rika, supports the completely drained Ichinos, who is doubled over in fatigue. Kazu and his sister, Sasha, observe the scene, with Sasha remarking on Ichinos' terrible condition. Rika asks a wheezing Ichinos if she's all right, as Kazu looks on with concern. The full scene shows Rika struggling to help the exhausted Ichinos, while Kazu watches. Ichinos apologizes profusely, promising to do better next time, as Kazu calmly reassures her. Rika helps the depleted Ichinos slump into an office chair to recover her strength. She internally wonders if this extreme fatigue is a hidden penalty from Ichinos' stalemate skill. Kazu tells Ichinos to rest, announcing his intention to scout the rest of the building alone. Sasha offers to help her brother Kazu with his reconnaissance mission. Kazu declines her help, entrusting the care of the girls to their canine companions, Momo and Kuro. Kuro calmly tells the two young women to rest while Momo looks on with an intelligent glint in its eyes. Momo calls out to another dog, Natsun, saying there is something important it wants to ask. Rika asks Ichinos if she plans to join Nishi's group and act with them. Ichinos remains silent, her gaze distant as she contemplates the difficult question. She reflects on her solo fighting style, a stark contrast to Kazu's group-oriented combat. She doubts others would accept her the way they have accepted the non-human companions, Momo and Akka. The unique, close-knit atmosphere of Kazu's group feels suffocating and difficult for her to navigate. She acknowledges the strength in numbers, recognizing that a group with complementary skills is formidable. Her gaze falls upon the resting Rika, understanding that Kazu must be worried about her. Rika starts to speak, but Ichinos gently cuts her off, saying it's all right. If this is the situation, Ichinos knows she has a decision to make. She wonders if it's even possible for her to remain as a true companion to Natsun's group. Rika looks up, her expression one of surprise and confusion at Ichinos' sudden introspection. Ichinos' eyes shine with a new, fierce determination, vowing that this time she will protect Natsun. On the rooftop, Kazu stretches, idly wondering what the two girls are discussing below. Sasha speculates that Rika is likely inviting Ichinos to join her own party. Kazu gives a lukewarm response, which Sasha notes with a curious, questioning look. He clarifies that whatever conclusion Ichinos comes to, he will respect it. An image of Ichinos smiling gently appears in his mind as he thinks about her decision. He accepts that even if she chooses to dissolve their temporary party, he must respect the outcome. Looking up at the sky, he sighs, admitting to himself that it would be a lonely outcome. Sasha asks him what's wrong, but he dismisses it as nothing important. A sudden, strange feeling prickles Kazu's senses, causing him to pause with a questioning look. Sasha asks him what's wrong, and he hesitantly says it's nothing to worry about. He rubs the back of his neck, acknowledging the deeply unpleasant feeling he just sensed. Sasha calls out to him, noting there are no monsters nearby, wondering if it's just his imagination. A shiver runs down Sasha's spine as she wraps her arms around herself, sensing a powerful dread. Her face contorts with alarm as she declares the feeling is deeply and horribly unpleasant. Kazu realizes it's not his imagination and frantically scans the area, demanding to know where the threat is. The concrete beneath their feet begins to crack and tremble with a violent, deep rumbling. He grabs Sasha by the shoulders in a protective gesture, shouting her name in alarm. The rooftop explodes upwards in a cataclysmic blast, throwing them both into the air. Kazu lands hard on a jagged slab of rubble, looking back in shock at the destruction. He stares into the thick cloud of dust, questioning what could have caused such a blast. The entire building has vanished, replaced by a massive crater and a scene of utter ruin. Sasha points a trembling finger down into the chasm, trying to form the word wall. Kazu follows her gaze, a look of dawning horror spreading across his face. He declares that what he sees must be a lie, his mind refusing to accept it. A colossal hand of rebar and concrete rises from the rubble, clutching a small red slime. The full form of the building golem reveals itself, a titan of destruction with a single glowing eye. Kazu questions how such a monstrous entity could have appeared from nowhere. The golem's single glowing eye pulses with an eerie and malevolent light. Kazu and Sasha are frozen in terror, realizing how dire their situation has become. Kazu screams Eika's name as a translucent slime shield envelops them for protection. A low, guttural, and inhuman groan echoes from the monstrous golem. The creature's mouth, a dark abyss of twisted infrastructure, opens wide in a terrifying roar. It raises a massive fist and brings it crashing down on the adjacent city block. The impact shatters the surrounding buildings, sending shockwaves of destruction outwards. The attack continues, leveling everything in its path with apocalyptic and overwhelming force. The surrounding architecture crumbles like sandcastles under the golem's incredible power. The colossal creature stands amidst the devastation it has wrought, a monument to destruction. A small translucent blue slime rolls into view, a stark and tiny contrast to the chaos. The slime envelops Kazu's hand, a comforting presence in the face of overwhelming terror. Kazu's eye is wide with shock and horror as he surveys the impossible scene. He looks out at the panorama of absolute destruction, questioning what has happened. He clutches his head, frantically trying to calm down and assess his companion's safety. He forces himself to focus, his expression hardening with a grim and desperate resolve. The golem lets out another earth-shaking roar from the chasm below them. Kuro, the large black wolf, bounds into view, carrying several girls on its broad back. Saya, on the ground, calls out Kuro's name in a cry of pure relief. She urgently tells Kazu and Sasha to get on Kuro for a swift escape. Kazu calmly declines, stating that he is faster running on his own. Saya looks back with a worried expression as the girls on Kuro's back look on in confusion. He tells Kuro to go on ahead, promising to rendezvous with them as soon as he can. Kazu thrusts his hand forward, unleashing a powerful blast of digital energy. The blast strikes the monstrous golem, Ruwu, which stumbles but does not fall. The golem retaliates, tearing a massive chunk of a building from its foundations. The escape begins in earnest, with Kuro and Kazu running side by side through the ruins. One of the girls on Kuro's back encourages the wolf to hang in there, knowing it's still recovering. They run with desperate speed as the monstrous titan looms behind them. A girl asks what the monster is, and Kazu admits he doesn't know, but they can't handle it. He internally analyzes their situation, knowing their attacks would be ineffective against such a foe. The girls on Kuro's back look back in horror, asking what the monster is doing now. Kazu stares up in disbelief as Ruwu prepares to throw the massive building section. His denial shatters as the monster's muscles of rebar and concrete tense for the throw. He screams a desperate command at Kuro, telling him to leap to the right now. The wolf obeys, launching itself sideways as the projectile smashes into the ground. The impact shakes the very earth, sending a shower of rubble flying everywhere. Dust and debris fill the air in the immediate aftermath of the devastating attack. A massive trench has been carved through the city, a testament to the monster's power. Kazu is frozen, his face a mask of shock and grim resolve. His eyes are wide, reflecting the impossible scale of the titan they face. The colossal Ruwu, now running, looms behind them, a terrifying silhouette of destruction. The building golem Ruwu looms over the ruins, its presence defying all logic. Its massive hand of rubble and rebar digs into a shattered building, preparing another attack. Kazu and Kuro watch in horror, knowing another projectile means certain doom for them. On Kuro's back, the girls are frozen with terror, wondering what they can possibly do. Suddenly, the monster's colossal hand begins to crumble, its planned assault inexplicably ceasing. Kazu stares in confusion, questioning why the monster has stopped its relentless attack. A dawning realization strikes him as he notices something horrifying within the creature. Inside a dark opening in the golem's body, trapped people scream in despair. Their desperate cries for help and for someone to stop the monster echo from within. The horrific sight shatters Kazu's composure, and he whimpers that he doesn't want to die. Witnessing people being eaten, his body trembles as his stress-resistance skill maxes out. Having met the conditions, he acquires the mental abnormality resistance skill. His new skill immediately levels up to 4, integrating his previous resistances. A girl on Kuro's back sees his state and shouts for him not to look. With cold determination, Kazu leads the escape, shouting for them to run while they can. In another part of the city, students flee down a narrow alley, panting for breath. The student leader glances back, his expression grim as he watches his pursuers. A swarm of grotesque, humanoid ant monsters relentlessly closes in on the fleeing students. The leader notes how the intelligent monsters are hurting them, not letting them escape. He curses the monsters' cunning, remarking on how they are playing with their prey. Feeling trapped, his hand reaches out in desperation, wondering what they can do now. A voice from a second-story window calls down, telling them to come over. The student leader looks up, startled, questioning who this unexpected stranger is. He decides it doesn't matter who it is. Any help is better than none. The students scramble towards the building, seeking refuge from the monstrous swarm. Exhausted, the group collapses against the wall below the window, catching their breath. The student leader's eyes are fixed on the men in the window, observing them. Inside, several men, led by one with glasses, aim strange canister-like weapons. As the ants screech and prepare to attack, the man orders his comrades to fire. A brilliant flash of energy erupts from a weapon, striking an ant head-on. The monster screeches in agony, its chitinous body blasted by the powerful shot. The impact throws the lead ant back, its pained cries confusing the rest of the swarm. The student leader stares in amazement, asking what those incredible weapons are. The man with glasses proudly identifies the weapon as a magnum blaster. He explains it's a bazooka-style insecticide, surprisingly effective against these new monsters. Seeing the monsters hesitate, he roars with confidence, ordering his men to attack. His men, emboldened, let out a fierce war cry and charge towards the enemy. The ants screech and recoil in chaos, their organized pursuit completely broken. A few moments later, the last of the ant monsters are seen retreating down the alley. Their antennae twitch as they communicate, their chittering sounds filling the air. One ant is struck down, its body contorting in its final moments. The swarm, now in full retreat, scuttles away from the unexpected counterattack. The man with glasses, Fujita, grins, remarking that it was a close call. The student leader asks who he is, and Fujita introduces himself as a City Hall employee. The student expresses surprise, and Fujita suggests they talk somewhere more private. Fujita turns to his men, ordering them to go and collect the magic stones. The students express their immense relief, knowing they have been saved. The leader watches Fujita's group, thinking it's best to rely on their strength. The scene transitions to a dark, quiet space. A moment of calm settles in a stark, white void. The transition continues, hinting at a change in location or time. On a desolate beach, someone coughs violently, spitting up water. Kudo's group has reached a seaside area, and he declares they should be safe now. He thanks his companion Momo for supporting everyone with its shadow abilities. A blonde girl, Natsumi, suddenly points excitedly out towards the ocean. She exclaims that there are strange shapes bobbing on the surface of the waves. Kudo calmly identifies them as slimes, considering this a lucky find. He declares his intention to go gather them, and Momo barks in agreement. Momo transforms into its combat form, its shadow tendrils lashing out. The shadowy whips expertly wrangle the gelatinous creatures from the water. From the shore, the group watches Momo's skill wrangle the slimes. A girl with a ponytail marvels at the convenient skill, wondering how they will capture them. Kudo explains his plan to have his red slime, Eika, consume the others. He encourages Eika to eat its fill from the massive pile of captured slimes. AKA's form begins to shimmer as it starts the absorption process. The red slime leaps onto the pile, its body stretching to engulf its kin. Eika lands back on the sand, quivering happily after consuming the first few. Its body pulsates and swells at an alarming rate, absorbing the entire pile. Kudo is astonished by its growth and tells his companions to gather more. He is troubled by the other slime's lack of any survival instinct. He wonders if Aka's unique traits and lack of fear make it an abnormal individual. A diagram in his mind visualizes Aka as a single unique unit among many. He checks its status, noting it only leveled up twice, which isn't a big deal. His gaze drifts to the vast empty ocean, his expression thoughtful and weary. He reflects on his own abilities, knowing they are insufficient against colossal foes. He thinks that military-grade weapons like missiles would be necessary for such a fight. He sighs, lamenting how this harsh reality isn't like a convenient light novel. A mysterious, feminine voice suddenly asks if that is truly the case. Kudo whips his head around, startled, demanding to know who spoke. He sees only the still slime and dismisses the voice as his imagination. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple as a sense of unease lingers. Shaking it off, he announces that it is time for them to move on. Unseen, a beautiful horned woman watches them from afar, a digital glitch around her. The group arrives at a massive, dilapidated school, heavily fortified with debris. Wrecked cars and furniture form a crude but effective barricade around the entrance. A deep trench and more piled-up vehicles add to the impressive defenses. Kudo's group marvels at the structure, comparing it to a warring state's castle. Ichino suggests they prepare to enter, deciding to hide their companion's powers. She hands her rifle to Momo, who absorbs it into his shadow with a bark. The weapon vanishes into Momo's shadowy form with a soft, whooshing sound. A girl expresses her surprise, and Kudo explains his leveled-up item box skill. He hands a leash to a red-haired girl, telling her to take it. She understands the plan is to make their companions look like ordinary dogs. She gently puts the collar on Kuro, who seems to accept it like a normal walk. She then apologizes to Momo, holding out a collar for him. She reassures the dejected-looking dog that it will only be for a little while. Her heart aches as she asks the miserable-looking Momo to please endure it. She and Kudo both express their pain at seeing Momo so unhappy with the leash. Another girl urges Kudo to be a demon and harden his heart for the task. He apologizes again as he fastens the clip, asking Momo to bear with it. A lone, questioning sound echoes through a dark, speckled space. A dog lets out a deafening roar as the three girls watch, completely confused. The group's objective is to gather information and meet with Saya's companions. A man named Fujita welcomes the newly arrived group, noting it's a busy day. Inside, Fujita acknowledges their long journey, which Kudo confirms was perilous. Fujita reassures Kudo of their safety, and Kudo recognizes him with surprise. Kudo turns suddenly, a familiar voice catching his immediate attention. A woman in a business suit approaches, surprised by a voice she hasn't heard in days. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she questions if it is truly Kudo. Kudo greets Chief Kiyomizu, who is overjoyed and surprised he's alive. Natsumi grips Kudo's arm possessively, asking about the newcomer. Fujita questions Kiyomizu's comment, but she insists it's just a colleague's concern. Fujita suggests they move to a room to continue their conversation. He tells the dogs to be on their best behavior as they approach. The group settles into the reception room, ready to talk. The two leashed dogs, Kuro and Momo, sit quietly and obediently. The man introduces himself as Fujieda Soichiro, a city hall employee. Kudo listens intently before beginning to speak about his own group. Kudo reflects that his negotiation skill ensures the meeting proceeds smoothly. Fujita listens to the explanation, murmuring that he understands the situation. Fujita assures them of their safety, which confuses Kudo. Fujita's intense gaze confirms his words are meant to be taken literally. He reveals the city hall's secret. It is a safe zone for survivors. Kudo and his companions stare, completely shocked by this revelation. The sheer scale of the school building prompts a cry of disbelief. Kudo questions the safe zone, and Fujita confirms monsters cannot enter. Fujita cryptically explains that the area has been specially configured. Kudo finds this unbelievable, comparing the concept to a game's save point. His mind races, trying to comprehend the skill behind such a powerful barrier. Kiyomizu steps in to confirm that Fujita is telling the truth. She offers a gentle smile, encouraging them to finally relax. The door bursts open as a man calls for Soichiro, startling Kudo. A man in a suit stands in the doorway, a stranger to Kudo. A flicker of recognition crosses Kudo's face as he observes the newcomer. The man Mayor Wasugi feels a sense of familiarity with the group. A menacing wolf looms behind a Shiba Inu and two armed girls. The mayor expresses his relief that his subordinate, Soichiro, is safe. Fujita bows respectfully to his superior, Mayor Wasugi. The mayor asks the young survivors if they know who he is. He introduces himself as Mayor Wasugi and formally welcomes them. The mayor studies the group, a look of recognition on his face. He correctly identifies Katsuragi Saya, much to her surprise. She asks how he knows her name, and he explains their family connection. He fondly recalls her skipping dojo practice to go play elsewhere. Saya blushes deeply, embarrassed by the memory of her childhood antics. Kudo smiles, nostalgically recalling how she would visit him after skipping. The mayor also remembers her talented older sister, a national kendo champion. Saya confirms her sister is the student council president, a crucial leader. Kudo realizes the student council president and Saya are childhood friends. Saya explains that while they are separated, her sister is still alive. Fujita reacts with extreme shock and relief to this news. He speculates they could arrange a meeting within a couple of days. The mayor is relieved, and Fujita collapses onto the couch in response. Fujita smokes, wondering about the mayor's deep concern for the student council president. He turns and asks the mayor why he has come to this room. The mayor insists he isn't lazing about, he must stay active. Fujita expresses his deep concern, stating the mayor's safety is paramount. The mayor dismisses his concerns, saying he is just supporting his staff. Kudo is left speechless by the mayor's powerful and eccentric personality. The mayor waves goodbye, telling the young people to get some rest. The door slams shut, leaving a stunned Kudo in the quiet room. Kudo tries to continue talking, but Fujita advises they rest first. Fujita urges them to rest, but Kudo insists he is perfectly fine. Fujita points, questioning Kudo's insistence that he does not need rest. Ichinose is shown hunched over, clearly unwell and suppressing her distress. Fujita observes that her condition is beyond simple fatigue and insists on rest. Kiyomizu approaches Kudo to speak with him again. She informs him that his former company colleagues are also at the shelter. Kudo closes his eyes, a pained expression on his face. He recalls his miserable office life, a place he never wanted to revisit. In the present, a young woman named Futaba gently takes his hand. Kudo looks up, questioning the presence of his former senior colleague. Futaba greets him warmly, happy that she has found him. Kudo returns the greeting, acknowledging that it has been a long time. She holds his hand, overcome with relief that he is unharmed. She explains she sensed his presence and rushed to find him. Kudo deduces she must possess a perception skill similar to his own. Futaba's intense concern and offers of care leave Kudo completely flustered. He gently pushes her away, trying to calm her down. He asks to postpone their talk, explaining he is exhausted from the journey. Futaba seems surprised and disappointed by his weary response. Ichinose glares from a distance, possessively questioning the newcomer's relationship to Kudo. Kudo is surprised, wondering why she would assume he had a girlfriend. Rika loudly declares herself a member of Kudo's party, shocking Ichinose. Futaba confronts Rika, scolding her for interrupting their private conversation. Saya steps between them, apologizing for Rika's behavior. A disembodied voice points out the hypocrisy of Futaba's accusation. Saya accuses Futaba of being rude, and Ichinose agrees with her senior. Futaba's face darkens with anger at being challenged by the younger girls. Kiyomizu claps her hands sharply, putting an end to the argument. She orders Kudo to rest and tells Futaba to deliver her report. Kiyomizu firmly leads the still fuming Futaba away down the corridor. Kudo and his party are left standing in the now quiet hallway. A close-up reveals Ichinose's dark, unreadable, and intense gaze. Kudo senses her unspoken feelings and asks if she wants to talk. Ichinose accuses Kudo of being a Ryuju and announces she's leaving. She rants jealously about the women around him, vowing to keep Momo. Kudo frantically denies her accusations, agreeing he will never give up Momo. The girls laugh at the misunderstanding, leaving Kudo flustered. Kudo sighs, admitting that while her help was welcome, he finds Futaba difficult. A young woman wryly notes some people just say what they want, then realizes she's one of them. Kudo lovingly squishes Momo's cheeks, affirming his new companions are now most important to him. He reflects on his cooled feelings for Kiyomizu, as the girls look on in stunned silence. Kudo wonders if this change of heart is a conscious decision he has made. Or perhaps, he speculates, it is simply the effect of one of his skills. His party of survivors makes their way to a door labeled Nap Room. Opening the door, Kudo is surprised to find the young man, Nishino, already inside. Nishino looks up, startled by their sudden entrance, and acknowledges their presence. With a surge of relief, Nishino rushes forward and pulls a blonde girl into a tight hug. The blonde girl, Ichinose, expresses her profound relief that Nishino is also safe and unharmed. A girl in a school uniform blushes with secondhand embarrassment at the emotional reunion. Nishino, flustered, apologizes to the blonde girl Rika, asking her what happened. His expression turns serious as he asks Rika about the people she is with. Kudo steps forward, his gaze intense, wondering if Nishino understands the situation they're in. Ichinose becomes flustered, trying to explain that they haven't spoken much with him. Kudo formally introduces himself as Kudo Cast, a member of Ichinose's party. The two groups stand opposite each other, the tension of their new alliance palpable. Nishino acknowledges that they now understand each other's situations and must plan their next move. A blonde girl looks up in confusion, asking if that's a light turning on. The group looks up in unison as a fluorescent light on the ceiling flickers on. Kudo questions how this is possible, since the main power grid should be completely dead. Suddenly, a voice crackles over an intercom, and the girls recognize it as Fujita's. The voice announces that the power is on and asks everyone to gather for an explanation. Nishino and Kudo exchange a serious questioning look, wondering what is happening. They arrive at a massive cafeteria already packed with a large crowd of survivors. At the front, Fujita waves, apologizing for the sudden summons to the assembly. Kudo observes the large gathering, noting that he doesn't mind the crowd. He realizes this orderly assembly must be the effect of the mayor's powerful skill. The full-color cover art for Volume 6 shows a white-haired girl and a determined Kudo. The mayor's town-building skill creates a 50-meter radius safe zone impenetrable to monsters. As the skill levels up, it unlocks vital utilities like water, gas, and electricity. A man questions the need for physical defenses if the zone is truly safe. A woman explains that visible defenses are crucial for the peace of mind of non-combatants. A girl understands, realizing the barricades at the entrance serve a psychological purpose. Kudo is impressed by the skill, wondering if the mayor acquired it due to his position. He decides to investigate the true purpose behind the establishment of the safe zone. Activating his eavesdropping and observation skills, he scans the room for clues. The assembled crowd murmurs amongst themselves, their reactions surprisingly subdued. An official at the podium thanks everyone for gathering for the important announcement. Kudo notes the crowd's lukewarm response, finding it strangely unenthusiastic. The mayor takes the stage, announcing that their power has been restored thanks to everyone's efforts. He delivers a rousing speech, imploring the people to fight alongside him to reclaim their world. Kudo, observing closely, notices a subtle, strange shift in the mayor's expression. He realizes with certainty that the mayor is hiding something significant from the crowd. Turning to Ichinos, he quietly suggests they make a move to investigate further. Ichinos understands his unspoken command, her expression sharp as she agrees. Kudo takes her hand, initiating the activation of a shared skill to remain unseen. Their forms dissolve into static as they use cognitive obstruction to slip away unnoticed. The scene shifts to the mayor's executive office, a quiet space away from the crowd. Alone, the mayor's hand trembles slightly as he holds a lit cigarette. He gazes out the window, wondering what his next move should be, his facade gone. His aide, Fujita, enters the office, greeting his exhausted leader. Fujita asks if the mayor had quit smoking, but the leader dismisses the question. Fujita's tone becomes serious as he asks why the mayor hid the new level-up conditions. The mayor compliments Fujita's diligence, but tells him not to ask what he forgot to say. With a grim expression, the mayor warns his aide that he will regret hearing the truth. He presents Fujita with a document, revealing the new, daunting set of conditions. Fujita reads the document, and a look of understanding and horror dawns on his face. The mayor reflects on the previous, more manageable conditions for leveling up the safe zone. The new conditions are revealed: secure residence, collect stones, and subjugate two named monsters. The mayor confirms that the guardian golem is the giant of rock from recent reports. Fujita recalls hearing that this golem can tear down and throw entire buildings. The mayor speculates that the queen is likely the progenitor of their current enemies. He explains that while he can't pinpoint their location, he knows they are nearby. The mayor looks at a map of their territory, preparing to reveal a new development. A new subjugation area has appeared, a designated hunting ground for the bosses. Fujita realizes with dawning horror that this is no different from a video game quest. He is distraught, knowing this suicide mission will break the spirits of many. The mayor instructs him to brief the fighters in the morning, telling him to rest. Kudo processes this grim information, his face tight with concern as Ichinos looks on. They discuss the dire consequences of failing the quest in such a brutal world. A grainy image shows the golem, a monstrous figure looming over their 3-day time limit. Kudo tells Ichinos they must think about what to do, but his world dissolves into static. A system voice announces connection, access. As his consciousness is pulled away, his vision blurs and goes dark, a digital sound echoing in the void. He finds himself standing alone in a black, empty space, utterly bewildered. A soft, feminine voice greets him, "Nice to meet you," from the darkness. He spins around frantically, demanding to know what is happening in the void. The voice remarks on how troublesome his low level is, finding it amusing. The void transforms into a breathtaking, impossible realm of colossal, interlocking gears. A beautiful, white-haired woman appears, asking if he can see her now. He stares, his shock reflection visible in her calm eyes, and asks who she is. She welcomes him to the Chaos Frontier Central Server, addressing him as holder of precocity. Kudo is stunned into silence, unable to process her words or the impossible situation. He demands to know how she knows his unique skill, but she moves on to business. An emergency quest appears, ordering the subjugation of the two named monsters. The reward for completion is the right to ask questions to the central server. The full-color cover art for Volume 6 is displayed again. The ethereal woman welcomes him to the Chaos Frontier Central Server with open arms. She addresses him as the holder of early bloom, acknowledging his unique skill. The details of the emergency quest are displayed again, emphasizing the stakes. Kudo questions the name Chaos Frontier, a flicker of memory stirring within him. He remembers the announcement from when he killed his first monster in his car. He asks what the central server is, and the woman offers to explain simply. She states that this realm is where he is meant to proclaim the voice of heaven. She conjures an ornate, gilded picture frame, which flies towards him. Inside the frame is a portrait of him and Ichinosi from the real world. She assures him he will be returned to his body once their discussion is over. He demands to know who she is, his frustration and confusion mounting. The woman simply offers a serene, knowing smile, her identity still a mystery. Within a surreal clockwork dimension, the silver-haired woman states she cannot yet answer his questions. The young man recoils, throwing his hands up in a defensive posture of pure shock. Looking on with utter bewilderment, he silently questions what is happening to him. She offers a deal. If he completes her quest, she will answer his questions. He protests frantically, demanding she wait and explain the situation to him first. Turning away slightly, he asks in frustration if she is incapable of understanding simple words. Her gentle facade hardens as she remarks on his slow understanding, finding it amusingly tedious. A powerful, oppressive energy radiates from her as she reaches out a commanding hand. He instinctively throws up his own hand in a futile defensive gesture against the immense power. His eyes widen in terror as he questions the overwhelming force directed at him. The very platform beneath his feet shatters, and he is thrown into the air as his body begins to disintegrate. Clutching at himself, his face contorts in agony as he feels his physical form crumbling away. His body breaks apart into countless particles, his form dissolving into nothingness. In a final moment of lucid terror, he realizes his entire being is being erased. His very existence vanishes completely into the encroaching, absolute darkness. Suddenly whole again, he gasps for breath on the solid floor as the woman watches serenely. He looks up, his face a mask of fear and rage, demanding to know what just happened. She smiles sweetly, asking if he now understands what will happen to his friends if he fails. She coolly informs him that he has no right to refuse. He must complete the quest. Holding up a glowing scroll, she states that she is taking back the useless parchment he possesses. He recognizes the parchment as the same one he found inside the treasure chest in the ruins. Bidding farewell to the holder of the early bloom, she hopes they will meet again. A sharp sound effect marks his violent and disorienting return to the real world. Kudo gasps for breath, hunched over, as a concerned Ichinos rushes to his side asking what's wrong. His eyes are wide with lingering shock, his mind still reeling from the surreal experience. Ichinos looks at him, her own expression filled with worry, asking if he is okay. He recognizes his surroundings as the city hall, questioning if only his consciousness was taken. Trying to convince himself it was a dream, his finger drifts toward his status screen. A new quest tab has appeared, shattering his hope that it was just an illusion. He tells Ichinos it wasn't a dream, and she asks with concern if it really happened. He apologizes for worrying her and begins to explain the unbelievable and terrifying situation. Ichinos listens intently to his story, finding it almost impossible to believe. He confirms the parchment from his item box has vanished, replaced by the new quest. Ichinos remarks grimly that the Chaos Frontier is truly becoming like a twisted video game. Kudo agrees, calling it a horrifying development where yes is the only option presented. Ichinos asks if they should tell the others, and he agrees it's possible they're affected too. In a classroom, the other students are gathered, discussing the dire situation. A blonde girl complains about the forced quest to defeat a golem, calling it a joke. Kudo gravely confirms to her that the quest is very real and not a joke at all. The girl is shocked to learn that the city hall has been assigned the exact same quest. One girl suggests they consult with Nishino, believing his intelligence would be a great help. Kudo reflects on his own solitary nature, contrasting it with the group dynamics he now faces. Outside a battle-scarred school building, he notes how much this place has affected his life. Nishino stands on the rooftop, his expression serious and analytical as he surveys the ruins. He warns Kudo's group away, telling them the area is off-limits and questioning their sudden appearance. Kudo, flanked by his companions, steps forward to explain the entire situation to Nishino. He gestures emphatically, trying to convey the gravity of the forced quest they all face. The colorful cover art for the 6th volume of the manga is displayed. Nishino, his face shadowed, asks with skepticism if what Kudo is saying is true. Kudo looks back, his own expression firm as he confirms the truth of his words. Nishino correctly deduces that Kudo has come to ask him to team up. He expresses his honest doubt, stating that Kudo doesn't seem like the type to work with others. Nishino analyzes Kudo's solo-oriented skill build, sensing he is being tested. Kudo admits he still prefers to avoid people, but this is no longer just his problem. Nishino is surprised to hear that Ichinos has been assigned the exact same quest. Kudo shows him the proof on his status screen, adding his other companions likely have it too. The two girls look on, their expressions filled with worry and uncertainty about the outcome. Kudo's gaze hardens with a new, fierce determination as he prepares to make his case. Nishino accuses him of being self-serving, dragging others into his life-or-death battles. The blonde girl chides Nishino, telling him to accept the proposal if he's serious. Kudo recalls Nishino's previous ultimatum about killing monsters to be accepted into a group. He knows this is the only merit he can offer in return for Nishino's cooperation. Nishino asks him to show his hand as the girls watch the tense standoff with bated breath. Kudo summons a small pile of supplies, an apple, snack bars, and a sports drink. Nishino is startled, recognizing this humble offering as the merit Kudo is presenting. Kudo explains his item box skill can store food indefinitely and offers to share it. Nishino's sharp eyes fix on the nutritional drink, a flicker of recognition in his gaze. He looks up, a thought dawning on him as he stares at the group before him. Kudo thinks to himself that his proposal is entirely for their mutual benefit and cannot be refused. To his utter surprise, Nishino extends a hand, agreeing to cooperate despite his uncertainty. Nishino confirms the deal with a firm handshake, a small, confident smile on his face. The blonde girl joyfully leaps onto Nishino's back, cheering that she believed in him all along. Ichino sighs in relief, telling Kudo how glad she is that their alliance worked out. Kudo reflects on how fortunate they were to gain Nishino's cooperation in their desperate situation. The newly formed group sits around a table, exhausted but united in their cause. The mayor enters the room, greeting them with a cheerful, "Good morning." He announces a meeting for squads 1 through 5 in 20 minutes in the conference hall. One of the girls asks what the meeting is for, and the mayor's aide apologizes for not explaining. The aide explains they hold meetings twice a day to share information, and the girl asks if they can join. The mayor welcomes their participation if they are willing, and the girl thanks him profusely. Kudo and his companions follow the mayor and his aide down a long, sterile hallway. The blonde girl whispers to Nishino, asking if he will truly cooperate and wanting to confirm their plans. Nishino admits he feels indebted to Fujita and that this is about cooperation, not kindness. He recalls a time when the student council president brainwashed him, but feels he's fine now. Ichinos worries that the president still hasn't contacted them, fearing a confrontation is imminent. Kudo sighs, lamenting the ever-present and unavoidable complexities of human relationships. A narrow transitional panel shows the group walking down a corridor toward the meeting. They arrive at a large set of double doors marked Assembly Hall. They enter a vast formal chamber already filled with a diverse crowd of survivors. Kudo observes that besides his group, the other attendees look like monsters themselves. He spots his former colleagues from work who are snickering amongst themselves and waving. One man with slicked back hair gives him a condescending, smirking glance from the crowd. Kudo lets out a quiet, weary sigh, his expression one of pure annoyance at the sight. The mayor takes the stage, welcoming the new participants and preparing to begin the meeting. He thanks everyone for their efforts, which allowed his skill to level up and reveal new conditions. He announces his intention to share this vital information as Fujita nervously approaches the whiteboard. Fujita begins by outlining the new daunting conditions, starting with the queen ant. A murmur of disbelief ripples through the audience as one man questions if it's a lie. The men argue, wondering when monsters started having names and if the golem is the one that destroyed their company. Fujita finishes writing the list on the whiteboard, the daunting task now clear to everyone. Standing in an assembly hall, Fujita explains that while the first two conditions for expanding their safe zone are familiar, the number of people has changed. He states their real problem is defeating 2 designated monsters, but feels they have a chance against the queen, earning a murmur of agreement. He presents his unconventional weapon, a can of fumigating insecticide, telling the crowd they've seen it before. Kudo, sitting in the audience, recognizes the brand, Baron, with a start. Fujita elaborates that while direct sprays are less effective, this fumigation type has superior diffusive power. With a determined look, he announces his audacious plan to throw the insecticide cans directly into the monster's nest. An audience member skeptically questions if they can truly wipe out the monsters with just that. Fujita clarifies it's not meant to win, but to weaken them, allowing for a combined assault. Another survivor suggests using gasoline, which Fujita acknowledges is effective but deems it too dangerous. He agrees to keep gasoline in mind as a last resort, and the suggestion is understood. He states that the priority for the day's exploration is to gather as many insecticide cans as possible. His expression turns deadly serious as he bluntly informs the assembly that with their current strength, it's impossible. The crowd erupts in shock as he reveals the golem is a moving, building-sized monster. A woman objects, shouting that it's a ridiculous plan without skills for high-powered explosives. The men beside her join in, angrily demanding to know what he suggests they do instead. Fujita calmly states that since a direct fight is unwinnable, they must rely on a strategy with better odds. He lights a cigarette, his expression one of grim determination as he prepares to reveal his true plan. A silver-haired girl stands with a young man and a dog, ready to face a monster-filled world. Fujita admits his proposal is a gamble, but he believes it's their only way to survive. He points to a location on the whiteboard, identifying the JSDF base in the neighboring town of Rikuma. With intense focus, he declares their intention to request rescue and assistance from the military base. Kudo understands the logic immediately. If you can't win yourself, you ask for help from others. A harrowing memory flashes through Fujita's mind of JSDF soldiers being slaughtered by a high orc. He reasons that if they had been equipped with missiles and heavy machine guns, the outcome might have been different. He believes Earth's technology, brought into the safe zone, could defeat even the golem, defying fantasy rules. He outlines the logistical challenges. The base is a full day's journey on foot, and vehicles are unusable. As the one who proposed the plan, Fujita volunteers to go, asking for one other person to join him. The woman objects again, calling it foolish to send a city employee on such a dangerous mission. Fujita calmly counters that in this new world, his negotiator job makes him the most suitable person. As the argument continues, a voice quietly speaks up from the crowd saying, "However," Kudo's eye is shown, his expression calm and focused as he prepares to make his offer. He gets the room's attention with a simple, hesitant, Kudo asks Fujita if there happens to be a motorcycle at the city hall, to which Fujita confirms there is. He volunteers to go, explaining his riding and concealment skills can drastically shorten their travel time. His companion, Enos, looks at him with wide-eyed shock at his sudden decision. Kudo's inner thoughts reveal that the lives of Enos and his dogs are at stake, and failure is not an option. Before leaving, Enos tells Kudo to return safely, while she and Momo remain to test her new gacha job. Another companion, Saya, explains that she is going to meet the student council president, despite Kudo's opposition. The rest of the students decide to go exploring to level up while they wait. Kudo stands beside the motorcycle with Fujita, confirming that it's time for them to depart. They speed off through the ruined city, heading for the JSDF base. From a high angle, their motorcycle is a tiny speck navigating the vast urban wasteland. A notification confirms Kudo's riding skill has leveled up, and Fujita praises his amazing driving. Kudo credits his skill, but Fujita insists it's Kudo's own talent that allows him to handle it. Fujita gives directions, telling Kudo to turn right at the next intersection. Kudo recalls Fujita's words about the JSDF base being well-stocked with ammunition and missiles. Kudo's eyes widen inside his helmet as he senses a sudden change in his passenger. He brings the bike to a stop, asking Fujita what's wrong. Fujita announces he senses a monster, and Kudo is shocked that he can tell. Kudo removes his helmet as Fujita urgently points ahead, telling him to be careful. From a high vantage point, the two men stand in the middle of the street, bracing for an unseen threat. A massive dark sphere plummets from the sky, a single monstrous eye visible within. A giant spider monster crashes down before them, letting out a deafening, kittenish screech. Kudo identifies the creature as a spider monster, while Fujita looks on with grim determination. Fujita prepares his weapon, a tool resembling a caulk gun, with a determined click. He leaps from the bike, declaring he chose the exterminator job, and that this monster is nothing. With a confident cry, he brings his weapon down on the spider's leg, seemingly victorious. But Kudo yells a warning, telling him not to let his guard down as the enemy is still there. Two more giant spiders appear, their mandibles clicking menacingly as they surround Fujita. Fujita, unfazed, declares that it's fine and that he'll crush them all again. Kudo's expression turns to one of alarm as he senses a new danger. He yells for Fujita to get back and dodge the incoming attack. The two spiders spew thick, white webbing, striking Fujita before he can react. Kudo warns him to be careful, as getting tangled in the webbing is a huge problem. A close-up shows Fujita's hand, his weapon ready despite being trapped. With a determined look, Fujita braces himself for the next move. The young man, Kudo, slices into a spider with his machete, praising Fujita's tenacity. The blade cuts deep, spraying black ichor as the monster shrieks in pain. Kudo prepares for his next attack, his expression focused and ready. He throws a small device which embeds itself in the ground near another spider. The spider's multiple eyes focus on the strange object with confusion. The device erupts in a blinding flash of light, stunning the creature. The spider reels back, disoriented and screeching from the intense burst of light. Kudo's inner monologue reveals his plan to capture footage of the battle for later use. He unleashes another attack, a fork-like projectile, to finish off the blinded monster. With the last spider defeated, Fujita asks if it's over, but Kudo senses another presence nearby. Kudo's eye narrows as he realizes his senses are still picking up a formidable enemy. He scans the derelict buildings, wondering where the new threat could be. A soft, high-pitched "Q" sound echoes through the ruins, catching both men's attention. They follow the sound, and Kudo points towards a pile of rubble, where it seems to be coming from. The plaintive "Q" sound continues, drawing them closer to the source. They discover a large, glowing cocoon of silk nestled in the debris, the sound emanating from within. Fujita wonders what it could be, while Kudo cautiously approaches the strange object. Kudo suspects it might be a nest of spiderlings and suggests they attack it from a distance. A small tear appears in the cocoon, which begins to rip open with a soft sound. The cocoon bursts open, and a small, fluffy white creature emerges, letting out a powerful cry. The two men stare in utter shock, Kudo exclaiming, "What is that?" at the unexpected sight. The creature is a beautiful, fox-like animal with a gem on its forehead, looking around curiously. Kudo concludes that despite its animal-like appearance, it must be some kind of monster. The creature pads over to where the spiders were defeated, and Kudo wonders if it was captured by them. A red crystal and a smaller blue gem lie on the ground where the creature had been. A holographic notification appears, identifying the creature as a lesser carbuncle that wants to join them. Kudo and Fujita can only stare in stunned disbelief, Kudo letting out a choked, "Eh!"